傾咗點心未？唉，應該要嘅啦，其實。都幾大喎！呢個時候開始睇，都幾攰。係咪應該要即係睇佢 YouTube 嗰個定係 Twitch 嗰個 ？YouTube 嗰個咧，好似佢應該冇下邊嗰個廣告，我冇 subscribe 佢，因為佢彈呢個廣告，單人會彈呢個廣告出嚟，咁啊搞到縮個細少少。如果去咗一個害群之馬，你搞咩嚟啊你？我冇睇到嗰啲 chat。又係阿偉。
He was obsessed,
即係追鋪先，冇嘢做。
with finding an appropriate vessel for this power.
搞咩嚟
？We are supporting Capcom Cup 10 with a total prize pool of over $2 million. It's showtime, baby! Guano takes it over Idol! All right, you ready? You don't want to miss it! Let him cook! Look at the damage! Look at that damage! Now's not the time for jokes. Your two-time Capcom Cup champion! It's Meta RD! Welcome to the Capcom Cup LCQ Top 16. I'm Hollywood Rob TV, joined here with Jammers and Rins. Guys, I cannot believe that we are even at Capcom Cup X, and especially that it is time for Top 16. First and foremost, how are you guys feeling?
I'm feeling good. Honestly, the action's been
day
one up until today. Like we said before,
我已經好攰嘅。原本咧我已經整定嗰個 Twitch 咧有個咩競投系統，跟住俾大家買下嗰啲邊個贏邊個輸。大家攰到我連開都唔好想開嗰嚿嘢。碌先啦，即係可以用啲點數去買。
I'm just so excited about all the matchups today, man. Like there were so many bangers and pulls alone, but now it feels like damn near every matchup could be a grand finals of a major.
應該開㗎啦，佢話4點開。應該3條友都快就轉過去。下哥大係咩？
嗰個中間嗰個忌廉嗰個咩？成個大眼點咁嗰嚿嘢。
多謝支持啊
！You understand? Professionalism.
You make a good head teacher.
Thanks, brother.
係。
Now.
聽唔到我講嘢，好唔緊要，我細聲講嘢。依家應該 OK 啦，係咪啊？係啦 ，Tokido 對 John Takuchi，Tom 對 Yamaguchi，Kagelu 對 JB，Problem X 對 Julio。多謝支持啊！依家好提醒，依家提醒到你哋。好睇啊！多數 TG 嗰啲我都唔係好睇嘅。因為你有一半係講，有一半喺度要整個彩虹咁樣，我都唔知點答你，點答爹咧？太鳩喎，點答唔到爹？多數除非我咁啱開嘅時候，或者講啲我答到爹嘅鳩嘢，我就會答你，我就會答。如果太離地嘅，即係有陣時講啊 Holo Live 嗰啲咧，我跟唔到，唔係好想即係亂咁講嘢又，即係好似有點係明明咩都唔識又衝埋嚟喺度拗水吹咁嘅感覺，都係算啦，收聲。唔識㗎，其實冇跟㗎。唔知咁第4期定第5期咁樣咧，講到啲人都到傻，所以我都唔係好知咩料。要啊，睇完就翻工㗎啦。我希望10點前播打完。咁我就應該就冇事，呢個就 OK， 不過算啦。我都唔揦你㗎啦。老細講今日好只睇 CPT， 不要
Okay,
不
so
要
I'm definitely gonna have to say that
不
probably.
要問我在哪
I
裏。
think these are the two hottest players.
Yes.
At least as far so far in the tournament. Problem X, as you brought up, has not dropped a game.
係啊係啊，
to
七點啊
anyone yet. And then Julio going on that insane run. And I also feel like
啲
interviewing him and even talk to him behind the scenes.
嗰日
Bro, he has no pressure on
嗰個
him.
要請假。
Really strong
He's
right now.
calm. He's just having a good time.
When you're playing with that nothing to lose type attitude, like you are free in
Completely
game,
different
you
beast.
know? Yeah. So there's not a lot of things that are weighing on his mental. He's just playing the game. He's very in the moment, and that's very powerful.
Okay, and then the dopest story so far for me has to be Random.
Oh,
Of course, you're at least from closer to. I know you're not from where he's from. He's from Germany, but you know, how do you feel about what you've seen with Random, and are you surprised at all?
He's just living up to the expectations because we actually saw him in ICFC, like in the early days of Street Fighter 6. We were like, who is this guy? He's always getting level 5 medallions in 10 seconds, going in, being explosive.
the beginning of Street Fighter 6, this man was a nightmare to people, bro.
Yeah.
Like really, before people
Legit.
started fighting Manon properly, like he was everybody's demon.
And he's been super consistent on the leaderboards as well. And then again, it was literally faceless. Nobody knew who he was. Nobody knew what his real name was. It's literally good to see. Ritas has been
基本上呢隻 game 應該係得
No.
JP Can
Reveal, I think Ryan Hart texted Ultra David, right? He was
應該都係
like,
JP
"Oh,
啊，
I'm
大
most
類
excited
嘅
about this is
JP。Can 都
we're getting
係
the face reveal.
Can 同 Rashid 都係成為 JP 嘅製
And the
品。
crazy thing is, right, I don't know if Ringe told you, but we done a tournament for the
多
tournament that got him out
數
here. We were commentating.
如果轉工嘅話，會嗰啲咩一家即係中間唞兩
We
日
were
咯。
asking him, it's like, right,
因為你辭職嗰時都強制要你將啲格清咗，乜嘢買價，一係就即係 last day 之前望晒
about
佢。
his attitude.
Yeah.
And we're like, dude, your gameplay is completely different to how you're talking right now. And he's already exceeding expectations. The one concern I have, sorry to cut you off.
Go ahead.
The one concern I have today for him is I don't know if he's mentally checked out. Because it's like he might have
Because
done
he
so
already-
well.
我死死地
He
㗎
might have
啱
done so
啱
well.
全力人中
Okay,
未停
I
過
think。I'm satisfied. He's
原
already
本諗住
gone up
11
against
點爆機
diabolical matchup. And I was actually speaking
3
to
點
him
都未
a
爆
couple weeks ago
機。
about it. I said, so what are you prepared for?
Yeah, I
I
saw
gave him
you
some
over there
little
warming
tips.
up with him and
Yeah, and
everything.
then he's got some ideas. So I'm actually looking forward to watching him play and see if he's still mentally in the game.
Okay.
Absolutely, man. That's
All
what-
right. So right now, if you guys had to pick somebody, I'm interested in hearing what you guys feel too in the chat and everything. If you had to pick somebody to win this LCQ, it's not easy to do, and I'll even be the first person to jump off the ledge. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna say if I had to pick one person to win this LCQ right now, it would probably be Punk the God
That's what I'm
or
talking about.
Problem X.
Problem
He put in that contingency plan
Or
real
Problem X,
quick.
man. I just feel like I feel like in the end of the day, the
我
fact
唔知點
that
解咧，LCQ 要星期一啦，拖到星期四，
He didn't. For
Like
sure.
he
啲嘢
had those
打
drops and
group 咯，
everything
即係
is
就
still
應該有3
in
日
a big moment like that. So
其實
to
都係戥
me,
佢嗰
I
啲
feel
人
like
慘。
that sometimes in tournament, I don't know if you guys would agree, it calms you down. It's like, okay, well, you made it through that
Yeah.
one where you were.
因為去嗰啲人要
I
book
would
機
say
票酒店
Problem X,
係
and I would say
嗰間
Problem
book
X.
10 日
Problem X
咯，
probably Problem X my number one though.
即係
Okay.
打2日啦，咁
He's
啊
so on fire
6
right
日，
now. I feel like he's
1、
understanding
2、3、
this
4、5、6
extremely
日
well. And of course, Endon Walker has been
Okay,
on fire
no.
too. He has that tight training partner.
Yep.
So it just seemed like he's in a. And yesterday, most importantly,
2、3號就冇話你都幾早開始嚟了，
he didn't even have a hat on.
多數啲有啲假都係好少回放，
I did not see that.
即係有時我覺得
No hat the
即係
whole
如果
way.
你
That's
乜原
different.
因你仲
I don't know why
要
that's such a big deal to you.
That's
What do
crazy.
you mean?
What do you? Yeah, you sound crazy.
We've never seen
Well,
him
well,
without
I'm
that.
more used to it because I'm literally not that far away from where he lives. So
It's different.
Oh, so you guys just
So
hang
who-
out.
who do you-
maybe we-
you
maybe
take
we
the
do.
scully off.
Do you
take the hat off.
do you take your braids off when he?
not in front of him. I'm taking it off in front of people.
真係唔叫。
not in front of him. I don't know. It's a weird. I don't know where we're going with this.
Specifying
你睇 T 下啲色，叫永遠都係喺最底嗰一
I
兩，
jumped off the ledge. Who do you? Who
有
do you
啲
guys
似
have? Start with you, Ren.
依家
So,
嘅
I'm,
keep
not gonna, I'm only gonna name one, but I have 3 choices.
發力
depending
勁
on
咯，
gut,
但係
heart and paper, and I'll tell you the paper
即係
because you took.
但係佢嘅爆發力都係靠
kind of
賭
two of the other
靠
ones.
pair。
So my paper on Victory,
你 pair 到咪
I think he's
勁
got
咯
the
，pair
best
唔到咪
path.
死咯。
Kakeru, I think he's got the best path.
你咁
right?
鳩先贏咁啊，不如
Going up
啲
against
唔使咁
JP, I
鳩
want
嘅
to see how
嘢。
JP handles what many consider the best JP in the world, right? And he has tools. I think the Rashid can maybe make it happen, but it's going to be tough for sure.
哦，
He has to
嗰
fight the
啲
winner
啊，
of Problem X.
嗰啲仲要係嗰啲
Exactly right. So
標10萬、標10萬8或者標12萬10嗰啲冇朋友間喎，即係約唔到朋友食飯咯。等埋食飯都10點食宵夜可以，嗰啲都幾慘。
I'm gonna go for an odd
即係6點或者6點走咧，
but I'll go for my oddball pick.
你8點都幾慘噶啦。如果要收埋步10點，
Yeah, but
難搞。
that's a run back from their SFL Japan playoffs.
哦，冇計，服務業係咁。跟住之後放假放唔到假日，放平日，平日又夾唔到啲 friend 去食飯，咪自己戇鳩鳩咁。
It was getting in trouble, but I do feel like when you
即
see
係
it
輪
down to
間，
top
即係啲
16,
咩？
there's a
即
couple
係
of names
翻
you look
ship
at
咯，
and
梗
say,
係
okay,
講
I think that guy might take it. Moke is one of my 2 picks, but I want to pick.
Okay, who's the, okay? No, you.
我哋呢啲就真係冇朋友間嘅。
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was it.
All right. And so far, as far
即係
our match that we've had to this point,
聚會啲係朋
the
友聚
moments
會
in
嗰
this
啲，
LCQ, do you guys have
永遠出
favorite
永遠都出唔到
moments
嚟，
that stand
係啊
out，the most to you guys?
差唔多啦。
One thing that I'm really looking forward to, it hasn't happened yet, but I'm really looking forward to this Gen Noah the Prodigy match.
Yes.
Because I feel like it's going to be peak disrespect. Like, they are ready to challenge at any
我都好
moment.
驚呢
You know
啲
what?
架，
Earlier on, I didn't see this. Now, Noah, they're in the back warming up and everything,
好似
right?
俾人好似俾人孤立
And
咗咁樣。
Alex Valle says that Noah had on a ski mask earlier.
Oh,
He had on
the
the
shiesty?
shiesty, bro.
Oh, no.
He had the shiesty
bro.
on, bro.
Trying to scare him.
Listen, if there's a crowd mic out there, do not have it on during Noah the Prodigy.
Yeah, please don't.
Because
Please
if he
don't.
wins with the shiesty,
會啊，快啲
We
開
have
波
the
啦！
18 plus. Can
it's
they,
about
do you have to
go.
click that before we get
It's
into the
about
stream?
to go different. But yeah, that's a fire match. We didn't even talk about Jin in general.
Yeah.
If he could, that would be the cool. That would be a very crazy
Oh,
story.
yeah, for sure.
你冇啲嘢提神咧，你應該睇睇瞓着咗。
Even making top 16 2 years in a row is crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and he had one of my favorite moments. I think just his run into the losers bracket, right, defeating Shao Hai and whatnot. I'm looking forward to all the matches today.
All right, and you know what? I'm sure everybody at home is feeling the same way. Finally, it is time for us to get into the Capcom Cup LCQ Top 16. We're gonna send things over to
我
Ultra.
冇乜心機聽嗰呢3個人講。
$1 million
佢
is
James 度啦，
on
應該
the
差唔
line.
多。
47 players have already been established who are going to be competing for that, and we are going to find out who the 48th player is out of these 16 players. How excited are you for this, David?
I mean, I'm so stoked for this. This is, again,
Oh,
one of the
yeah.
hardest tournaments of the entire year. Probably only EVO has been stronger, and in
Yes.
part because 7,000 people were there, whereas about 300 signed up
所
for
以
this,
我
and
都
it was
好擔心佢真係瞓着
densest
咗。
tournament of the year. You know, after the pools yesterday and the day before, walking around talking with people, how'd you do? Oh, you know, I lost. Who beat you? Top player A, top player B. Next conversation, top player C, top player D. Every single person, their path out of this tournament was some of the best in the world is who sent them out, because that's just how dense it was.
Yeah, and you know, we got the guys on the analyst couch here. Bless their souls. They're like trying to pick their favorites, and I looked at you. I was like, every answer is right.
聽我都係鳩角㗎啦，加埋同
This
機
is
台
like
鳩
16
佬，
of the
兩大鳩嘢合埋一齊就
It really is. And,
一個
and
鳩
we have
一
players
個
from all
呢個
over
遊戲
the
就非
place.
常
We
鳩
have, of course, Japan showing up big. They're half of this top 16, fully half with 8 players. 4 from the US, 2 from China, 1 from the UK, and 1 from Germany. And then as far as characters go, JP also showed up big. 5 JPs in this top 16. And then
，Gelu 啊
two
最高
DJs,
機會
two Rashids,
得唔得？
and then 1 each of Blanca, Cammy,
我知道啊，
Chun,
算啦。
Ken, Lily,
咁啊上面就係啦，有
Luke,
Ken 有
Mano.
Lily，
And that means that this
有
is
Ken 有
an
Lily 有
extremely
馬龍
diverse top 16.
Banker
Except for that one.
都幾
But the
都幾
and it really could be
Lily 同 Banker，Lily 同埋呢個馬龍，我諗都幾耐冇喺呢啲咁嘅大比賽出現。
What do you got? What do you got?
見到隻個
What do you got? Come on, come
呢
on.
啲指定頭角就係咪你死就我
So
亡係話
our
先。
first match is
Come
ready to
on.
go.
好難可以
Our
好
first
低
match
風
is
險咁打
ready to
，All
go
right,
here.
fine. We're going to the
哦嚟啦嚟啦，
We're starting off on the very top of the
轉鏡頭啦我
bracket.
哋
You can follow along, type exclamation point bracket in the chat, or
man.
go over to Start GG, Capcom Cup X Last Chance Qualifiers, how you'll find it. Tokido!
咁啊托基度對 John Takeuchi Ken 打，或者我都學下隻或者點用
Noah
啫
the。Prodigy, John Takeuchi beat Veggie, Bonchan, and Jen, and now they're coming in top 16 in a 2 out of 3 set. In top 16, it's standard CPT rules. In top 8, it becomes 3 out of 5, but right now we're still 2 out of 3.
Yeah. And again, the interesting story about
好啦，一批就 Tokido， 二批就 John Takeuchi 咁啊 ，Rashid 打 King 嘅對決開波啦。一開波啊，梗係踢風咁啊，猜下立回先啦。除咗2隻嘅，因為下中就 whiff 咗咧，就一個 combo 打埋牆啦，打埋牆之後壓制啦。咁啊，打到個重拳，但係冇飛飛成功，咁啊打個換邊 combo 啦。King 換邊 combo 都好大力嘅，咁啊一個英雄尾腳再飛埋，雙對腳，全遊戲最強攻擊。咁啊，你冇升啊，基本上等死嘅呢隻腳。咁啊，重腳喺度撩下佢啦，裏面都重腳，之後輕腳試入呢個順雷腳，成功咗，推埋牆，後避咗個打，兩個後避咗2次打。咁就即刻用個 O.D 換邊，兩個後啊，嗰日有計。咁啊拉埋牆原地跳啦，咁樣就攞個風去啦，即係我基台自己撞埋佢。咁啊啲曳嘢呢個，我基台自己撞埋佢咧，搞到即係同自殺冇分別。好啦，咁就攞咗一燈先，咁啊後個前中拳壓制啦，咁啊因為嗰個向前行嗰個距離好勁，所以可以一個一定會掂到對手，同埋不過確反我呢度冇反應。咁啊反波輕拳可以即係嗰個安全咁樣就可以我哋攻擊嘅我哋啲血。咁啊呢度壓制，哇係咪去 rush？ 但係升好多 hit 啦，所以就平時啲攻擊咧就可以贏升嘅，但係呢個頭先個升特別多 hit， 所以嗰個 armor 唔夠頂。咁啊跳埋去，咁啊輕腳打中，咁啊 level 3啦。其實應該可以 rush 幾下咁啊，佢一門即係已經集殺所有嘢，已經佢都冇諗過會中。咁啊波頭打唔中，佢即係擋咗，行前得成功 kill 到對手啊！咁啊一燈對一燈。咁啊，大陸試咗level 3啦，但係師弟應該唔會有level 3嘅，因為level 2就會飛咗level 2出嚟。咁啊，一波揾過去，咁啊攞個加1，但係後避咗啲攻擊，咁啊行埋得，但係太遠，哦 watch 佢嘅時見到對面原地挑，咁啊重轉對空，靚啊！咁啊見到對面臭波，咁啊飛埋個 Full Counter 就可以過level 1，咁啊一個重轉加1之後就波招啦。咁啊，但係呢個做咗最簡單嘅 set up， 咁就。食咗個 shimmy， 原地跳打原地跳報到啦，咁啊用 O.D 嘅升，咁我打翻原地跳落嚟。就知道係咪要殺出 Ken 係信唔過，唔通 Ken 都係嗰句啊嘛，有 look 得同 Ken。不過 Ken 又打冇升過升幾勁，但係我輸住第一隻有升嘅話題。原地跳咁啊，見到對寶裏面跳咁樣就可以用個中轉對空，同埋哇 Body Counter 成功咁啊，打到個重腳 Body Counter 之後就打翻，因為佢即係啲氣都削得幾多啊！咁啊，其實放波同埋原地跳，睇下會唔會周到對面啲攻擊先。咁啊唔 rush 啦，因為想慳氣，今次有3個氣咧就可以 rush 過去，推埋牆啦。咁就成功，就多加佢條輕腳打翻出嚟。咁啊輕轉跟住解答，點啊放波。咁啊儲爆個波，咁就隨時有個強化嘅氣流喺度等緊佢。咁啊又轉過去，托基度冇反應啦，咁啊俾人哇靚喎呢個輕拳前中拳，咁樣就打後對面冇對空，哇呀話出上對空嘅時候，俾人一拳打爆咗，但係托基度都冇諗過會中啊，咁樣就令到佢原地跳避咗對面嗰個氣流強化攻擊，咁樣就放波。哎呀，出去嘅時候俾對面升翻轉頭啊，因為發緊光嘅。咁啊，頭幾台都諗緊點樣可以收頭啊，但係 John 絕對，因為打中做咩唔搏住啊？咁啊 Impact 打落去，因為對面如果 Impact counter 咧就佢冇血食嗰個 armor。咁啊，哎呀，但係裝嗰時得失機會。哦，咁啊係咪係咁放波啊？咁啊輕拳想接定嚟，成功跳到對面個放波啊！咁啊兩邊都，咁啊托基度有啲運啊！咁啊 Impact 打空氣嘅時候，其實 John 係可以 kill 佢嘅。咁啊前中腳打落去，咁啊前中拳嘅時候咧，俾人下中腳打平咗。咁啊行前打個 Shimmy， 但係冇用。咁啊再行前成功打到佢啦，埋牆。 咁啊重腳踢落去，重腳踢落去，但係想用個 rush 打個攻擊分，咁硬直但失敗咗啦。下切咁啊重拳切翻出嚟，重拳打中，咁就我會邊一無啦，但係呢保爾仲未有呢個位其實有啲危險。哎呀，但係打中，但係搏唔到招嘅情況下咧，咁就見對面硬直咁就前跟住個呢保爾係埋去，咁個連埋人大風，咁啊頭先就擋晒所有攻擊，咁就再將對手推入去。推翻出嚟，咁點啊？而家一個跳一個支就死啦，因為呢度好想入啦，當然。咁啊又嗰個重風加壓制踢風，咁啊睇下埋場睇下咩做。可以打中，但係 shift 死都唔喐。咁啊下中佢打中，咁啊求其一個 combo 入level 3，攞翻一鋪1比1啦。
There was some moments in there where John didn't quite get what he did at the beginning of the set. He had the whip punishes versus crouching medium kick at the start. At the end of that round, then man, it would have been pretty helpful, but tough to be that consistent.
咁啊行過去個 watch 嘅時候，想打大龍氣俾人打翻轉頭，打唔到佢。原地跳睇下打好想，呢套好中意用 shimmy， 但後又好原地跳又好，向周對面打解答，但係咁啊始終 watch 對空渣啦，咁啊係咁睇緊係咁原地跳。呢個其實冇計，因為 watch 個對空渣level 1啦，係。一個升都唔死，用20秒時間秒 Q 咗佢，咁啊可能原地佢彈下可以彈死隻 Rush。你將 Rush 個對空如果唔俾氣人，咪一飛無敵。你要好早準備，同埋你隨時俾 Tokido 嗰個跳重拳打爆。好，咁啊輕腳截咗佢，放個波，原地跳又打中咯，睇下原地跳戰術幾着數，彈下就有計啦。咁啊 Rush 過去對面想 parry 當抗壓，但係俾人打 Mid 嘅重拳，跟住之後。想再壓制嘅時候俾對面升，就蝕咗個波。輕拳截到對面攻擊，會唔會放呢個2唔放？咁啊一個 mid 嘅中拳，但係唔知點解搏唔到招啊！咁啊行後唔知係咪想搏level 2啊？但係可能因為個時機個唔好啊，所以就諗一諗都係冇啦。咁啊擋咗個風嘅話就可以放啦。咁啊個風又開始。再射個風過去向前壓，佢氣流喺你面前生成啊！食到大就要食噶啦，一下死噶啦。但係又中一下，有冇辦法可以跳翻出嚟先？哎呀！但係俾下中腳 Rush 打中啊！咁啊，狀態幾支持，攞埋 E run， 咁啊 last game last run 啊！而家波波。下中腳咁就好簡單嘅 rush 咗佢啦，又係攞個壓格制，佢機度係支持搶制嘅。始終其實係一係踩一係頭咁啊，但係頭咧就會俾人打住啦。哎呀，冇呢個啲仔，但係不如俾人打翻去後邊，就反而攞多到其他傷害。重拳打中，咁啊level 3啊應該要早少少出啊，因為如果唔係對面就會 burn out 唔成。依家都好問啊，唔知俾人 burn out 到咧。如果未 burn out 嘅話，對面就會起上升噶啦，一定啦，基本上都緊咗㗎啦。我用放波，咁啊因為放波就一定會令到，因為放波佢冇嘢做啊，佢升都會俾人波打中嗰個距離。咁啊隨時已經劈㗎啦，咁啊因為放波打中，再食埋個腳。成功埋尾，托基度一開波入top 8啦。呢個重拳係屈機啊，因為個升個距離有啲尷尬。應該都對到嘅，不過要好，出嗰個跳嗰個人就好求其，對嗰個人就要好集中，或者有啲要，你太早出咧，會飛咗喺後邊。係啊，睇嘅拍換邊咪咩後中拳之後咪飛腳，跟住換邊嘅之後咪食升咯，或者level 1踢你入去。都唔係level 1定係應該係直接可能 PC 跟住直接level 1，多數都唔會。係呢個戇居嘅。呢隻 game 強國嘅跳都特別勁。Luke JP 都特別勁。呢個其實我諗呢個會唔會高攻過平時出嗰套咧？好似幾勁呢套。
was paying off huge for
That man
Tokido.
takes out a full knife and stabs down with that fist.
Dude,
I mean, he's
when you called it the dive kick, I was like, I'm never calling it
It's the
anything
Ken
else.
dive.
I'm never
DJ
calling it
DJ 唔打
anything.
立回喎，DJ 只會對望兩面然後屈聲嘅，
and Ken and Luke have half of them.
佢
Yeah,
仲同
and
你
the
猜，
crazy thing about
或
it
者
is,
放
like,
個
he
OD
actually
波
had
完
a
之後
dive
再
kick with
屈
the
佢。
EX Tatsu,
咁
like
佢
in
都係
Street
咁嘅。
Fighter 5, but
呢
now
啲
he's
唔
just
會
jumping
，JP 唔會
in
同你
and
講立
punch
回嘅。
that
That's good
works.
enough.
Yep. But I mean, I don't know if we'll see a lot of it here on this replay here. But like I said, the neutral jumps coming in big for Tokido. He caught John so many times, and one time, like I said, it almost looked like John was trying to walk under instinctively. I mean, I know exactly how that feels. And
Yeah.
I can jump heavy punches all the time as a result. Oh yeah, there's the
That's very
beautiful
pretty.
autocorrect right there.
And
咁啊，依家就睇翻個 replay，然後就下一場啦。應該 Top 8係搶3嘅，即係即使係 LCQ 都好，都係當一個正式大比賽打。
Remember what he said last year about the LCQ, where he also had to try to qualify through the LCQ?
Yeah.
He said
The reason why I'm laughing is because as soon as I saw Tokido this year, I walked up to him and I was like, no Tokido, no Capcom Cup. And he just started laughing like, he was like, I wish I never said
maybe so. But it's still a good line, and there's still a chance that it'll happen for him.
Absolutely.
In winner's side top 8. And now we move on to the next one.
Yep.
Punk and Yamaguchi coming up to play.
好啦，咁啊，勁快就嚟啦。咁啊，好少會見 Pump， 好少，真係好少見到 Pump 嘅，即係比賽。一係就因為大比賽少，啲小比賽又好似佢玩晒㗎。Yamaguchi 就之前同 Fudo 即係之前係都打到好前嘅 LCQ， 即係佢直情 World Warrior 贏咗一次，但係贏一次係唔夠你入呢個 Finals。之後嗰個位俾 Fudo 拎咗啦。
Very, very strong consistently through those 5 weeks to get to the finals of World Warrior and then all the way to
好啦
DJ
係一拳超人嚟嘅，咁啊 Cammy 就要 keep 住壓制，但係如果 DJ 唔喐嘅話，其實 Cammy 都係冇得喐，你哋唔可以插佢噶嘛，一插就升噶啦嘛。6 frame 無敵嘅升勁屈嘅。咁啊，輕拳截咗對面嘅 rush， 跟住之後就用個無視嘅下中腳，呢個無視嘅立中呢個波中腳，咁啊基本上 DJ 嘅立回就係下中腳波中腳，然後就用嗰個加邊腳係啦，係咁踢落去。咁啊，對面冇踎低咧 ，DJ 就對唔到空嘅，因為嗰個頭重腳唔係太我信，但係可以用個招反波腳咁啊縮後咁啊。如果對面插腳咧，插空氣就會俾佢打翻轉。咁啊，成功用嗰個 rush 打到個壓制，咁啊埋牆壓制啦，向下兩下重腳放波，再踢腳，咁啊擋咗都好，都上咗唔少嘅氣啊。咁啊，對面都向重面 rush， 咁啊拋波唔知咩反紅嘅，咁都可以外 hit 嘅情況下 rush on block 嘅情況下就咁㗎。咁啊 burn 到自己啊，但係呢個血量就你可以擋到呢個 burn 完。咁啊，咩始終都係嗰個 rush 嘅時候俾人打。咁啊少少近啦，所以就得個 rush， 遠少少就唔得噶啦。咁啊係放波再波腳，咁啊因為下足腳同波腳基本上係狂用噶啦。啊放波對空啦，係啦，咁啊始終踎低咗嘅情況下，咁啊無限攻位啊，真係 DJ 係無限大力嘅。咁啊machine gun，咁啊一個 rush 就可以做到3格 rush 就可以做到啲乜基本上冇level 3啊。咁啊唔level 3 level 1埋尾，咁啊因為始終你贏咗一半，咁啊行後 Jack 咁啊打咗對面個反擊，咁啊Yamaguchi成功攞翻1燈翻到啦。咁啊 flick 下波，咁啊對面會唔會用嗰個 OD 反波拳衝入嚟咧？係唔會嘅。咁啊用個重腳睇下做咩先。咁啊 rush 輕拳打中，但係冇話啫。哎呀，做咩射埋個machine gun啊？但係啱都冇估到對面會竟然會出乜有對招，咁啊令到佢即係確翻唔到。 原地挑睇下對面啲先，對哭揀對啊！咁啊，如果對面插佢就大 Q 喎，咁啊放咗個波腳踢中大門 cancel level 3係嘛？咁啊呢個係阿買加閃電就冇可能截到啦，成功跳到對面攻擊會唔會 level 3啊？唔出，咁啊好咁啊打中，會唔會佢覺得自己殺唔到，咁啊 level 3，咁啊唔好令佢自己 burn out 啦。咁啊，但係呢個位就有啲危險啊！打到對面 burn out 係因為夾硬用武器，即係用個重腳打個立回成功踢到啊 DJ， 最後地決先落一鋪。放波，放波，咁啊攞個加飛呢個加飛黐線嘅，哇靚啊！咁啊後跳原地跳都俾人清翻落嚟，咁啊啱啱嗰條嗰個 charge 個功力都好深，咁啊呢邊原地跳前跳插腳，咁啊打頭攻擊嘅，都幾犀利啊呢個！基本上啲 Cammy 玩家起上前跳插腳係一個好強反制 full loop 嘅方法。咁啊起上鳩啦，因為喺板邊等死嘅嚟，如果唔係，咁啊對空冇對空啊，咁啊始終跌起身，咁啊冇儲氣，咁啊好想打我對面 burn out 啦，始終見到啊見到佢都有機會插中啦，咁就俾 rush 再呢個1，但係仲未 burn out 啊，自己都差唔多，會唔會升啊？唔升，咁啊做個 take fall。咁啊，對面都唔想好想 burn， 所以就 parry 咗個波。咁啊，哎呦，飛埋個 TC 咁樣就打唔到踎低嘅一下，所以就食翻 Cammy 個反擊，然後就俾人攞埋咗啲血。下中拳試入成功，咁啊打一個 combo 啦。一個前頭推埋牆，一個前頭推埋牆，再前頭，咁啊呢個遊戲最好玩嘅地方啦，由呢個空手道變咗柔道。BT 嘅 impact 打到對手，再 level 1埋尾，咁啊將一馬杯池殺住，都幾輕鬆。係啊，第一場都有得打下，第二場屌打，就得打。咁啊兩鋪啦，呢個節奏咧就應該未瞓着。
At the start in
打幾快
they both took rounds. Yamaguchi had some great
core就揾笨㗎啦，唔使諗㗎啦。
He actually also had some anti-airs earlier on. As things move
一係 pump 一係卡基魯，應該差唔多卡基魯，可能即係 JP Mirror 又出現啦，魔法師嘅大招。
Yamaguchi could not easily zone or control things or even whiff. And so Punk took advantage of that to get in, to cause chaos. And then this whole second game was fought over here under the airplane.
Yeah, and you know what? One of the things that I just loved watching this from Punk is that, you know, he focused so much on that drive gauge. He focused so much on Yamaguchi's drive gauge. He was trying to keep him low because, I mean, DJ is powerful when he has access to that OD air slasher, you know, the OD jackknife maximum as well. So, you know, Yamaguchi was playing kind of from a scared position. And it all just kind of culminated into there where Yamaguchi did not bet on Punk going for multiple throws.
Yeah. That's not Grand Finals. It's not Winners Finals. It's winner's side of top 8 is Tokido versus Punk. A rematch of EVO as well as other famous locations from years past.
I mean, they were
咁就卡基魯打 JB 啊 ，JB 好似都係 rush 嚟。都 rush 嘅咩嚟嘅 ？JB 都沉咗好耐啊，咁啊，佢一加5嘅後期都係圍下。JB 呢啲有利，有利唔代表贏嘅，有利只不過係勝算高啫，唔代表贏緊。人嘅實力有差距就，即使你個對決幾好，幾好打都好，你都係會死。
In Street Fighter V, and coming into EVO, Punk even said, Tokido is the only person I'm worried about, and I think that got to him. And so when the grand finals came, he kind of cracked a little bit. And so Tokido ended up taking it, obviously, famously. Fighting games are something so great, you know. But, you know, those two, I mean, that was the rivalry that year. That established the Punk
versus
Keto storyline.
DJ 個 full loop 係傻，咁你可以用嗰個，咁就可以跳埋去 loop 嘅。而家角色都係前面就算啦。
Next one we have coming up includes one of the players many of us identified as one of the favorites to get through this.
太勁啦啩！啊，卡基魯對 JB。哇，第二個即係會贏嘅角色，第二個會贏嘅即係冠軍頭部應該係。如果佢入埋呢個 LCQ 位，我覺得佢可以有機會贏。佢有機會會贏埋呢個希望級都。好啦，咁啊放波。咁啊對決我睇係冇得打嘅對決，我經常話輸咁多年嘅經驗。咁啊掠咗埋去，跟住之後打個關鬥，再重轉上天啦，唔使諗噶啦。咁啊用個，因為始終靚，咁啊 watch 過去見到呢段嘢之後再靚。咁啊嗰條卡基雷係咁用 parry， 睇下有冇辦法可以 parry 啊。咁啊啱埋牆，都用唔到，再起上 parry， 又俾人再打多次。呢一波係一燈係冇打過機啊，卡基雷。咁啊通埋波頭又打中，咁啊用呢個呢個大鑊啦，呢個 meet 波頭之後就呢唔出喎。咁就成功達到對面個 parry。哎唷，咁啊見到踢走咗個風，跟住之後 parry 唔到就即刻 rush 過去啦。如果唔係咧就俾人打㗎啦。咁啊重腳擋咗之後咧就嚟啦 parry 之後又嚟啦。咁就開 level 2，咁啊削到對面嗰個 burnout 先。再波拳黑手指啦，唔使諗㗎啦。咁啊揀嚟啦呢條開始，咁啊中段打中，咁啊再嚟，再用 impact 打落去，咁啊見到對面冇反應，對付個 impact 就死咗啦。咁啊呢啲叫強姦咯，即係 JP 想殺你嘅話咧，就可以用呢啲方法夾硬殺你。我都覺得係屈機嘅，咁啊唔緊要，我呢個二都勁，冇開翻呢個二先。咁啊前嘅時候俾人空手入白刃，死咗呢個二。哇 ！Rush 再加呢個風嘅 buff 咧。嗰個前重腳係勁快嘅，咁啊 JP 冇升嘅關係咧，所以就食呢個。咁啊原地跳 super 成功打中，咁啊俾晒所有氣啦，咁啊再用呢個 OD 嘅升，咁啊再加埋氣流嘅 buff 嘅話，就可以 cancel 反波腳，最後第一個 combo 打死對手啦。戰狼一燈，先到一波啊 JP， 咁啊成功用下中拳接到 JP 嘅 rush， 咁啊俾一套 combo 之後將佢打埋上。黑手指，咁啊，送喺頭上面啦，咁啊，再用個人屈佢，咁啊，我係爭啲 cut 到，爭少少，重波拳，咁啊 TC， 咁啊懟落去，咁啊再碌過去嘅時候咧，呢邊 parry 就打佢，咁啊用個赤風，咁樣就如果對面咧用下中拳截咧，就會食個風啦。成功，光之戰士成功啊，發揮作用啊！大鑊啦 ，burn out 咗，但係俾塔基魯用個跳攻擊。翻走，咁啊，但係 JB 都差唔多 burn out 咯，咁啊一同我彈下啦，只要你唔好擋到俾對面打中咧，或者係啲攻擊唔命中嘅話咧，咁都唔會 burn out 嘅。但係捱咗幾耐咧，對面 JP burn out 咗，又爭啲俾人佢跳入去，咁啊 JB 壓力大啦，咁啊 Mitty 嘅中段，但係唔夠 Mitty 啊，所以俾人即係 parry 到，咁啊冇人擋到嘅呢個。咁啊，直接攞發呢個重波拳，但係咧 combo 呢個位一定一殺到噶，但係唔知佢想諗咩啦，係嘛？呢個位 burn out 咗，其實好易俾人 come back， 因為 JB 有 level 2加埋你而家 level 0啊，你連呢條飛，咁啊冇事，咁啊 burn out 完會俾煙皮打暈先至少，但係仍然都係。喺板邊都係，唔係喎，出翻嚟咯喎，咁啊呢個血量咧其實可以等夠鐘噶，不過 JB 我諗應該都會，但係應該都會間衝埋嚟嘅，最後就例如用個 rush 嘅重腳，咁就 rush 過嚟嘅時候，咁啊俾地刺插中，始終都係攞唔晒力血啊，原地跳同埋 parry 想到呢對空，但係就俾個，大粒 combo， 咁啊碌過去 hit 咁啊打中，但係冇覆，哦俾人大跳成功，咁就俾卡基雷一個大 combo 打中啦，咁啊基本操作啦，重波拳再搏招，原地跳。咁我睇下裏面做啲乜。咁啊，見到唔知係播緊啲乜啦，見到阿卡基喺度震緊。咁啊 ，take fall 對面點解答出翻嚟先。咁啊，跳開，咁啊做個後搭，就喺度撻手指啦。佢諗，咦 ，Bitty 嘅打嚟喎，撻手指喎。咁啊 ，Perry 成功，跟住之後就衝埋一隻，但係咪 Perry 山塔嚟㗎，所以好大力㗎依個。咁啊，應該 level 2啦，唔使諗啦。咁啊 ，parry 咗開 level 2有啲係，哇！跳咗對面個 Body Santa， 但係條冇第二下，咁啊又喺個畫面，咁啊唔知點解 TC 係唔會係安全。咁啊 burn out 嘅情況下咧，咁就的士嘅前中拳又好啊，波拳又好都係正㗎。哦，咁啊前中拳打空嘅情況下咧，俾卡基雷一個下中腳打 Body Santa， 然後就攞埋個地圈，一對一燈。
A chunk away from building that level 3, so it was definitely still very close, even at that last situation right there. But now we have Kakeru looking a little more confident here.
好，咁啊，生死戰啦，贏就贏呢一波又可以入8強，輸又要落去再落去游下水。咁啊 ，Perry 成功應該達，可以係啊 impact 啊，咁啊呢個係一個都即係。係夠時間嘅，我成日俾人 impact 過。再嚟一個放波，原地跳，咁啊呢個其實戇，哇咁啊俾人跳中啊，咁啊好大力啦。咁啊 TC 再 OD 波，咁啊間望馬上面條氣，咩叫強姦？但係 JP 都唔係散油的燈，竟然可以咁都可以令到自己咁都可以調翻轉到出嚟。Mitty 嘅。呢個想開 level 2啊，但係開唔到啊嘛，反波拳啫，反波拳又俾人打中，咁就搏招啦，跳出嚟，梗係唔會俾跳出嚟啦，俾跳出嚟就死咗噶啦。咁啊，卡基雷開唔到 level 2啊，咁啊，哦，咁啊死咗啦，應該係啦。哇 ，JB 竟然喺呢啲位用個 impact 可以間由死個，又間由俾佢有強制 burn out 變咗做 impact 打向對手。呢個位幾醒，咁啊炸地，咁就可以令到即係，因為炸地係地下飛出嚟嘅攻擊，唔係放波咁樣向前飛，所以個風係唔會抵消到啲攻擊，你可以打到對手。咁啊崩歐咗啦，咁啊點算咧？啊俾 JB 夾硬衝埋去啦，推埋牆，始終咩都唔驚。咁啊，因為你冇嘢做噶啦，因為。到波拳，再連中拳，再揈風，用個 fit 嘅中段，咁啊俾卡基雷睇穿咗，但係仍然到喺板邊，咁啊做個剔風，係，咁啊點算咧？放波，炸地，但係竟然打唔中，咁啊又嚟多次畫面啦。喂，咁啊今次解決咗風呢個問題啊，但係仍然都喺板邊度受壓。哦，打中咗，死唔死啊？同死冇分別噶啦，我諗到，咁啊黑手指，咁就推翻遠少少咧，咁就開始放波法啦喺度。點算咧？咁 JP 應該都係等 rush 啦，冇嘢做啦都。喂，咁啊一下死嘅兩面都，喂跳到個波，咁啊 rush 出嚟嘅時候俾人打，然後波落去，咁啊但係未攞到獎勵血啊！會成功截到對面嗰個 rush， 咁啊卡基雷仍然未死啊！最後嘅最後一彎啦 ，last game last run。喂，咁啊 rush 過去嘅時候，impact 但係個風有2 hit 啊，所以就 impact 唔到。仲仍然parry唔到對面嘅原地跳啊！哎呀，咁啊輕拳打個對面搶制啊，咁啊 level 2啊。咁啊，第唔知幾多次都可以中段打中，但係個風有啲遠啦，搏唔到招。但唔緊要，用拳腳搏晒佢先。成功 parry 咗對面嗰個踢風。好啦，咁啊唔俾對面包你，呢個機會停一停，打唔停。哎呀 ，parry 達到對面嗰個，哎呀，成功跳咗對面嗰個 JP 個死位啊，咁啊，卡基雷殺出。
like I mean, this is.
咁啊，估唔到啊 ，Rashid 竟然贏到 JP 真係犀利。千德咁就呢啲位竟然咁樣撞爆佢攻擊，再一個 Mitty 嘅中拳，一個再前打，再前打。我而家玩柔道，加埋呢副2號就幾好，同埋好多時都阻止到卡基聊開呢可以 impact 啊，或者用嗰啲，或者用反好俾對面開，幾好。咁我又唔好信。
One of the best routes over here and a really good opportunity to take this tournament here. But now he's going to have to do it from the loser side now. But keep in mind, I mean, Packard is obviously amazing. And so he's basically going to be such a danger down there in that loser side of the bracket.
No doubt about that. But yeah, very interesting decisions in a lot of these cases. JB had great baits here and there. He had made great defensive decisions a lot of the time. This was a perfect example of it.
That was such a crazy defense. And then just the flip to get to the other side, the punish counter on the throw to burn him out. And then it was just that one little mistake.
白姐組同拜差唔多啦。
In large part, played so well.
因為白姐組打多好多場，自己嘅機會都多。
This is still month 8 of this game.
Right.
We're making mistakes. Like players are making mistakes. So this is not going to be like, you know, what it's like when we're in year 8 of Street Fighter 5, right? The mistakes are happening. And to be honest with you, it's a fascinating period of fighting games where the players are still making those kind of mistakes. And, you know, it's just, it's that human aspect of it that's so fascinating to me.
There it is, man. JB sending Kakaru down, crouching fierce.
好啦，第4場 Pop X 對 Junior 就都係 J 都係咁就一個 Banker 對 Banker 對
Very interesting either way, both in terms of history, characters, lots of different stuff could still come up, and we haven't even talked much about the losers side yet. So lots of great stuff to come on.
All right, but once again, look, you guys are getting some amazing action here. We've had all these matches down to the final game, final round already. All of this stuff wouldn't be happening without all of our wonderful partners here for Capcom Cup. And we're going to be starting off here with Max Factory here.
有冇人真係會買呢啲之後自己游？定呢啲係自己游㗎嘛？係即係唔係現成啊？
Co-creator and designer who brought Chun-Li to the world, Akiman.
雞蛋高牆。
Based on an illustration by Akiman at the request
Banker 都唔係好雞蛋啫。有 Kimber 二戰底。
Originally published in 2022. And so this new full-body version of the illustration that shows Chun-Li's beautiful and dignified standing pose from head to toe was created specifically for this project and will be faithfully brought into figure form by Japanese figure manufacturer Max Factory. This figure is set to stand at an impressive 300 millimeters in height, showcasing highly detailed modeling throughout. And so directly communicating with Akiman himself throughout the production process for the second installment as well, Max Factory is set to bring the original illustration into a new dimension with this high-scale figure adaptation.
唉，我係開隻中亞單機嘅，買啲鳩嘢。呢家嗰個3煲一個廣告咧，我喺度做咩㗎？喺呢個拍哥達，因為佢要買呢個 sponsor 嘢，買呢個先。贊助最重要。
Pagoda snacks over there, not just the egg rolls, pot stickers, everything as well. So you can also put the pot stickers in.
Let's put the egg rolls in. All right, we're going to take a short break. And when we come back, we're going to come back with, on winner's side, probably and then we're going to head down to the loser's side where things get even more dire. Stick around.
3波逼咪即係，咪即係3波逼嘅咪嗰個 因為好即係好即係好似未完就停咁嘅感覺。睇到 V 皮冇乜搞，呢排都冇乜搞 V 皮。好攰嘅搞 V 皮，要諗一堆，要諗下整乜好，容易。
Seriously, I'm not interested in whatever you're pitching.
呢個幾高要求啦，對 V 皮。
Want me to punch a hole through you? So, just who are you? You need to learn to stop pissing me off! I knew there'd be more of you. Let's go! Ring the bell!
唔係，即係講好中意咧，無啦啦會同隻星座出嚟。即係明明咧隻角色，即係明明隻角色係，即係明明呢個比賽公佈係最好啊嘛，好似無啦啦彈隻角色。好打比方，咁新嘅呢啲。多數蘇打餅就佢就咁食嘅啫，好少會溝嘅。今日打完㗎啦，今日打完啦。就在今天。
Welcome back to the Capcom Cup LCQ Top 16. We are here at the analyst couch, fueled by Pagoda, and I am joined with the reigning and defending Capcom Cup champion, the only two-time Capcom Cup champion of all time, Mina RD. What's up with you, bro?
What's up, Goat?
Hey, look.
Look,
What's
up, right?
Oh, Goat.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, I can't say that. Justin Wong told me I can't say that word no more.
All right, man.
Yeah, so I'm just going to forego that part, but I appreciate the compliment, brother. You know, first and foremost, man, how does it feel? What's the pressure like in general or the confidence, whatever, being the person that is the defending Capcom Cup champion?
You know, there's definitely some extra pressure, I can't lie, because you feeling like you got to defend what's yours. You know, I feel like this tournament is mine, and I don't want anybody else to take it, but it all comes down to how you deal with that pressure. You know, I always had the pressure ever since I was born. You know, I had the situation, I had to come up. I always had that pressure, so I'm used to it. You know, it's nothing new. It's something I actually enjoy. If I didn't have that pressure, it makes me feel makes it feel
so you
bland.
out of place or something like.
Yeah.
Okay, and as far as your journey to even make it in the Capcom Cup this year was crazy, bro. Yeah. Evo, you go up there, you play phenomenal, and just barely don't qualify. Angry Bird takes it and gets first place, and then it was France, I want to say, that you got second to Chris Wong.
Yeah.
You get second there, and then you got to play in, I would say, the second hardest region, CPT region.
Yeah, I would say that too.
Yeah, behind Japan and CPT East, and you end up winning. But what was it like when you were just barely not making it? You almost didn't qualify, even though you were the most consistent player in the world.
I'm gonna be real, Rob. I was okay with the idea of not making it in. I was okay with that. The only way you can deal with that pressure is being fine with it. I was like, if I don't make it in, it's all right. You know, I'm still man RD. I'm still gonna do my thing in the LCQ. It don't matter. So that helped me
即係我覺得嗰隻係
not
好
deal
好
with
甜
that
好
pressure.
甜嗰
I
隻
was
朱古力，
playing like I didn't care. You know, I went blanc all the way in the
我真係食金沙嘅，唉，真係食
Yeah,
金
you
沙
know, having the people, the environment telling me, yo, you're
好少
still
會
the
食其
best, it's
他
all
朱古
good.
力。
That helped me a lot too.
Okay, and so which one of your Capcom Cups was more special to you?
收埋廣告，
Tough.
可能
Or even if it's not just one.
Let me
it
tell you
feels
something
like-
about that. Let me tell you something about that. The first Capcom Cup was probably the most important one because it changed everything. But I didn't know
都係跑
what
埋
I had
呢個
did.
做埋呢個咩嗰
I
啲
did it,
叫
but I didn't know what I did. I didn't even understand.
We can see it on your face.
Yeah,
after
I
you-
was
大貨
like,
嘅過
what
主，
happened, you know? But the second one, I knew what it meant because I was feeding for it for 5 years, you know? And it wasn't as impactful to my life, but for me, it meant the world because I was waiting for it so long, you know? So I would say the second one, but it's the most recent one. I might be biased, you know?
Okay. So now I got to ask you about something that's kind of heavy. I don't even like really bringing this up on stream, especially a sponsored segment. I don't even know if we can talk about something this scary, but Group F, Ringe, what he did to you. Yeah. Why are you looking at me like that?
Nah, finish your thing.
Yeah. So with Group F and everything, bro, like take us through what was going through your head while you were watching the draw. You even said you had a dream that we.
依家咧講太多廢話
I
咧
did，actually
冇
have
瞓着啊！我
I
驚，
had a dream
因為而家好攰，
about that group, and it felt
唔可以
messed
講
up.
太多嘢。
But at the same time, in that dream, I dreamed that I made it out. That's the
Okay.
thing. I dreamed that I made it out because, of course, I'm gonna be confident in myself. But I saw the group. I felt really sad, and it's not because the group was hard. It's because Kava is there, and Angry Bird is there, and I wanted that to be in the finals.
我食未食佢都係中意打漢堡喎，以前都會食呢個呢個，
Thinking like, damn.
我以前都會食呢
Boys like that,
個
you know, that's it. I'm not thinking
珍寶
about. I'm
但
not
最近
worried
個
about.
魚香餅我覺得幾
Pull
得
this
意，最近
off.
如果魚香餅好
I
甜
don't
嘅
care
幾好
about
食
that. It's。about, damn, my boy's gonna be out early, you know.
咁我試咗食呢個豬柳蛋漢
Made
堡
some。plans about like, you know, what I'm gonna buy for them, and it's all good. It's all good. I got some good vacations ready for Angry Bird and Kava, like they my boys, and yeah.
Okay, all right. That's how you talk when you that guy. And people like, oh, why you say he? Okay, now of course we got to get back to these phenomenal top 16 matches. So last thing I'll make just quick and easy. Who do you like in this top 16? Outside of just your homies and stuff like that, like you know, you just saw how Dope Punk is playing. JP beat Kakaru.
Well, I came in a few minutes ago, and I was saying, nah, Tokido and Kakaru looked like the favorites, and look at what happened
JP
just now.
ain't here, none of that.
And Punk looking lights out, so I don't know. I don't know who's gonna win, but I feel like it's feeling in the air, like it's coming home. You know, it feels like USA is gonna take it. So
Okay.
let's see.
珍寶
Man's like men of RD, ladies and gentlemen. That
最
is
大
it
分
for
別咪
us
就
here
係炒
at
蛋
the
同埋
Endless
煎
Couch
蛋。
Fueled by Pagoda, and we're gonna send things over to Ultra Chin.
Great to hear from him, and looking forward to the group stages, which are going to start on Wednesday. Thursday and Friday is where they continue to, and then the final top 16 will be next Sunday for Capcom Cup. As you mentioned, we still have one player to decide. We don't know the whole list yet of Capcom Cup players. This last chance qualifier is where we find the last
魚香
last
餅
winner.
有時都想食
In the top
嘅，
16
不過
matchup will be Problem X
不過我覺得好難，我覺得
versus
難
Julio
食。
Fuentes.
Yeah, and what's really interesting about this, you just heard
Easy,
Mena,
Muhammad.
right? He says like it feels like this LCQ is coming home to the U.S. We have 2 U.S. on the winner side of top 8. If Julio takes this, we'll have 3 U.S. players on the winner side of top 8.
Yeah, very interesting. I don't know that people predicted that. Problem X on his way through beat SD Pinoy, MOV, and Moke. Julio beat Nemo, Mago, and Seo. That is one of the toughest paths, and he had it. He made it happen.
AP 對冰，
And he was a killer in doing it. And what a chill guy as well. His personality, I think, is so conducive to.
開波撞佢啦，一口勇氣，咁啊屈佢再做一個打，俾人搞大成功，咁啊對面想 pair 呢個假鬼，咁啊屈咗呢個其實就不過算啦，你都唔知自己噴啲槍啦，咁就開始做呢個彈王，放波，再炸地，再放波，得閒屈過去再壓制，拉翻後咁啊再嚟，呢個拍地咧就幾勁，咁啊對面想打翻去轉頭嘅時候咧就 play 成功，咁就打一個 play combo， 再炸地，咁啊比較想碌過嚟或者想更嘅話就大鑊，咁啊想行過去搭嘅時候俾呢個全部打中，呢個 play counter 就可以屈佢情係啦，對空冇對空啊！咁啊行前打，咁啊點啊？哇！呢個輕拳對空咁新嘅，咁啊冇開 level 2啊？呢要開嘅啦呢個。打中咁啊死咗啦應該。哎呀，唔知係咪搏唔到啊？我唔知。驚搞個 jungle 屬性，我唔係好熟。咁啊炸落去，咁啊吹咗。咁啊，始終咧 Banker 即係佢係將兵好中意一開波用咗兩格氣先，咁啊想回氣啊，唔想啲氣長住100%。咁啊對面搶制，跟住之後就 parry 到對面個 Jet， 始終咁啊大鑊啦，同埋公仔喺地下仲要，咁啊會唔會 impact 啊？有炸中，會唔殺喎？可以 level 1係嘛？係嘛？呢個位其實都同死冇分別㗎啦，講真，因為可以更加 cheap 死嘅，佢啱啱仲可以破埋 level 1，大執。咁啊一開波正頭，因為你次次都一開波撞咧，一開波正頭就對面想 parry 就撞，話 parry 咗對面嗰個公仔之後再壓制。咁啊 impact 落去，咁對面用個 parry 截咗佢，但係 ban 到自己啊，有啲尷尬。咁啊鳩 impact 啦，咁啊睇下會打中佢，但係打唔到佢。咁啊行埋打，打中，但係有啲遠啦，重拳打唔中。咁啊再用呢個撞嚟當自己喺度都撞你行路，但係打唔到對手 parry， 但係做唔到嗰個即係做唔到傷害，但係。咁啊用個重腳喺度截啊，又 parry 成功。哎呀，但係有啲遠啊，所以因為佢行咗一步啊，所以嗰個攻擊打即係唔係 combo。咁啊成功個自重腳截到對面嗰個前挑，搏掉啦。哎呀，上升對面攻擊，咁啊攤手指會死，應該死喎。唔使咧，佢1000冇機會。唔緊要，出咗好過唔出。咁就留下鋪先。呢邊成日咧就係明明咧打得好差，但係可能一個機會就殺咗對面。即係對手攞4、5個機會咧，係咁削血咁射都好咧，都係唔夠 Banker， 都唔夠 JP 一兩套 combo 追血咁勁。咁啊攞個加添。再攞個加，咁啊原地跳，咁啊呢個係破 parry 嘅，咁啊直落，呢段 parry 咧就可以直落，跟住之後再前打，拉埋上啦，咁啊做個壓制，再用個打贏咗對面 parry，咁啊對面 bell 咗，就都唔會開 level 1都冇乜意思嘅呢個位，咁啊做個 combo， 但係唔需要嗰個反波腳啊 ，JP 都俾個 Banker 隻電死啊！咁就下擺打埋咗，成功用呢個下中拳截到對面嗰個 bowling ball， 跟住之後就博招。話對面後避咗對面，後避嗰個打中之後再level 3，咁但係唔到level 2咧，即係可以冇人擋到喎。唔係因為 ban out 咗，想拖時間。咁啊輕拳打中啦，咁啊埋牆直接零距離指令頭，對面冇反應，所以就俾個鏡頭打中，然後就可以下鋪見啦。第3鋪。好，咁啊重拳打咗個 Blue Thunder 之後就耳熟能詳嘅畫面啦。咁啊鏟過去，但係對面冇撳掣咧，俾個鏟唔中，就啱啱一瞬間就埋身就推翻走啦。 但係咁炸地炸到對面嗰個 ring ball， 咁啊想用傳送門推過去嘅時候，俾阿 Banker 打中。哦，咁啊呢個 Blitz Hunter 就可以打到個大 combo。Jimmy 成功，再俾人打埋牆。Banker 仔壓制啊，咁啊俾個 Banker 仔嚟啦，跟住之後再過招，但係未死啊，有冇射㗎？唔失憶，咁啊直接搶制，但係俾 Banker 一個呼擊 BT 打中，咁啊俾人搏招殺咗啦。冇對哭，咁啊俾 Banker 直接開 level 2，加 fit， 咁啊今次又周到對面嗰個，即係周唔到對面嗰個防守習慣，哇零距離炸地，咁啊俾人打中啦。好，咁啊最戇鳩嘅畫面出現啦，用個 OD 失憶，咁啊呢度4000，仲可以搏埋嗰個 C 就真係5000幾啊！呢度幾大力啊大佬！我用打壓你，俾人打5000幾，呢個知。喂，咁啊跳開嘅時候對阿北北冇，喂，哎呀大鑊啦，死咗啦應該。就搭空氣，跟住之後俾人呢個攻擊，bah！搭空氣，跟住俾人一個肩平踢波落去，然後死咗。我 Max 晉級。好啦，頭4場 winner side 4個出晒啦 ，Top 8 Tokido、Top Max、Pump 同埋 JB 呢個。
It's gonna be good. Oh my goodness! What a list of names in that top 8 winner side.
LCQ. It's hard every time, but this time in particular. Nice.
同埋 JB 跌晒落去 ，JP 跌晒落去真係好啊，冇 JP 嘅最好。
Weirdly enough, it missed
the
Blanca Chan, but like I said, he turned it into a shimmy attempt, which was so nice. And then,
And then poor little Blanca Chan doll just hung out there for like the next 30 seconds.
不過鏡頭真係揸得幾陰手，對手唔覺意又對手唔同咧喺外景嘅時候中咗。
I felt like Problem X played really well when he was burned out. Came up a couple of times.
So this one, see how he fell to the other side and still had that combo ready to go. So nice. Unless that was his intention.
Yeah,
to walk
he went
under.
to the other side, right?
Yeah.
To get this kill, he needed that corner. But really good awareness.
啊，咁啲，唉，真係。
But like I said, Julio was playing.
已經睇咗呢個1/6。
1-1, giving Problem X his first game loss of the weekend, completely with that command.
In such Julio style.
Exactly.
Marisa 都係得。
I had been commenting
that,
this weekend, this whole entire weekend, at least on stream, OD Amnesia has not been having the best success rates here, but then Julio finally managed to get that big 70% damage and then still didn't even take the round, unfortunately.
Yeah. That could have been a much bigger moment.
Yeah, like right here, look
here
at this. You see this big damage here, but this is exactly why everybody hates that move so much. Look at that damage, because he called out your meaty throw.
Why'd you throw?
That is brutal.
You didn't need to.
Oh man, I'm just laughing at Ringe over here.
What?
JP 就係咁入戰。
That's what top 8's going to look like. We're going to have that later on today. We're finishing this whole thing today. We're not waiting for another day, everybody. This is happening later today. So we'll be top 8 winner side, Tokido versus Punk, and then JB versus Problem X. The rest of this segment here, it's going to be in loser side.
加入佢呢個嘅畫面，
Top 16.
咁就到下面啦
We're going to have Noah versus Jen.
唔知咩人對穿肉啊，睇唔到。咁啊，小寶對 Aqua，BB 對都唔知咩人，無奇對靚魔。
Two people who can very much just maintain that that handle, the prodigy, right?
Right.
Again, Zen with that run. I mean, if he makes it out of LCQ this year, he may have the most impressive back-to-back run, ever at a Capcom Cup. Even if he, like let's even say he gets second place here, right?
Yeah.
Let's say he gets second place.
Yeah.
Still probably one of the most impressive runs at a Capcom Cup without making Capcom Cup in the second year.
Good way to put it. Right. So Noah lost to Tokido. He beat Alex Myers and Lord Venom before that, and then had to beat Kusanagi afterward. Jen he had quite a run, actually. He had to play against Ramos, a really strong player as well. That was round 1, in fact. and then had to beat Xiaohai and Higuchi, lost to John Takeuchi, and then made it through past Bonchan. So both of them already have had tough runs.
Yeah, I mean, this was one of the matches that I was going to be looking forward to because, I mean, you know, Rinj said it on the couch as well, and I joked about it when we found out this was the match that was getting ready to go. These two players are so disrespectful to their opponents. They like to hit buttons when they shouldn't be hitting buttons. And, you know, it's like I said, when you're young, you don't know fear yet. You know, you just haven't, you know, had that crazy life scare yet. So it's just, there's just no fear, right? So
you can definitely see that in Noah's gameplay. I don't know if that's what's going on, but you can definitely see the lack of video game fear in Noah when he plays because he burns himself out more than almost anybody. He's totally content playing without the drive meter. And that just shows that he has this game plan where he needs to get you into certain situations, and he's cool to spend whatever resources it takes to get there. And because he's been in that situation so often, his defense, his neutral game, when he is burned out, is among the best. In fact, oftentimes he keeps playing offense.
Oh, no, yeah. Even. I mean, I don't think Noah cares about the drive gauge.
It's like an extra benefit. Oh, now I have meter to do extra stuff. But like the default of burnout's okay.
Luke is just such a great character. I mean, even in 5, remember, he was a character who could play offense or defense.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And that's the strength here. When he burns himself out, he can obviously play defense with the Sandblaster and still be able to maintain pressure without all that drive gauge to give him time to build back. But, I mean, honestly, though, I mean, I joked about the whole no fear thing and stuff like that. But, I mean, honestly, like, you know, when we interviewed Noah yesterday and he said that his father got him into the FGC because it was, like, the safest place that he can keep an eye on him and stuff like that. I mean, that's real stuff right there. That is real stuff. And, you know, again, part of also, I know so many people in the fighting game community who have said that they'd be in a different place. Not for the better, had they not gotten into the fighting game community. So again, I love what this community provides for these players.
好啦，咁啊放波，咁啊 Lut 打 DJ， 咁啊重格再放波，呢個又係一個二陣嚟㗎嘛。有啲人即係佢可以縮後，又可以放波 OD 波又得。咁啊用呢個下上打兩下，下中拳打中，落招啦。 咁啊撞佢攞個 Mitty 啦，攞 Oki， 但係俾人原地跳想打 Simi 時候，俾人一個下上對空，重佢打中，痛啊呢個，嗱呢個一個都幾成，重佢打到一個 jungle 之後，再用呢個反撲腳，靚聲，我打出去，防波。 埋睇個剔夫，但係對面解答成功，再放波。咁啊踢啊 burn out 咗，但係用反波拳避咗對面個星。咁啊做個剔夫，咁之後咧就可以放波啦。咁啊點解 burn out 咗咧？擋到都好多球員嘅。馬加閃變就出現啦。有個 Simi， 但係對面跳咗出嚟。哎呀，靚聲啊！咁啊 DJ 冇踎低咁啊，要擋咗個對空。 攞條先，咁啊行咪得就解得成功啊！但係自己長過有啲危險，打中一下，但係啲近啦，但係冇確反，咁啊死咗啦。其他個叻學生就死咗啦。好，勁開到1比0啊！咁啊都幾冇得打，我覺得呢個對決，即係嗰個內容，川喐係撳住嚟砌。
The way that Zen plays DJ is so aggressive and so offensive that I wonder if the strategy here from Noah is going to be less effective because he hasn't been able to keep Zen out nearly as consistently.
Yeah, Zen having great practice out there in the Toronto area. Again, great practice.
先，踢腳，但係對面擋到。 再 watch 佢，但係俾個波截停咗啦，咁啊再踢一腳，再放波，再放波，再放波，再放波，哇！再嚟一個腳，但係 watch 嘅時候俾對面用個星彈翻走啊，再放波，咁一日就 burn out 啦，咁依家就基本上擋兩下咧就會俾人 burn out 噶啦。啊見到啊，擋兩下俾，打埋第三下，打第三下可以搏照，不過呢度都冇諗到中，咁啊打中，咁啊擋到都好咧，都係肥個波先。 咁啊偷咁啊基本上重拳再 impact 就冇得走嘅，因為 burn out 咗，同埋你冇 level 1，咁啊放應該 level 1埋尾，有啲球啲低喎好似，我都得。DJ 個傷害係穩笨。
又快又大，又高攻，跟住又即係又唔係好難用。咁就 whiff 咗下中腳之後，俾對面嗰個輕拳打到去。咁啊做個釋放 ，watch 過去再 float 但係失敗，但係對面加成功啊！下中腳踢一腳，點啊？踢一腳，再踢一腳，同埋將佢踢翻去另一邊板邊，踢但係成功飛到，咁就換邊啦應該，唔換邊喎，又壓制起上搶啊！咁 level 2啊，唔出 level 2，咁啊用個下上埋尾，做個 mid 鐵頭埋牆啦。靚啊 ，Haken 打中，咁就可以翻香港啦。就第一個Top 16第一個死亡嘅人，迷之碌。
He is burning himself out and then staying back, and then when he gets his meter back, it spends it immediately with some aggression. And I just felt like Zen just did not
6代穿咗啊！其實呢度都係第5代臨尾嗰年先突咗出嚟，佢都係。你嗰幾鋪幾勁？應該嘅，勁嘅話都知佢邊個啦。
Defensive situations that turned into big damage or pressure or whatever it may be. So he played super great, as he did yesterday as well, again, only having lost to John Takeuchi. Now, next match, VX Bao coming up against Aqua.
If you saw Pool, what was
Aqua 對小寶
that was the one with, no, it was, I think it was Pool E that had like 5 JP players in there, and we had them all going up against each other. So we definitely had that JP mirror, and that's what we're going to be presented with over here. Of course, VX Bao.
I will, yeah. So he lost to Punk, but he also beat Yanoob, Shiraishi, and then Daigo.
Yeah, Daigo was the one that I was going to mention here.
Yeah. Lost to Yamaguchi. He had beaten Jace the Ace and Oil King before that, and then had the double Jeopardy. Oil King send him out to make it here.
That's right. Yeah, but again, we're going to have a JP mirror match over here. And again, Kakaru, remember, has been sent onto this loser side of the bracket. I didn't see where he was exactly. On collision course with you guys yet, because I think he's on the.
我知有啲人要拆掣咧，所以呢隻手損，所以就要包實隻手套，啲手套保護自己。小波冇門票啊？
So yeah, we're going to expect a JP mirror.
有又唔使打啦，有邊啲 CQ 喺上面等。
VX Bao here from China, again that Pearl River Delta area as well.
又係 JP Mirror 啊！平時咧小寶用 Can 打 JP 咁啊，可能覺得佢清楚 JP 打 JP 係 JP 最難打嘅對決。
Yeah, Aqua looked great yesterday. Again, it was only Yamaguchi who looked like nobody could stop him yesterday. Nobody did stop him until today.
All right, here we go. Who is going to be king of JP for this LCQ right now? Again, shout outs to all the content creators out there. Cat Cammy 6.
左邊戴帽嗰個就係阿小寶，白色頭髮嗰個就係 Aqua。哎呀，咁啊，俾打空氣嘅情況下咧，俾小寶掟得埋上，夾硬跳出嚟，但係小寶想夾硬對空對翻佢，但係跳咗喺後面啦，所以就冇咁啊，又有拉面啦，跳入去，咁啊原地跳，對面冇喐嘅就可以下中段打翻落嚟。EC 咁啊夾硬 whiff， 咁啊後避咗對面原地跳，咁啊下中腳直接用呢個斜重腳打落去，咁啊打中情況下咧就搏呢個 TC 啦，咁啊對面失憶，康啲戰士失敗咗啊，咁就搏一套大 combo 啦，呢個可以 level 2添喎。哇死啊應該1、2、3、4仲未完添啊！呢個打中應該仲可以再搏多個波拳，哇間俾殺所有嘅，咁啊精算師啊，咁啊知道呢個血量可以用 level 2殺死。watch 過去下中腳繼續重拳中窩拳再先算，下中拳接中但係冇 pencil rush 啦，所以搏唔係搏到啲咩傷害。可以打得中，咁啊開level 2呢個係打 stun 嘅，打 stun 嘅呢個，咁啊俾殺，哇換埋 B 咁樣偷雞，咁啊脫離呢個 burnout 好接近啦，咁啊應該直接可能自殺算啦，不如，因為呢個位拖落去都係俾你儲氣，不如快啲死咗佢算。咁啊，成功用下中拳打中 Counter 就可以搏呢套嘢啦。咁啊，用5階氣將對手推埋牆，攤埋手指，咁啊呢嚿嘢傳送門，咁啊傳送咗咧就唔會嗰個傳送門就唔會引爆，咁樣嗰個都就可以打嗰個 parry 個痕跡，又數中。咁啊，俾人打中嘅情況下咧，應該又都唔係叻佢，咦直接攞化喎，我寧願食大啦咁。哎呀，食呢個好大力啊！鳩唔鳩到啊？鳩唔到啊！但係未死喎，同死咗冇分別啊！但係，喂擋到。咁啊，想等 burn out 完啦，點都，但係好麻煩嘅，其實你炸地嘅時候俾人炸翻轉頭咧，會好容易會即係一吹就輸。咁啊 ，Aqua 先打鋪啊，咁啊，鳩唔到 level 3咧就死咗啦。咁啊 ，watch 佢壓制，重拳當鬼，咁啊俾個下段打中啦又，咁啊重佢壓制攞個加 film。哎呀！俾人跳到背脊，咁啊間轉移過去，咁啊俾個傳送門打中，咁啊有呢啲畫面啦，屈機。咁啊兩個鬼咁樣就2個傳送門，咁啊變咗4個傳送門，咁啊再俾呢個傳送門打中，咁啊成個傳送門持續個攻勢同埋攞傷害係絕對係1級難。咁啊下中腳打中，咁啊再中入中腳再播嗰個波拳。咁啊揸地黑手指，但係啲攻勢，所以 parry 成功喎，咁就可以換邊。哎呀，想換，真夾硬用 parry 換邊失敗咗。咁啊對面開咗 parry 又攞傷害啦。哎呀，咁啊得到對面嗰個失憶，但係冇打到大傷害啊。冰冰，咁啊隻鬼，哎呀隻鬼唔 connect 落去，咁啊變咗個中段之後。重拳打中，咁啊黑手指就攞個攻勢，哇失憶，但係俾對面出落個失憶，咁啊俾個重拳打到個 punish counter，然後就俾人攞埋咗啲血啦。Final round 中段一開波俾人中段打中，呢好易啦，咁啊都係攞氣嘅呢個，咁啊 TC 再重波拳，boom 攤手指，咁啊搣鐵攤手指就可以搏個傳送門攻擊啦。再攤手指，咁啊個傳送門太攻擊太快啊，所以就做唔到嗰個呢個 Quinty Counter 好少見呢個種，咁啊係咪有 parry 啦？咁就擋咗攻擊先算。但係呢個位仲係喺埋牆咧，就有絕望。打中呢個可以搏招，哎呀咁啊俾個傳送門打落去，擋唔到對面嗰個 impact 啊，咁啊俾個。俾人打到之後再搏招殺咗啦，小寶殺出咪識死咗，翻中國。屈機啊！又3場噶啦喎，就應該由放逼。12場，依家係 Top 16到 Top 8，如果係一個 phase 嘅話咧，就打咗一半。
I think that there's a lot of different stuff going on that is cool. You can really see somebody's playstyle and what they want to go for here. You can take big risks. VXBow definitely did a lot of that. And Aqua, by contrast, a little bit more buttoned up. And so when he went for, I'm sure we'll see it eventually, the round start drive rush overhead. There was no way VXBow was seeing that coming.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily saying this as a compliment to these people, but you know, the people who like we're guys who enjoy the guile mirrors.
That's true.
You know, from
That's
like
true.
Street Fighter 2 days, the really intricate, very subtle kind of thing. And I find the JP matchup very similar to that. You know, and it's fascinating because you know you have the spikes. When you block a spike, you're -2, so the other guy can spike first before you can, and then you think about that, and then they're able to throw out the. You see a lot of times where both JPs throw out the departures almost at the exact same time because it's almost like the Sonic Boom trade. You're trying to get that offensive pressure.
You're stealing
going.
turns from all over the screen.
一啲確實可以冇加可講機制。
All right, well, that's what the losers looks like up there.
有着數有中國人。
Collectibles, which has brought classic and iconic gaming
好人啊！
back to life. They got some real high quality collectible
個值
action
猶如
figures.
身份，又
Big
猶如
favorites,
呢
favorites
個
like Violent Ken
即係
and
真係猶如卡片咁樣。
are up there,
個 title 有一個
as
好
well
項。
as folks including Ryu, I believe it's pronounced. Check out their Street Fighter figures on their website, stormco.com.hk.
Yeah, and of course, did you know that pro players have won more prize money using SteelSeries gear than any other brand? And this week,
又等呢個逼啦。任何地方都係流下有㗎啦，你只要攞到 Visa， 跟住唔知幾多年有㗎啦。但美國麻煩啲咯，美國要入埋，美國要一係就有錢，一係就有。
for making sure that Capcom Cup X can be brought to you guys and give you this level of entertainment. And we aren't even barely through this right now. We still got 2 more matches in round 1 of losers bracket coming up after this break. Do not go anywhere. You do
有錢直接唔開得啦，不過講緊係唔知幾多千萬定過億先得咯。投資移民呢啲，其實歡迎你㗎，你有錢。不過。 即係有錢就唔會問呢啲問題。打到幾時？打到9點零啦。加拿大，我覺得加拿大讀書算係即係未去有錢到嗰個 level 喎。有錢嘅都係去美國多。唉，廁所先。
Plan to fight at all? Quiet.
All right, I'm ready. Your footwork's sloppy. Fists of mine. Behold this body of earth. You are lacking. I'll show you strong. Allow yoga to guide you. What is it? The power of yoga.
I'll show you the power of my kung fu.
I'm ready for you. Just bring it! Think you could break my defense? Got you in my sights. Smart choice. Bring it.
Choose your sibling. It's Angry Bird or it's Big Bird. You can't stand in the middle.
The Middle East Fighting Pride. One of the greatest players throughout the history of Street Fighter V.
都係嘅。
It's just this rivalry. I love it.
因為佢係應該係因為喺邊度住咯，我諗係，但係諗佢都係佢填嘅啫。不如期待下個禮拜即係幾日後 Wing 鋪會寫咩國家，吸引啲。食緊嗰啲咩威化餅，個朱古力威化餅。 買咗一瓶，買咗一箱咁樣，都係慢慢夾。一開 cam 好煩，我要熄咗個 V 屏。咩咪要開多罐咖啡咧？有啲眼瞓咧，都唔係有啲嘅眼瞓。如果係咁播廣告，應該第頭喎。
Welcome back to the Capcom Cup X LCQ Top 16. I'm Hollywood Rob TV right here on the Pagoda Analyst Couch, and I am joined with my man's Team Bandit's own Chris Tatarian. What's up, Brody?
What's up, brother?
What's happening, man? So right now I'm talking with T pretty much, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you know, so first and foremost, I got to ask you about
家陣係5比2嚟嘅喎，死仲有。
The Team Bandits. We're gonna start off with a bang.
耶穌當年，
We're gonna fast forward straight to
耶
that.
穌當年搞自己方都係靠家陣嚟嘅。
Yeah.
It's some of the most
而且仲
petty
有
stuff I ever seen, and I love it. I love it. What was the thinking behind that? You had all the tweets and everything like that. What went on there?
I don't think it was so much of pettiness, but the proper answer for haters.
Yeah.
The proper answer for people that have nothing better to do than just to have your name in their mouths all day. And I actually got the idea from Tom Brady when he won the Super Bowl with the Bucks, because he posted a video of all the news analysts talking badly about him and all these things. It's just the reference that I don't have to engage with all the people every single day. I don't have to let that ruin my energy. But I'm aware of what everyone says. You know what I'm
不過
saying?
有幾隻，有啲有幾隻
The
嘢
best way to respond is
即係牛油味重或者鹹鹹地有幾好食。
Well, and I'm gonna tell you something right now, bro.
唔好整啲奇怪
Right
嘅
here on this
即係
couch,
甜
bro,
嗰
I'm
啲嘢反而唔係。
trying to host. I'm trying to, you know, look at.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to raise your voice a couple octaves, because I can't. My voice don't sound like that.
Oh, okay, I see.
You know what I'm saying?
You want me to yell?
No. I ain't talking about yelling. I'm talking about the whole deep voice thing you got going on.
Okay.
Is that your real voice?
This is my real voice.
This is your real voice. This is how
Yes.
you sound.
Whenever I do the podcast. So
Oh,
if
the
anybody likes
podcast.
that.
This is right. Yeah. So of
Yes.
course you do have the Talking with T podcast and all
Yes,
that going
yes,
on.
yeah.
Okay. So before we so now outside of that, I skip straight to the petty part. But in in all seriousness, man.
Yeah.
Street Fighter League, Team Bandits,
Bro.
like that. You popped
That
off
was-
crazy
that
when
was
y'all
the-
won. Like you got a clutch win yourself personally and all that at the end. So yeah, what was that moment like for y'all?
It was a beautiful moment, and God was with us throughout the whole time. We were praying before Mena and I, we had such a beautiful prayer and such a beautiful moment as brothers, and we just felt
頂唔
the
住。
spirit
三
was
國
with
朱
us,
古我中意食
you know?
明治嗰只咯，
And,
我覺得最好食就係
it was just
明治朱古力。
it's one of those things where it's like in your wildest imagination, but God, you know, he can make that happen
God
for you.
did.
God
即係
did.
幾款都幾好食。有
And
啲啊，即係咩明治
I'm
嘅
still
啫，
living off
士
of
多
that.
啤梨、士
We
多
were
啤梨
still
餡或
riding
者
that
提子餡嗰
energy
隻。
going into the
It was-
finals for this week.
三國就甜到
It's
爆
just
炸
it。was just a beautiful
食幾
moment,
嚿好
especially for
流。
my career to have a win like that. It's been 15 years at
跟住
this.
如果
And
你
that was
加
just
埋
a
啲軟
very,
開入去，就係有
very
啲酸
good
味咧，
moment.
可以中和。
And I'm excited for us to be able to take it this weekend, God willing.
All right, and going back into this whole
你幾平㗎？10
we
蚊一
almost
條
got our
啊！
top 8 rounded out.
大
You
嗰
seeing
啲。
how these results are going? What you thinking about the match so far, or who do you have taking this LCQ if you had to bet on somebody?
It's tough.
Good
Everybody's a
idea.
killer. Everybody's a killer, but I think that Tokido is looking really good
我
right
覺
now.
得都未
I
去
can
到
never count out Tokido.
縮到俾人鬧個 level。
I also got to root for my boy Julio. He could have had a
He
problem.
going crazy. I ain't
He's
gonna
going
lie.
crazy, man. This is Julio. It's the Trinity brothers. So I'm rooting for him to take it for sure.
Chris Tatarian, ladies and gentlemen, you guys all know him and love him. Make sure you guys are checking out the Talking with T podcast and all that.
Yeah, if
And
you guys
will
want
be-
intellectual conversations and you want to get better at the game as well, mentally, all psychology, all of that, then definitely tune in to Talking with T. Our next episode is actually coming out tomorrow with Mike Ross. So I've had Ryan Hard on there,
That's
F
fire.
Champ, and my latest episode was with Justin Wong, and then tomorrow's going to have Mike Ross, and then a very
有
special
卡
guest
我有
as
㗎。
well. So
Absolute bangers, my boy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for us here on the Analyst Couch.
開咗嘅話，你開咗我就
We're
唔係
going
好
to
想
send things back over to
都
Aldrich.
係都求嘢。
Again, that is
Yeah,
going to be
claro.
on Saturday this week. The Street Fighter League Finals. It's Kaba, Mena RD, Chris T, and Xiao Hai.
有咁多日本人，其實個原因係因為
Trying to represent
SF
Street
League
Fighter League
決賽
US going up against
都喺呢度打，
Zero Nation and FA
所以佢哋順便打埋呢
So
個
it's going to be a
Capcom
really exciting,
Black Transfer.
exciting conclusion to the Street Fighter League season. I will say, I've been enjoying the Street Fighter League stuff all year long. So.
Yeah. No, it's always a blast. What top level play? Super cool. Great job to everybody on the hosting and commentary and interviews and stuff as well. Look, we still have more of this LCQ to go. We have only gone through the first round of winners.
你用咗佢之後，再攞嗰啲咁嘅大層嗰啲攪拌翻去。
Not even the second round yet, and the whole top 8 still remains. Coming up next, man, I know this is going to be a fan favorite. Hibiki Lily, the best Lily player in the world. Random Manon, maybe the best Manon player in the world.
I mean, look, you see what he did. I mean, I don't know if that's a question at this point, especially, you know, with, you know, Rita's talking him up and saying how well he does in the Salt Mine Leagues and stuff. And keep in mind, they've also got Luffy out there who is also a Manon player, you know, and if you have someone from the EU telling you that, like, you know, these 9-second perfects don't surprise me.
Right. I mean, look, I've watched a lot of him on Salt Mine and on ICC
好啦
and so
，Hibiki
forth. But seeing him in
對
person,
馬龍我都唔知咩人嚟，
being able to talk over directly.
傳說係咩美國最強馬龍。
He makes her look
咁啊，兩個攬人，
and I am
你攬下我又攬下你。
super impressed when I see that. And on the other side, Hibiki, nobody else makes that character look like he does. Speaking of
有啲嚟個 skin 幾
it
靚
feels like he's
，Office 衫，
always within this like 1/3
個頭搞佢之後就幾靚。
She could do Spire. She has some great button options there. He's always a threat to get in there right away. And for does not have great natural movement speed. He just is always in the right spot, it feels.
我一開波就儲咗個風啦，因為 Lily 咧好中意咧儲一儲之後先放嗰個反波拳，咁樣嘅話佢就唔會俾人 watch 佢。咁學反啦呢個摸下中腳，咁啊有個 Simi， 咁啊再儲風，哎呀靚升，咁啊Lily 個升係快啲嘅，不過啱啱用個 OD 應該穩陣啲，咁啊殺啦要。 兩個中擊再 level 1，攞最大傷害，咁攞到第一彎，都幾一面倒啊！咁啊打空氣，但係冇人打轉頭啊！總曲 ，Parry 成功啦，咁就儲獎牌啦，唔使諗啦。Parry 就係一個儲獎牌嘅方法。指鏡頭打中，指鏡頭打中。 咁啊，呢都係今日啦，係咩人攬？指鏡頭又打中，咁啊，一般儲3個指鏡頭，5呢獎牌啊，都幾大喎！一開波打空氣，咁就俾 Lily 攞個壓制，以上鳩唔到啊，鳩到有計啦，啊攞壓制，點壓制啊？咁啊 OD 咁樣打代咗佢。 哎呀咁啊，Parry 俾人彈咁啊，大鑊啦，好傷呢個上面條氣。喂，咁啊好彩，咁啊中段下段竟然冇擋到我下段，咁啊行後，咁啊即刻行前再搭，咁啊成功攞到個傷害啊。咁啊中擊打中，但係 V 反第二唔係 combo， 因為俾人打翻出去，打中再 level 3，咁啊個獎牌5都冇用啊。 咁就俾嗰個俾 Lily 一面倒嘅一強烈嘅壓制嘅情況下，一個箭頭出唔到。
He's always in your face. He's always there. Like the way he makes Hibiki play, it feels like she's a Russian character. You know?
哎呀，太遠啦！咁啊嗰個好似打唔中，之後就俾人推埋場啦。咁啊下重拳就 Lily 係整到手段嚟嘅，擋咗都可以 watch 佢再壓制。就拼兩下咧，咁啊好易 confirm 到係做定唔做。咁啊儲個風之後咧就指鏡頭啦，再 watch 過去打對面反擊，打中啦，埋牆指鏡頭。 唔會繼續啊！指鏡頭咁啊 ，Lily 係冇喐過嘅。你見到佢係即係寧願食指鏡頭，等火賺中。我打啊 whip 咗啊，咁啊打中啦，咁啊俾晒所有嘅氣，攞資源，然後就攞一得，咁啊呢個幾大失誤嚟，你啱啱講下。咁啊下中拳打到個 wash， 跟住之後再入呢個正入呢個波拳，打中啊又呢個下重拳真係攞嚟 whip 翻嚟一流，又打中，咁就可以搏招啦。咁啊儲風先。 開下，但係對面擋到啊！哎呀，打空氣好危險啊！咁啊，仲喺度立回緊，又打中，再攞呢個獎牌， 呢個兩下，誒又搏中，咁啊壓死嘅呢位，好靚啊！watch嘅時候見到對面，咁啊會唔會轉頭啊？搶制，唔好俾對面打翻轉頭，我壓死，對面都壓死啊！咁啊，中拳搏唔知道打中咧就屈咗佢啦就，哦跳咗，但係唔係跳唔到啊原來係，咁啊對面依反。咁啊 burn out 咗啊，好危險啊呢個位，你夠唔你睇下夠唔夠啊呢個位，夠啊，撳咗掣啊，又打中啊，撳咗掣，不過係呢隻依家呢個馬龍都幾犀利，鏡頭又倒中，呢科二又倒中，啊對幕 watch 一 watch 就即刻反，咁啊唔會俾對面埋嚟壓制啦，搏落去。咁啊中段呢個好勁嘅，擋到都冇乜事嗰度都。咁啊兩面對望點啊？波拳衝埋去，咁啊下段攻擊但係被人擋到。對空，哎呀冇對空啊！咁啊又屈又反佢，咁啊又波個屈實，再反又波個屈實。係今次用 O.D 啦，但係佢又波中一下。咁啊草空，咁啊放埋佢，咁啊唔會俾對面打翻陣。咁啊想衝嗰陣時候咧，俾啊呢個 Lily 嘅再撞中，再攞個加飛，用個 F1推翻出去，咁啊呢馬龍個 F1 又換邊下喎，咁啊5個獎牌啊，打中啊，咁死咗啦呢個位，好大力㗎呢個，5獎牌，即係贏輸都好，佢都有5獎牌，即係證明佢嗰個佢好識得儲獎牌，因為打中冇博照嗰啲人。咁啊下打中，咁啊想第一下，呢個可以 cancel TC 或者師兄球，咁啊2集，啊啲啊嘛，但係 Hebe 又估用咗佢，即係師兄頭，咁啊可以用個輕腳篤翻走佢，又攞金牌啦。咁啊呢個速度15啊，但係冇俾人打轉頭，好似有啲暈。咁啊儲咗啲風，咁啊隨時可以撞過去啦，好似而家咁。咁啊撞車咗之後就可以埋牆。咁啊有個星4 film 星係4 film 嚟嘅，所以基本上埋場 jungle 就可以打中。咁啊攞埋咗血，咁啊 Lily 就依家就 match point 啦。哎呀有啲失誤啊，咁啊打空咗。咁啊 Mitty 嘅後中拳，咁就可以搏招啦。咁啊攞獎，都係攞獎牌緊要啲。哎呀 V 到自己有啲曳啊，啊冇對空，咁啊搶制嚟啦。咁啊加 film， 但係哎呀講唔切 combination 啊，變咗鏡頭。都幾慘，對空冇對空啊！我有對空，咁啊馬龍嘅對空都算幾簡單，咁啊基本上你對空撳佢就，哇咁樣撞到生命去撞喎呢個，危險喎呢個。咁啊埋咗去點啊？應該哎呀未死喎，但係咁樣出會唔係好事咧？好過冇啦，跳埋去，哎呀俾人跳翻咗啦，咁啊麥基狼煙要響起啦，哎呀！但係太近個撞咧，令到佢攞唔到又有利 film， 啊原本係減6嘅，撞完之後減2，再加埋 Mitty 要 Mitty 3 film 先得，都幾難。咁啊打到一下但係冇招啊！咁啊行埋去 parry 打，咁樣就好勁大力，呢個係1.2倍好似。對空，係啊，冇對空啊，好可惜。哇！撞開又俾人反，唔理啦，乜都反啦而家，因為唔想俾對面攞個密場壓制。哦，打中一下，冇精頭啊，冇精頭，又反，咁啊 burn out 埋自己添。哇！呢個，哎呀，俾人咁樣俾人下重拳打中，咁啊叻後3。都幾痛，但係 burn out 未結束啊，始終咁啊！哎呀，避咗個，哇就咁攞撞，未死，哎呀！但係好可惜啊，最後都係俾佢撞中，同埋 Hibiki 竟然咁都冇事，爭啲呀！我嗰隻 Lily 算係咁嘅。chip damage death at that point in time, so I don't think there was much random can do. So that's why he didn't light kick. He knew he had to try to go for some sort of hail. 馬龍有得贏嘅真係，臨尾第5度唔想俾個下重拳搏中你，唔係太想impact 咯，對面邊度？跟住俾跟住俾呢個
offline tournament
即係俾
ever.
呢個
So much to the point that Ryan Hart
Hibiki
texted
跳
you
咗上
and
天。
a lot of people didn't even know what he looked like.
Yep. It was the face reveal a couple days ago.
Man.
Yeah, it's quite a story, and again, congrats to him. But he's here because he won the series that Salt Mine League put on to get him out here in the first place. He did travel out here with Ritas of Salt Mine League. So great work to everybody involved in getting him out here. He put on quite a performance, man.
6支鏡頭有得出嘅喎，你未打過街唔係仲癲啊？街唔係癲2個6支鏡頭 ，Pika
That said, Hibiki is the one who moves on.
Ruby Special 啊，全屏跟住直接衝過嚟鏡頭。
Tough spots, man.
Yeah, not much you can do being burned out like that, except for I didn't see how much meter he had for the supers, actually, if he could have actually tried to challenge there. But unfortunately, that is the end of Random's run over here. And again, definitely want to give a shout out to all.
不過蒙奇對靚魔啊，咁啊春麗對 JP 嘅對戰。
And so there's the list right there.
Oh no.
Oh man, but
well, Yamaguchi versus Hibiki will
Lily 其實
for Hibiki. Now we go down to the
即係 Lily 嘅打法就係好簡單，就係諗辦法儲風啊，之後估。
Moke will come up versus Nemo. Now
有幾難儲啊！但係你嗰個反波拳仲可以一係儲，一係就仲可以搏翻對面。對面 watch 過嚟想截你，你又搏落去。對面因為估對面要估你係咪真係假，然之後用唔用 impact。好啦，咁啊 JP 打春麗，話原本係 MOV 嚟嘅呢個。
And honestly, shout outs to you entering the LCQ. I think that's super cool, though.
It's fun. It's a lot of fun to be able to do again.
I mean, none of us other bums actually entered, so
it's
I mean,
all
like,
good. It's just a fun thing
you know?
to be able to do, man. I do appreciate it. So Nemo, very interesting style of JP.
好啦，開波，放波，咁啊下中拳波中，咁啊到一個好奇怪嘅 combo 啊，竟然下中腳起手，用呢個重攻起手，咁啊 watch 佢先，再放假波，但係對面 parry 嘅情況下，竟然冇衝過去 watch 佢打佢，咁啊開始見到 CPD 屈機下中腳同埋下中腳，咁啊打中，但係冇諗過對面係 Bunny Chanta， 所以冇搏到嗰個。 冇搏到冇放其他嘢，話蒙奇就將佢推埋牆啦，重拳打中，咁啊輕腳吹咗，再喺度係咁用拳腳，再係咁攻擊，打咁啊打到對面空中，咁啊已經死咗啦，唔係喎 ，ban 咗自己咁啊未死喎，推翻出去，咁啊 ban 到情況下咧，咁就哇40多碼，咁啊有魔就嚟有 level 2啊，其實對蒙奇絕對唔係好想見到 level 2。 哦，咁樣車好曳啊！話假鬼燒咗對面嘅波，咁啊放鬼，咁啊 parry 咗對面嘅鬼之後咧，就一個哇咁樣甩 combo 情況下仲可以 reset， 幫啲次次出現啊！咁啊對面成功 parry 咗對面嗰個海膽之後咧，就再壓制，咁啊亂咁攤手指，咁啊俾。 蒙奇推埋牆壓制啦，level 1埋尾，大鑊啦，無限攻呢個，嘣，咁又5個，呢個6個，我用大起上，食咗個6個 combo， 咁啊 Mitty 再鏡頭，咁啊蒙奇都幾好反應喎，第2次俾到個鏡頭。 咁啊有 level 2啊，隨時一下 level 2啊，不過 ban out 咗始終，死咗啦，咁就俾咗前重腳打到個 Punish Hunter， 然後就跪低情況下咧，再打多場。敗足，再用水要腳推埋牆，再天星腳，咁啊攞單。 前打壓制，咁啊打嗰個 Penalty Hit， 咁就俾春麗一套 combo 打埋場，再 level 1，咁啊對面起上 parry， 咁啊俾佢打中，再用呢個乜都好啦，咁啊因為又係呢個其實有少少驚，因為 JP 可以用普通嗰個失憶去打嗰個 impact， 咁啊之後就會俾人打轉頭，但係要腳得切咯，炸到我吹咗啊！ 咁啊用個 rush 去打攤到對單吉。咁啊見到對面假鬼咧，咁就即刻 rush 佢啦。咁啊費事俾對面 rush 嚟打你。又下咗佢打中，叻可以啊要3-4，唔叻可以喎，做個安跳。後中腳打中，咁啊死咗啦應該。可以除呢個耳機，幾犀利！一個後中腳都唔係 confirm 嚟啊，勁快。咁啊蒙 K 成功輕取靚魔，然後就晉級呢個第 round 2啦。個對手係裝太嘅 Uchi。咁啊川喐打就 JP。我係 speed run。So we now move to the
next round of losers. These matches from now on will be to qualify for top 8 in losers side. Julio Fuentes versus Gen will be coming up first. We're also going to have Kakadu versus Aqua, Yamaguchi versus Hibiki, and John Takayuchi versus Moke. So Julio and Gen coming up.
So I mean, basically up until Julio Fuentes was kind of like the Zen.
咪睇多打多場咯，應該會打多一場，3場先至逼我，一場有一場。
The Zen of last year. Zen.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we'll see if he can do it. They both have had strong paths through a strong set of players. It's not easy for anybody, and so.
安呢件事係唔會死嘅，但機會仲喺度 ，GP 係唔會消失嘅。
So again, like I said, if Zen can take this, it'll be one of the craziest runs if he can get into that top 8 and then maybe the deep run into potentially trying to win this LCQ again.
Nobody would put it past him. Yeah, and the way that he played in that match that he just had versus Noah.
Yeah.
Right? As strong as Noah has looked, Gen totally shut him down.
穿咗對 Julio 唔知係咪識啊？你笑得幾開心。
That's what these Canadian players want to do.
That's right. That's what that stands for. Yeah.
我話穿咗都係 JP 嘅玩家嚟，不過又話好似話打啲感覺真係好難打，用 DJ 打算。
I mean, that's where he entered.
打車好難打，用 DJ
嘅。The World Warriors and the CPT Onlines, obviously. So, I mean, that's why his English was so well. I remember after he won. And they asked me to interview him afterwards, and I walked up to him, and I'm like, "Hi," and he just starts speaking English to me, like
not even just English, but like real colloquial.
Like yeah, absolutely.
What's up? He was like, "What's up, man?"
Fluent. And again, like yeah, exactly. I mean, again, listening to a lot of rap music is where he got a lot of the learned how to speak English and such, and. It was really cool to see. So.
Definitely two of the chillest dudes in this top 16.
Right.
This matchup right here.
Yeah.
頂夠邊個？
I don't know if anybody
全登啊！最要登嘅就係讀基度。
Oh man. Again, I mean Julio as a player, I said it a bunch yesterday when he was on stream, but
好似全個唔係隻都唔同㗎啦，有啲要跳中拳，有啲跳中腳。啲人有個表嘅，有時候又問我哋啲蘇聯佬係避唔到。雖然一定要當，因為嗰陣整咗個表出嚟，揾得翻嚟嘅。跟住話呢隻係咁避，嗰隻咁避咁樣。
I appreciate it. Yeah, it is great to be able to do, and it's even more amazing to see somebody at this level to come back from it. We have different issues, but he has. He described it as like a decaying tendon in his forearm.
Yeah, so. Like the tendon's dead.
Yeah,
he
right.
said from like the ultrasound or something.
Right,
yeah.
Right. And yet, as long as he does his stretches and as long as he minimizes how much time he spends playing.
DJ 打 JP。
He's able to.
哇！一開波已經鎖單咗啦！哇！乜都知喎，一波落單之後再指令頭，跳過去咁啊，但係吹咗。咁啊，對面識得 parry 啊，見到都即係對面佢一對面會哇！又踢到一腳，放波。再放波，哇！呢個戇鳩，呢兩個都係戇鳩嘅，一個就6 frame 減6嘅下段嘅，一個就係減息嘅咁。兩個都係佢反唔到，兩個都係減6，再踢腳，再下上。咁啊 ，watch 過去打中，咁啊死咗啦應該。 再唔使 level 1添喎。哇！我開頭咧JP 做咗好多嘢，好用晒，但係俾川玉兩下就吹翻晒啲血。watch 過去再達到，咁放波再睇㗎。哦，俾人重拳打咗個 watch combo， 再炸地，咁放波打翻對手轉頭啊！踢中，哇！對 confirm。我第一次見呢個爽夫可以 confirm 呢個level 3，我而家先知原來可以 cancel level 3。哦，重拳打中，咁啊 level 2啦，咁啊求其搏啦，搏唔搏咁啊推走算啦，竟然搏呢個重波拳，咁啊行埋場，哎呀我跳翻出嚟，但係，哎呀行過去跳前跳唔撳掣，咁如果對面想對空嘅話就會打空。就俾你個下中拳打中 ，watch 過去，再打下對 parry， 但係對手冇達到啊，同埋放波，哦 watch 過去，馬家閃電避咗個對面個放鬼，不過唔知係真定假啦，總之避咗啦。咁啊，哇 Mitty 冇諗過安跳會打中，咁啊食咗個爽夫，我有機會死喎呢個，呢個1，嘭！咁啊，垃圾呢個白痴 damage，Kimberly 冇嘅嘢，跳到，但係跳唔到第嗰個 OD 層嘅。咁啊，重拳又打中啦，又落單，再 Mitty 嘅插地，哇，重腳對空，咁啊忍唔住就升啦，睇腳，再嚟，哇，成功打到對面個失憶，咁啊level 1想打對面 burn out，但係條尾 burn out，再用，喂，咁我 burn out 咁。咁啊隨時嚟嘅 impact， 咁啊我覺得，喂聽拳打中喎，咁就可以換邊啦。叉手指，重拳插地，再叉手指，咁啊中下段打中咧，咁就可以搏招。升啊，好啊，咁啊始終咁樣擋落去咪辦法，就真係升落去。好啦，咁啊有3場啦，應該有逼噶啦。咁啊始終實力有差，即係佢哋兩個之間有啲差距，好難嘅。睇到 cancel 先升，其實有時即係你真係補，你真係攞咗放大鏡補到實一實就得啦，我覺得幾難。喂，指令頭。你話俾我知咪得咯？你同我講下次乜司令頭噶啦，咁樣我話反應咗啦。好啊，照一隻老子。多數你要撳埋個 parry， 跟住食埋嗰個 punish counter。再扣多啲。哦，咁啊，穿咗第一個入咗8 loser size 嘅人啊。
It is going to be JP Mirror again. We saw one there. We did just lose a JP and Julio Fuentes. We lost one earlier with VX Bao, and now we're going to lose one. It's either going to be Kakeru or Aqua here coming up next. But you know what? Before we get to that, definitely want to once again give a little bit of a shout out to all of our sponsors here at Capcom Cup. Especially Uniqlo, who is bringing out a bunch of Capcom-related T-shirts, as you could see over here. I am definitely looking at this Mega Man shirt over here.
要睇呢
個 Ghost and Goblin shirt. Oh my god!
要睇呢個
Monster Hunter
廣告啦，唔想睇廣告啊。
They've got everything that you're looking for,
會瞓着㗎，如果唔係。
Very, very classic Street Fighter 2 shirt with the classic artwork of the 4 kings. From Street Fighter 2, but definitely check out Uniqlo. It's a special collection. This is going to be launched to celebrate Capcom's 40th anniversary. So it'll be available at Uniqlo stores nationwide.
有新衫，呢件係新衫。
Let's put the egg rolls in, James.
Let's put
the egg rolls.
房姐入邊啊 ，BB 書啊，啲嘢啊。
with pagoda snacks.
Let's put the egg rolls in.
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 Let's put the egg rolls in, James.
Let's put the egg rolls in.
We got 3 matches left in the top 16, and we're going to be coming back for that right after this. After that is going to be the top 8. It's all ending today for the LCQ, so stick around for the end of top 16 coming up after this.
開碗咖啡飲先，搞唔掂。唉。
Seriously? I'm not interested in whatever you're pitching. You really want me to punch a hole through you?
沖個涼4分鐘，話你洗嗰啲要洗車喎，唔係沖涼。真係除衫跟住之後俾個水喉啡，跟住出翻嚟㗎啦已。直接沖水 OK 喎，不如擺個水桶喺度之後跳落去，跳翻出嚟就得啦，彈出彈入，仲有啲 RPG game 咁樣。
Welcome back to the Capcom Cup LCQ. It is day 3. We are in top 16.
哇！逼4分鐘逼係，即係如果你嗰時逼人得4分鐘太年輕，你就會影翻呢個畫面 LTV， 然後再吹多陣水，之後先至再轉去占士個畫面，然後先至再打。
How has LCQ been for Zaffarino?
Oh, it's been a blessing, man. I get to do what I love with the people I love. You know, everybody behind.
對愛吹水嘅，對愛吹水嘅。
Okay, and as far as the overall this season, I feel like you have exemplified the term World Warrior. There aren't a lot of players who really have put their money where their mouth is and like went and traveled to the what places have you gone to this year for Street Fighter tournaments?
Just in 3 weeks, I went to Singapore, France, and DR.
That's ridiculous.
That's the most
fire.
I've ever traveled in a short span of time.
Okay. Woo! Yeah. Okay, and what would you say is your favorite event you went to?
So okay, each one is unique in each sense. You know me, I like to be complicated. So, DR was like the most beautiful in a sense of just getting a perspective of the world. You know what I'm saying? To see how people who might have less are just so much happier, you know, and that kind of, because I'm very passionate, but I could be ungrateful because I'm so obsessed with trying to win that I kind of miss the flowers on the journey. And, you know, simple things, man, very simple things. And I'm like, wow, man, these are luxuries.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm so grateful for that. Singapore was just great because it was my first time back in a real intimate environment post-COVID, because Evo's not really intimate. It's like a big event. You don't really see people.
It's not like, you know? It's something, it's its own thing. It's amazing, but it's its own thing.
And so I really, it reminded me why I loved the scene. And then France was my first time in Europe. So it was just, each one was special in my heart. So
But
Journey, man. Zaf, you
love
the scene. But do you love yourself? Because you want to pick low-tier characters, and I don't understand it. I don't get it, okay? How many times do Big Hollow got to call you on the phone on FaceTime or something like that and ask you that? Why don't you pick Luke? Why don't you pick it? I'm trying to understand, what is it that makes you, why not automatically? And I know there's a lot of people out here who love it. They love the fact that you're the low-tier hero. You want to go pick the god. Now you want to mess with Jamie and stuff like that, too. So take us behind at least the short version, because we got to get back to top 16. What makes somebody a low-tier hero?
Dispel the illusions. I've played top tier before. I played Fei Long in 4.
That Street Fighter 4 came out in 2009, champion.
Yeah, but, I mean, okay, yeah, that's archaic. You know, I might have some gray hairs in my nostrils. But I still play top tier. It's not like I don't play them. It's just, the thing is I gravitate to characters that are like expressions of what I like. You know? So each time, I like to reinvent myself. I'm a very dynamic player, right? I went from like a footsies-oriented character to a rush-down, die-kick Cammy, and then zoning, and then now I'm playing, you know, Dawson.
Yeah.
Right? It's just, I like to think of myself like the avatar of Street Fighter, where I want to master every element.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And so, like, trust me, I tried Luke, I tried JP, and they fit my style. But there are things that I, as a player, I have to take accountability for, that I have to strengthen. You know, I can't just jump to top tier and think I'm going to win. That's not how it works.
It's a mindset. It kind of is.
You can get...
No, I'm just playing. No, it's not literally that, but...
You can get, like, carried. Yeah, you know, I'm not going to lie. Like, there, you know, you can have weaknesses, like, blanketed and, you know, covered up or whatever. But just for me, it's a long-term thing. You know what I'm saying?
Long game.
Yeah, I want the staying power, you know?
I respect it.
就揾唔到個選手啊，所以要拖時間喺度。握手啦喎，講完。
We got so many fans out there. You guys need to make sure, of course, you are checking out Zaf's socials and all that. He teaches so many people. That being the case, it is time for us to get back to this top 16. We are almost whittled down to our top 8. We are done here at the Analyst Couch, fueled by Pagoda. We're going to send things back over to Ultra Chin.
I'm really glad Rob mentioned it at the end right over there, but I definitely want to emphasize Zaffarino, one of the great teachers of the FGC. You know, I've often said if you want to learn stuff about fighting games, and it's hard to figure it out on your own, sometimes you need to go and ask other people. Zaffarino, a great person to hit that up with, at Zaffarino1 on Twitter. Make sure you follow him and check out his streams as well. So.
Hey, Zaf, what was the year that...
好遠啊，講緊嘢啊，原來。
Okay, I met him first in 2012. My buddy Robin was running a tournament called Civil War, and I used to live in the DC area. That's where I met him. And I flew back out to DC, and I was taking the bus down to...
你出唔到場咪你贏咯。
took place, and he was on the bus coming down from Boston. He had already taken the bus all the way down with some friends, and I met him and a couple other people at the bus stop. We had our sticks and stuff. It was clear that we were going to the tournament, and that's where I met him for the first time. So we hung out on the bus in 2012. Driving down to Civil War, and he was a young guy at the time, so it was awesome to see. He was playing Fei Long at the time, it's true.
I remember you telling that story. I didn't know that was Zaffarino.
That was Zaffarino.
That's so cool.
1,000 years ago. Cool to see him.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We're moving on into the losers side. Second round now. Kakadu versus Aqua is coming up.
哦，嚟啦，兩隻 JP 打交啦。
Yamaguchi versus Hibiki, and then John Takeuchi versus Moke to wrap up in the top 16 and to set that top.
啊！第二次 JP 大戰，最勁嘅超級機人大戰。
One of the last two JPs that we have here in the bracket at this. Is this the last two JPs that we have?
In losers side, correct?
Because I don't think there's any in winners, right?
You're right. Tokido Punk, JB, Problem X. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
that
so.
happen?
Yeah, we started with 5, and these are the last two here. I mean, it happened because they keep beating each other.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
But here we go. Kakeru versus Aqua here. The last two remain.
好似話啲 JP 死晒啦喎，即係得翻呢兩隻啫。咁啊，開波撻手指啦，用緊啲氣先。咁啊拉後咁又唔好俾對面個傳送門壓制啦，但係自己埋一場，之後就開始俾呢啲咁嘅魔法去攻擊啦。魔法完之後咧，埋身就用物理系攻擊啦。魔法混入，哇！呢個兩面放鬼。好似一個波兩個魔法師喺度互相喺度試探對手，炸佢哋，咁啊炸地先一到對手度底，咁啊放鬼都要直鬼就行過，咁啊放鬼成功，但係個傳送門冇跟住衝擊，炸兩下，再重拳打，哇！呢個真係金啦，呢個無啦啦食咗個重波拳，咁啊仲要食埋呢個parry 添，咁啊撻手指再攞壓制，中段打落去，但係。哇！呢、個炸地嘅，但係照嚟，咁開始啊，咁啊唔衝過去壓制啦，直接就炸地了結佢，都幾醒喎！呢位用 impact， 咁啊都幾陰濕。對面因為就嚟暈咧，咁啊海膽打翻你轉頭都好咧，你暈咗咁你又搏唔到招。咁啊下中腳都火鏡同下中腳打翻對手轉頭啦。咁啊4個輕拳，再用呢個波拳，再前打，咁啊攞個壓制加 fit。再重拳，就一個呢個位就後跳輕拳就 keep 住對西板邊啦，鳩劍平啦，但係有 level 3嘅手真係，咁啊而家錯埋佢啊嘛應該，咁啊應該 burn out 噶啦佢諗，boom，咁啊夠高咁啊可以攤落手指，咁啊應該係 combo 嚟嘅呢個，再攤手指，咁啊推成功，咁啊俾人打翻轉頭啦 ，level 2到我嘅回合啦，呢個應該可以打到對面 burn out 啊係咪？哇！我哋 burn out 啦，咁啊鳩，但係呢位鳩又唔係好事啊，轉頭呢個就好事啦，不過未死咗。咁啊，始終掂好對手之後再 impact 嚟緊嘅啦。不過咁樣俾人跳翻出嚟啊，又要咁啊加 fit， 但係行後咁啊唔好俾對面亂嚟啦，炸地炸中啊 Aqua 先攞一鋪。咁卡基雷呢個冠軍後補要 top 8入唔到。前得，咁啊俾個炸中，再炸一下，咁啊後邊有3個傳送門，唔知飛去邊啊傳送門，炸落去，再重炸地，再傳送門，再嚟。咁啊插地，再放呢個鬼，再插地，再插地插中，咁啊放傳送門咧就即係有個空隙俾地方插地，咁啊開始就呢個遠距離嘅魔法大戰啦，兩邊喺度鬥放傳送門同埋放鬼，邊邊可以掂到第一下咧？基本上，哇呢個勁喎呢個，咁啊物理係攻擊啦，開始衝埋打，咁啊一勾煙皮落去，但係因為始終都係 fail 咗，雖然佢可以用呢個失憶，但係有啲難，但係唔係好快。打中，但係打中咧，所以就唔係 combo。因為 Mitty 嘅炸地呢個就唔得啦，呢個因為佢一直係可以有呢個打擊無敵嘅，冇呢個魔法無敵，一物理無敵。咁啊下中腳，咁啊變下中腳打翻轉頭，咁啊做個 delay 嘅重拳，但係對面冇反應，亂唔中，咁啊集中腳打咗個試入之後就可以搏招啦。但係我車就翻嚟，咁啊 Perry 就喺頭，Perry 係確反嚟，幾犀利！好啊，哇！即刻用個跳中腳打對面，咁啊中咗個中段，咁啊應該死咗啦，有level 3啦喂，卜一。
And bring us to a tie, 1-1. Who will be the last JP I mean, if you talk to most people, almost everybody would probably say Kakeru is the best JP on the planet. You know, we saw that at Gamers 8, we saw that at EVO. Can he prove it here? And take
哇！摁下摁下咧咁啊，裏面哇！呢兩個真係大家都知呢個係確反唔到嘅。馬基雷周到對面嗰個 parry 啊，咁啊先打用個 punish 打一打。呢個痛啊！呢個咁啊，用個 rush 嘅前衝腳突破招，之後再打中咁啊！哎呀，呢個唔係 combo， 咁啊再 TC， 咁啊攞一打中喎，打中就可以攞單咗。咁啊假鬼在前頭，咁啊打到對面個 parry。咁啊 parry 咁啊，喂，光之戰士又中啦！唔得啊！呢個 impact 打中對手，打中都冇用啊！咁啊都會俾個海膽炸死。咁啊又放鬼又 watch， 咁啊 watch 嘅情況下打 parry 嘅，但係如果你估對面 watch 嘅話，就等對面 watch 之後再用個拳頭，即係用嗰啲拳腳截擊都好時常出現。咁啊前搭呢個後搭，咁啊後搭就可以撻手指有安全嘅。啊 level 2，唉，嗰個成個呢個光之戰士就出現啦。咁啊呢個確反嚟嘅，咁用前衝拳再打一個，咁啊嗰個海膽就 connect， 然之後博招，之後就博level 3。咁啊 Mitch 嘅重波拳啊 ，parry 成功，我打翻對手轉頭啦。但係呢個位血量相差優勢好大，都有啲難度。有個 tick fall， 炸地。哎呀 ，whip 咗個 lockdown， 呢個斜重拳之後就俾人一個下中拳 punish 殺咗啦。黑手指同埋一開波就黑手指，就將對手推到後少少。咁啊係咁 parry， 但係冇乜回報。如果係咯海膽，要一個海膽添。咁黑手指再喺度炸啦，就炸3下。咁啊有時咧就炸唔中佢咧，就可以對面嗰啲對面氣。咁啊放波嘅時候咁啱俾對面炸咧，咁咪攞落單。哎呀，咁啊重拳打空嘅情況下，俾下中嘅打中，但係唔係 combo 啦。哎咦，又一下，哎呀 ，with 對面咁樣避咗個下中拳折，都幾大，都幾痛啊！對阿葵嚟㗎呢個位，boom，咁啊攞傷害，咁啊唔埋牆。今次佢會做個中下段陣 ，burn out 咗啊！咁啊，你有辦法可以要到對面嗰個，打中，但係冇乜用啊呢個位。咁啊後跳跟住俾人個前跳輕腳打中，咁啊一下隨時一個重拳點係死嘅。哇！太早啦出啦，哎呀太早出啦，所以嗰個佢打唔到對面，打唔伸對面。咁啊下中個右波中一下，夾硬衝埋去啦。哎呀俾人打中一下。但係未死啊呢個位，咁啊隨時到你 burn out。哎呀，你又今日啊，俾失憶打中，大家都知道，你都知呢招屈機咧，你都知招屈機咧 ，OD 失憶埋上，俾人確反。
Good old EX Amnesia。
呢啲回家都有今日啦，你呢個 OD 失憶埋場打翻轉頭。
What a good fight! Come on, right? I mean, honestly,
yeah.
Such a good fight.
This was great. I don't know that many characters get a great conversion in that situation.
Yeah, especially if you get knocked away that
right,
far.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Oh man. But yeah, just
so
much
knowledge
from these two players. Obviously, they know.
嗰啲位唔諗後邊啊，失憶一係中一係唔中，中就贏，中就輸，都唔好諗 burn， 即係嗰個位決定咗勝負啦。burn 之後嘅攻勢唔係好重要，因為都已經完咗。
That means that, as you mentioned, Kakadu moves on into the top 8. We only have 2 matches left to decide for this top 8. It's by the way going to be Kakadu versus Jen in the next round.
其實之前嘅卡基魯已經放生咗一次嘅，臨尾即係臨尾個燈嘅時候咧，其實係 burn out 嘅情況下，仲要係 Aqua 係冇必殺技嘅，其實卡基魯可以重拳 impact 就死嘅。 但係佢冇做到呢個位咯。右下角睇1-0啊，不如跳翻出嚟，幾曳啊！
Almost did take it, but came down to this grab. If he had that grab, that's probably enough to kill her. It's like very close. So
好啦，之後就 Yamaguchi 對 Hibiki 啦，日本內戰。
Now Yamaguchi versus Hibiki, as we have entered an all Japan affair on this side.
You're right. You're right.
What will be top 8? Yamaguchi versus Hibiki coming up next.
Dang. Okay. So what can Lily do to DJ? You know, like again, I mean. On paper, I feel like, you know, DJ does well against Cammy, but Punk obviously showed what he was capable of.
Right.
On paper, you feel like what can Lily do to DJ? I mean, like, right? But
every time I see Hibiki play, it's not that I learn something new. It's like I see it used differently, you know, or like there's some timing that he has. It's like a little bit different, or like a little spacing. It's like a little bit different than everybody else. So I can depend on him for knowing exactly what to do with his character. We'll see if that's enough. Obviously, Yamaguchi is.
Hibiki 對 Yamaguchi 啊。
One of the toughest things about Hibiki, it's like kind of how what you said about random, right? I watch them play it, and I'm like, I want to use this character.
Yeah.
They make the characters look so fun and so much stronger. And like you're like, okay, I get it, I get it. But I mean, honestly, then you try it. It's just like you can't replicate it because it's the decisions that they make, the choices that these top players make are just so good.
Again, to go back to the idea of somebody who's really strong with their character and making them look faster.
Yes.
If you were to pick Lily and walk around, you feel like you got a mountain tied to your legs. And yet he's always in the right spot.
好，咁啊嚟啦！
呢
個就硬物加閃電，一個前攞風去撞鳩人，邊勁啲啊！咁啊放波，再踢一腳，咁啊基本上呢個係基本嘢嚟㗎。放波中腳又踢一腳。有咁啊嗰個爽箍打唔到對手，踢腳再屈過去。
Right back in is Yamaguchi, really trying to take it directly to Hibiki. Now go back.
放波！我加 feel 再放波，哎呀，哇！直接反波拳錯車落去，咁啊對面後食咗啦，咁啊儲咗3格啦，咁啊隨時可以撞噶啦。
Suddenly no max out。
咁啊呢一格但係標唔到，打咗個避咗對面嘅打翻咗轉頭，所以正頭咁啊，但係避咗邊對咗之後咧就俾人打轉頭啦。咁啊 Lily 就可能有快啲嘅升咁啊，跳嘅又唔係幾安全。正頭波中，咁啊揸一下，咁啊對面估對面先頭，但係估唔到對面撞，屈過去再正頭成功攞第一鋪，都幾進取嘅打法啊！哇！咁樣對面 whiff 咗個攻擊。有冇打佢啦？加菲又撞，有風又撞啦，唔好諗啦。又想重風，但係俾對面個波打停咗，又可以撞一下。得Simi，但係對面唔喐，再撞，對面成功咁啊！用即係減 film 就嘅，一隻 game 都係減3，即係同加3冇分別嘅。你壓咧就俾人哋 PVP 嘅機會，夠煙皮落去，咁啊呢號3啦。好1-0，都幾一面倒，無啦啦俾人一個。無啦啦俾人一個 impact 撞死咗，Yamaguchi 攞住3格氣流俾 follow， 跳到啊！一開波就有個好嘅start up， 哎呀對面行得太後啦，先頭打唔中。喂，咁啊原地跳咗對放波又可以撞落去啊！都幾強嘅攻擊，原地跳嘅時候又可以補波。咁啊嘈風，咁啊嘈咗風咧就有 OD 個撞咧就係過波，攞晒3格啊，又跳到啊！呢邊乜都估啱啊！咁啊跳埋去，再下重拳，對面擋到，後靚色再撞埋落去啦，大力又係 match point 啦，今次 speed one 喎有啲。 咁啊加偏，咁啊對面想行後咧就食咗個下段，下上但係嘈唔到啊。踢腳又中，下中拳打中，咁啊搏招啦。踢腳，咁啊攞加偏撞，見加偏就先應頭啦，咁啊到一對面唔敢喐，再撞，但係對面用個 D 反打翻出嚟。再嘈風，再嘈風兩格。哦靚啦，咁啊報到對面個放波。雖然的士對面，哇！咁我先頭打中，咁啊爭一下死啦。哎呀，俾人用呢個 rush 夾硬車埋去之後，再搏招，咁啊成功秒咗啊！犀利犀利犀利 ！DJ 阿麥加閃電定電啊！搞唔掂。
Correctly called max outs. He didn't take a bait on spending an EX wind versus a projectile. He only reacted to when there actually was a projectile. His mix
好啦，最後就將他嘅於是對蒙奇啦。
man grab that he didn't land was only punished with crouching medium kick. So he just had everything going. And again, for Yamaguchi, you don't want to overextend. I understand. That's dangerous potentially, but he did have chances to pressure in the corner a couple times. He built that for himself.
Yes.
A couple of times. Yeah. And unfortunately for him, didn't take advantage of it. Easier said than done, obviously, against Hibiki. But, you know, that's what you want, and he didn't get it. So he is out of it. Hibiki, as you said, in the top 8. One more match in this top 16, John Takeuchi and Moke.
Yeah, and again, for Hibiki... Number 1 on CFN at one point in time, right? I mean, you just don't get there with you know, like, by luck. You know, clearly he knows the matchup. Clearly he studies consistency exactly. Like that is a rough grind trying to get to number 1 on the CFN, man. That not only very, very special people have made it that.
但係都鳩完，對面再一下又俾兩格，又俾兩格，都幾溝。
One of the reasons why Japan does not.
哦，想俾啊嗰啲位。
Bottom tier like a lot of other places do.
Yeah, you are right about that. And we'll see him in the top 8. Now, as I said, John Takeuchi versus Moke is coming up. Man, Moke had versus Nemo.
呢一個位冇㗎，你係職業選手你就要贏，你要打呢個比賽。如果唔係你又唔夠鋪。好咁啊，日本內戰。咁啊 ，John 啊打完 Tokido 就打蒙奇，專殺自己人。雖然去到咁上下又即係你得翻呢啲人可以打。原來即係有人 check 過，見到嗰個 staff 去 check 緊蒙奇嗰個掣。
Yeah, the only person who's beaten him is Tokido, and that was a 2-1. Right, and he had what looked like the advantage for a pretty good chunk of it.
I mean, to say that John Takeuchi is the only person who's actually managed to beat Zen so far, I mean, with the way that Zen has been playing, I mean, that is really impressive, right? And again, doing it with the Rashid, like I said, this character is one of my stories of this LCQ over here with him and JP doing such great work with this character. Are we going to get 2 Rashids in the top 8 and only 1 JP? Is that going to happen here?
There's a Ken, a Candy, there's a Blanca, there's a Lily, there's a JP, as you said, there's a DJ. And there's a JP, and there's going to be one of these. Are we going to get an entirely 8 character?
有波咗係，但係猶豫得滯啦，冇博招啊。咁睇咁下中拳，下中拳就係有啲 loot 味啊。咁啊，下中拳咧係個 hit box 好好 hit box， 喂咁都甩針過。咁啊係咁有冇輕拳啦，唔好俾對面埋嚟。再放個波，再一拳打中。咁啊就拳腳都打咗一半傷害。咁啊再一個達到差得黃血啦。咁我對面可以反波拳喺度睇下。喂 jab 到。就博招，再推埋牆，咁啊行後，咁啊想到 Shimi 嗱失敗，但係對面唔喐啊。不過由後中拳打中，但係冇搏到百裂腳。哎唷，有搏百裂腳就 high 咯，咁啊想即係搏啊，咁啊呢個就安全嘅，咁啊隨時嚟嘅啦 impact。咁啊會一見到嗰個 burn 都即刻搶掣。 一燈先。喂，大鑊啦！呢個變咗下段，俾人打套，咁啊就係呢個 combo 啦。埋牆嘅話就可以做一個，死都唔喐。咁啊，蒙奇嗰個防守幾好啊 ！Mitty 嘅下中拳俾人打到 combo 啊！咁啊，3個輕拳，再打個落單，俾上 parry， 但係對面確打唔到啊！咁啊，今次就打到個對面先，打到個先面，但係對面 finish。哎唷，咁樣俾人打一套，咁大力嘅咩呢個？原地跳打個 finish， 減咁多嘅咩？減40幾，減30幾喎！又俾人打中，咁啊個 EQ kick 再叻可以，呢個都想學下喎，呢個唔係最好咧。哎唷！哎呀，打到，中啊！咁啊大鑊啦 ！EQ kick 再升，大力。哎呀，做唔到個波地，曳。咁啊跳翻出嚟，但係都蒙奇擋即係輸擋箭喎，清啊呢個唔使諗。哇！你咁樣咧 combo， 就升到喎，呢個應該要，咁啊一個升唔到就死嘅。都睇緊 Uzi 先攞一鋪啊！
That was, I think, stand medium kick from Moke. That's what it looked like, right? And that's a great anti-air.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So the only way you could miss that is
if
you just hit it entirely.
咁啊，對面用嗰個，哇！佢又想對空嘅情況下又俾人打中咗，搣一個屈射中段，但係擋到，防唔到招。竟然咁多個輕拳搏招，咁啊中下立中拳打中咧就可以話中嘅，咁啊升落去啦，忍唔住啦。放波，俾人打翻落嚟。喂，夾硬跳過去跳到啊！咁啊，推埋牆啦。因為叻好，做佢叻好翻踢風，因為始終咁啊應該死咗啦。因為始終你 burn out 咗冇嘢做，咁啊再懟翻上去。哎呀，唔 level 1啊，不過唔 level 1啊，大鑊嚟！哎呀，下重腳打空嘅情況下，俾人一個輕拳搏死咗。咁啊，蒙奇自爆，同埋 match on 啊，狀態嘅 Uchi。我又跳到喎，佢係咪知道蒙奇唔識對呢個啊？咁啊係咁用呢個咁嘅反波腳踢落去，咁啊打到對面，因為打到對面7秒幾之後打到跌頭。呢個可以打個呢個可以壓勝嘅冇技術。咁啊死嘅啦喎應該。咁啊，最後去最歪嘅地方，報到升落去啊，唔想死住。咁啊，夾屈過去，死嘅啦喎！哇，攞呢個 kick 啊，咁樣嘅話就擋都擋死啊。咁啊，蒙奇2-0俾人打死咗。一血 burn out 自己冇錯。太想撳呢個掣啦！好啦，咁就 Top 8嘅名單出齊啦，穿咗即係穿咗打卡基魯 ，Ibiki 打 John， 上面就係 Pum 打 Tokido， 跟住就係，跟住就係 JB 打嗰隻 Julio， 冇錯，係咪 Julio 係嗰隻咪上面有隻 JP 有冇叫咩
？We take a look at just the top 8 bracket over here. If we have that graphic available, there it is.
Power Max 啊，唔係啊 ，JP 打 Power Max， 當你記錯。
Through here, we are not stopping, guys. The top 8 is all gonna finish out. We are gonna find out who the 48th player is.
DJ 有冇限嘅，可能好似搶3喎，應該。有冇記錯？
In one of the most storied matchups,
哇！睇下佢點發揮啊，咁啊又放逼啦，應該。
Going up against Problem X, that's on the winner's side, and who do we got on the loser's side?
You're gonna have John Takeuchi versus Hibiki, two of the most interesting players to watch, and then, well, I guess you can say that about every pairing. Two of the most interesting players to watch. Jen, two players who have had some of the strongest games, but also find themselves in loser's side. Because came into this LCQ as many people's favorite. He's got to do it from loser side if he's going to do it at all. That's how the top 8 shapes up.
Man, again, we are going straight through this. This is not your standard stop at top 8.
Yep,
so,
yep.
guys, we will be doing a little bit of a commentary swap here. We'll get Ringe and Jammers up here for you guys. But before we do that, definitely want to shout out the Steel Series headsets.
Nova Pro. Again,
thank you to SteelSeries and all of our sponsors here, but SteelSeries, you know, they're the official headset for Capcom Cup X. They are enhanced with premium high-fidelity drivers and sonar software. The Nova Pro is ideal for any fight you take on. This is what everybody's been using here for the tournaments. And again, thank you guys for supporting the Capcom Cup. And please, those of you watching at home, let them know. For their support. And so, you know, hopefully this can be a long-time partnership here.
飲啖水提下神先，蒸個燒賣真係要。
After this, the top 8, final chance to qualify for Capcom Cup X is going to begin. Stick around.
Red Bull Kumite, New York. Get it.
3分鐘，我未 cam 啊，好攰的，燒埋 ENG。唉，瞓着啦。魚餅，而家氣炸鍋之後，而家煮乜都係抌落去鳩氣炸。我都瞓到差唔多5點，不過我係9點起身，跟住 hea 到1、2點，然後就瞓到5點。哇，唔得喎，話唔得。溝氣炸鍋咁大鑊，仲打劫我啊！你打劫過這個黑衣都拎錢？呢個真係真窮。一杯差唔多噶啦，一杯應該我會即係打完香港級之後，我就會公開報名表。可能出 Act 嗰日先公開報名啦，之後禮拜6定禮拜日打。
Welcome back to the Capcom Cup LCQ now we are officially down to our top 8. We are
就
here
8
at
條
the
友
end
或
of
者
this
16
house
條
fueled
友
by
算，
Pagoda,
我唔
and
得
I've heard all the people talking. I asked
呢
online,
係周比
who
賽
do you guys
我
want to
認
see on
真
the。couch? You said you want to see new faces. You
不過
want to
星
see
期
the
2出
future.
at，
You are looking at it right
唉
here.
咁俾咁多時間大家練，如果
What's
再
going on with you, bro?
星期2出就星期2打，
washed.
但星期2打又
What?
好似
You're
又
retiring
即係唔
early?
係星期6日打又好似怪怪。
Yeah, you know, so you're only 16
我
years
翻嚟
old.
講翻嚟打。
Right. So and you, the first thing I actually want to ask you about is the fact that you are running Ryu, right? Like I feel like a lot of people like your age would probably not go to a classic type of character like that. What made you go with the Ryu?
Well, I originally wanted to play.
哦，叮叮叮啦，
Good,
有得食。
very good. Okay.
I originally wanted to play Ryu and Cammy to have a better matchup spread. But what really made me stick with Ryu is that 2 months before the game came out, I was talking about a lot of the balance with Ryu, and people didn't like a bit of what I said, and that fueled me to just continue with him.
What did they not like? That you thought that he was strong?
I thought that his engine charge was a little bit lacking, and from there, the comments flooded in. I got like threats. It was crazy.
Oh my gosh. Okay, and that fueled you. And clearly, it was like a John Wick type of situation because since then you've been absolutely smoking everybody with your Ryu. I feel like a lot of people first really got to know about you in that CPT.
俾大家睇下個燒賣啦，好似就應該可以
CPT region, I would say, in the world behind Japan, right?
哇，大
You
個
go
嘅
and you get 4th place. You even win
燒賣
beat Punk. It was convincingly. I know, like, you know, you guys are cool with each other and everything like that.
好嘅先。
A lot of people would have been scared in that situation, even more seasoned
Yeah.
players. Take me through just that tournament. What was that like for you, and why do you think you were able to play so confidently? Like, were you nervous?
我呢個係 detect 嗰個眼耳口鼻嗰個樣，即係佢有因為有 VTuber 跟呢個喐嘅，即係紅眼睛所以。
You can say
fear of man will prove
呢啲
to
都
be
係
a
㗎。
snare. So it's more of like
放
something
棄
that
Julie，
God tells us, like, do not
我每一個禮拜都放棄一隻角㗎啦，或者邊有放棄多隻，放棄隻滑雪。
all of the fear. You don't need going to God. You don't need justification for certain things. It just is. Some players, they'll justify their fearlessness with pride and other evil.
我有 Julie，我冇
I was
Julie。
able to gain it straight from the source.
你嘅 Julie 就冇
Okay,
升，我就
and,
冇 Julie。
now, as far as your LCQ run, right? So at this point, this is probably what the biggest, like the most stacked tournament you've played in, at least of course since that East Coast one. How has that been for you, man? How was playing the LCQ?
咁早
the casuals and
7點都未到
tournament side and the casual side.
爬幾咁早開嘅咩？啲冰室就可能會4點
Played
開。
against Samurai. I got cooked, bro.
Yeah,
I got really
yeah.
cooked. I went into losers and I fought another Luke. They beat me. Even going into casuals after that, another Luke, they beat me. I'm pretty sure Samurai exposed me, bro.
Listen. Okay, so, look, I like the fact that, see, our future's definitely in good hands when somebody is godlike, and of course they also have a sense of humor. Bro, honestly, what you were doing at 16 years old, you're ridiculous. Last thing I got to ask you, do you see yourself like continuing with Street Fighter launch? Like, do you have like goals to be the best player in the world or and stuff like that, or is it just like a casual thing for you?
My goal is to become the best player in the world and make enough money from this to make a garden.
A garden?
Yep.
How much money? I don't even know how much money that costs. That's like, I don't even know.
點？我因為24添
That's
啦。
really interesting. You're a dope dude. Make sure you guys are checking out his platforms. All respect to you, brother. Our future is in good hands. That is it for us over here at the Endless Couch, fueled by Pagoda. And it's time to get into this top 8. We're sending it to Jammers and Ridge.
一條友食咧，咁啊又最低消費60蚊喎，我覺得，即係搞到好難叫。我又唔想食個60蚊早餐，跟住佢冇低消嗰啲咧，就又唔係好想食。
Here in this top 8 for the LCQ, we done it last year. And we're going to be calling the action once again. Myself, Jammers, alongside the homeboy Ringe. Talk to me, baby.
Man, the privilege to run it back again, Jammers, and the top 16 matches to get to this point have all been pure heat. And I can't wait. We got storylines. We got epic characters. We got Lukeless top 8. Qualified for Capcom Cup, you know what I'm saying?
你夾硬叫多2塊豬扒啊！啲嘢。
Top 16 and how we got
Play
here,
it
my
back.
man.
Play it
So
back.
let me see that bracket, baby. We got Tokido defeating John Takeuchi, Punk defeating Yamaguchi. Some people were scared for Punk in that matchup, but he came out blazing. JB taking down Kakaru in an upset. Problem X defeating Julio Fuentes. This top 8 win is side, man.
唉，你傻啊！
But then you
呢
drop
啲人學唔到佢。
side. Sien, what a
食2個早餐先買嘅。
No, the prodigy, he made him look like he's never played the game before. And then Julio Fuentes got another 2-0 there to book his place in the top 8. And in Aqua, he pretty much destroyed VX Bound. And I have said in the past, VX Bound doesn't particularly do well against the Japanese JP players there. But then Kakaru beat Aqua in that mirror. It was just because a throw lost amnesia. Maybe Phenom was right. Maybe Phenom was right. You don't want to challenge this stuff, but that's crazy.
I told you, I already subscribed to the narrative of Phenom. I think he's
Yes,
got
still
everything
my
on
fair.
point. But then, yeah, the last match, Moke defeating Nemo 2-0. Then John Takeuchi and Moke going up against each other. Two historically Rashid players, but of course, Moke has been rocking Chun-Li in this game. And Johnny Tack, man, coming out hot as well. The Rashid players did not come to mess around.
Well, talk to me, but Hibiki has actually had a good run of character matchups, and he's actually got another one. I wish F-Word was actually here to do this, because he'd be the only guy defending Lily in Lily's corner. But shouts to F-Word back at home. But hey, listen, Hibiki is here, and he could do some damage in this top 8. Have we got another sleeper here? And remember, you will see him in Red Bull Kumite, New York. So that's how the top 8 is going to be looking like. This is what it is.
Man.
But there can only be one winner, no prize money. But you get to be part of the $2 million prize, Paul.
Exactly, yeah. You'll be getting some cash when you qualify for Capcom Cup X, and of course, the chance at the million. And look at this, how we're going to start it, man. Was there any other way? Is there any other matchup that people would want more? Tokido versus Punk. You heard Ultra Chen TV talk about it earlier, right? During the reign of Punk, where he was putting body after body.
咁啊 ，Top 8開始啊，應該搶3。
Progress at Evo, and these two have been linked in Destiny ever since.
Now, this is what's crazy, right? You have to remember, as we said, this was Evo 2017.
Cammy 對 Cam 呢個好睇啲，我覺得。即係之前 JP 大戰、魔法師大戰真係唔想點。
These two combatants go at it. They're going to kick things off. They know it. I'm worried for a certain player. I wonder if you can guess who. Because when it comes to Punk, what I've noticed is he laments about drive rush, but he's one of the best at checking it. And when you can't do an arbitrary drive rush at him, you can't play the game anymore. Because he's great at neutral, the anti-airs are on point, and then he threatens you with Cammy's pressure and the dive kick. Tokido, he's in strong form. Winning mentality, maybe the guy against it. He could turn out today.
一波就扮下回啦，跟住之後就下中腳屈過去，咁啊搞得，再放波，咁啊你用翻重腳回擊你，咁啊輕腳又踢落去，咁啊重腳咧每一腳都係屈，咁啊飛腳對插腳，咁啊真係又俾攞個機會啦，睇出嚟。呢個 TC 打落去，有一個後搭條車將推埋牆。重拳咧係一個好嘅抗響嚟嘅，中咗就可以屈咗喺其他條嘢，撞咗就放波啦。咁啊，因為好硬嘅關係咧，重拳同埋波係 true 波。咁就反咗，但係邊咗自己有啲危險啊！踢步打中，咁就可以過招啦。飛過打中，飛唔死啊！同死冇分別㗎啦，咁啊唔會 impact 㗎啦，基本上。唔係冇嘢啦，原來托基度係咁 low respect 對手，直接 impact， 諗住佢會即係扮下立回，邊嘅對手唔 impact。開波打中，但係後中但立中拳打唔中啊！咁啊 Jimmy 成功，咁啊突咗啦，之後就俾個中拳打中。咁啊換邊啦，唔使諗啦，換叻學生啊！換邊喎，直接推佢埋牆喎。哇 ，Perry 到個波，我呢度冇對空啊，俾人後打埋。咁啊踢腳，呢個就穩笨嘢啊！呢隻腳，狂踢就得㗎啦。又踢中啊，咁就可以 TC 打落去。重拳 Mitty， 重拳屈住重拳就加 film。對面 pick up Perry 啊，咁啊防。哎呀，自己逼到自己好大鑊啦。咁啊應該會，即係就會 impact 多次啊。係會啊，完全係唔撚你對手係完全唔撚你對手嗰個反應。 咁耐先至。有上個噴冇樣見到位條友咁鳩嘅。咩？
Punk micro walking into the stampede to get hit by the triple flash kicks target.
咁啊，但係噴都藏唔切真係，呢個就係冇人坐得切。
I like that Tokido stopping himself in his tracks to try and
飛中，咁啊可以搏 CC 啦。安跳，第一個前打。咁啊，行前想撳掣嘅時候，俾你哋諗翻轉頭啊。一個前打帶埋牆，踢腳。咁啊，先用中腳去到一個回啊。咁啊，即係咁嘅輕拳就截停咗對子。哎呀，咁啊又有呢個中前中腳又踢空氣。哦 ，Mitty 打中啊，咁啊痛啊呢個，俾下所有資源啦。來呢個一，冇錯。啱啱好啊！
For Punk, slowly but surely turning it around. It looks like Tokido's sticking to plan A at the moment because it's actually not too far.
咁啊下中腳撩中，咁啊搞 TC 推埋牆，再嚟多次前跳安跳。哇！今次佢對手搶掣唔惡嘅。踢腳，咁啊再，哇！呢又係鳩啦開始。咁啊見到對面嗰個解得。 埋牆之後再春雷腳打中，再飛腳攞個加飛原地跳，對面冇反應式，冚係完全係零反應嘅。咁啊，即刻用個下重拳打個，喂打中，啊 level 2啊應該要 level 1，都鬥一掂，精算師啊血量，我呢度又攞一燈。
When you're in that range, that max single light range, they're gonna press that in an instant.
咁啊，波頭咁啊安全嘅，一個後打將對手帶埋牆，咁啊對可以開始放波啦。哎呀，我踢埋嗰腳又係鳩嗰條友。我發現，哎咁啊 cut 到對面個下中腳 wave 啊，之後再對望，冇冇。 誒，想埋埋壓制嘅時候，俾你邊輕拳即翻轉頭。咁啊係咁呢隻，誒有冇對空啊？冇對空，打中拳打通，但係冇俾人打翻轉頭啊！前跳，哇！有前鋒腳夾硬車到對手，但係應該死咗啦。再 level 3，冇錯。 又俾對面點到之後就成個血量帶走啦。He jabs you, he recognizes when the likely counter hit is going to happen, so he flows into the crouch medium punch, gives him a full kill.
What's interesting is, again, you're looking at two characters that have some of the best light attacks in the game, and both their jabs, more so Cam in my opinion, it sets precedent in that range.
個飛腳我解飛，但係俾對面搞大。
You see Tokido still keeping the drive rushes real short, compact.
對空冇對空啊！咁我打個 TC 飛埋牆啦。咁啊，今次估對面升啊！咁啊，一個 combo 打落去，中旋風再升。哎呀，波頭快咗啊！打唔中，所以又冇呢個 Mitty。Back pair 見到又長逼見啦。咁啊，咁先冇升翻出去，但係俾人一個打埋牆。用個 rush 再去，俾人搞成功啊！冇三角氣，冇對空啊，仲係。 咁啊，下中拳鳩撳，打中，咁啊死唔死啊？應該死嘅，應該 level 2好啲我覺得。個撳輕拳打到對面嗰個 wave， 咁啊 kill 咗對手。 放波，咁啊，再有個 rush 佢打，飛過去，哦，呢個穩笨嘅呢個。佢咪想截咧，就會食嗰個飛腳嘅，因為即係跑跑突然之間停低再飛過去。咁啊，輕拳波落去啦，或者可以將對手黏埋牆，繼續打埋牆，再順雷腳，想波落去嘅時候俾對面執翻轉頭，夠唔到。 咁啊！俾人打到大金毛啊！後跳，放波！哎呀，冇升咁多，你放波嚟做咩咁？你唔升？哎呀，咁樣俾人後中拳打個 punch counter， 我第一次見咁樣搏。咁啊，托基諾一個大失誤，呢個跳出去嘅時候打空氣嘅情況下，俾隻通門打死咗啊！ 放波，第一腳咁啊 ，can hit 就可以獲勝啦。咁啊，輸唔到，又俾人，哇，仲要俾人波頭添，哇，好鳩啊！對空冇對空啊，個升壞咗。 咁啊行前邊嗰個對，喂又避咗，咁啊好想入level 3啊！見到佢喺度等緊，點樣入去？死咗，但係唔得啊，太高啊，唔係入動畫，唔緊要，照升，再攞埋剩翻嘅傷害 ，OK。原來level 3可以搏呢個 figure， 飛龍尾嘅先知。
The murder face has come with some deadly combos indeed. 2-1 here. One thing I love about Takedo's gameplay in this set thus far is how he introduces new tools and new tactics every game and step of the way, which is one of the reasons why they're scared to anti-air.
因為行下將Takedo行埋追埋出嚟啦。咁啊解答俾人打炸太遠啦，我同人唔到啊。下中腳又點中對手，咁啊再旋風腳追埋腳。呢個佢都冇諗過會打中。插腳，但係我照搶嘅，咁啊我應該喺度加添，加添，後避咗個，哎呀未死啊，唔 level 1就曳啊，咪升落去啦，啲氣都流科龍嚟噶嘛，Mickey 嘅波頭，咁啊 Mickey 嘅電啲嘅搶到對面撳掣，又一燈，死酸爛酸酸唔到就大嚟啦。咩 parry 啊？第二次嘅畫面啦。咁啊，兩個輕拳再打，咁啊對面唔想咁正咧，就係咁嚟。哦，佢有呢個 parry 大鑊啦，呢啲嘅重拳，再係咁重拳，咁啊兩腳唔中，咁啊即刻停低啦。原地跳打到對面嗰個解答，咁啊 level 1啦應該。嘭嘭嘭嘭。咁啊 Takedo match one 啊。
Takedo has him. 1 or 2 maybe in the early stages of this set, but in the latter parts, as this
做的福。
I'm starting to see who's more nervous.
And that's why Punk has recognized that, right? He just takes the throw off this first drive rush.
唔係佢鳩撳啲掣，我唔知係咪播當即係嗰一噴會播波，鳩撳啲掣睇下個會飛過呢號三出。眼前再打一下，咁啊最好玩嘅遊戲，玩邊 full loop， 咁啊成功俾噴跳翻出嚟，但係俾Takedo，但係俾噴用 rush。即係懟翻入去呢個版面，鳩撳啊！見到啲圖呢度，有冇輕拳打落去？哦，打中呢個3啊要出啦，係啦，咁啊飲水順便，呢個3最重要就係可以飲水。咁啊，我哋打仔，咁腳，但係你冇咁滯，又飛腳，咁啊放波，咁啊就安全，照搶啊！咁就Takedo有啲曳喎，OD 波係 minus， 咁啊兩 hit 嘅關係咧，咁就個 scale 冇乜，所以level 3秒咗。
That's the thing that a lot of people forget about. Not necessarily misunderstand, they understand it, but it's like, oh yes, he's in burnout, now my frame rate is better. But yes, the initial hit, it doesn't change. It changes afterwards. It's that transition phase a lot of people tend to forget.
And I feel like the first hit of OD Fireball was the one that burnt him out, but I thought it was the second.
咁啊搶到下中拳。咁啊其實擋咗輕攻擊之後可以搶下中拳咧，多數都得嘅。尤其對面如果想用輕拳、中拳攻壓制嘅話。放波，放波，踢腳咁啊！始終係太因為神腳咧係你唔係令佢嚟，基本上都係扣反唔到。咁啊，Takedo係冇升過咁樣，我升壞咗嘅，未打第二次淨係識鳩，波中第一次識鳩睇下，再頭。又一腳，哎呀！但太近啦，個波係俾人過反嘅，再俾人用個船打埋佢。得啦，呢個仲一招就出一次，咁啊 level 2啦，level 1都得喎，得啦，咁啊到噴去翻 set point 咯，啱啱Takedo set point， 有辦法可以逆轉咧？ 啊！打入成功，動完打中，但係冇 cancel 呢個 rush， 冇打，喂係仲夜冇對空啊！咁啊唔知佢係咪喺度集中緊啲揾咗下中腳，放波，再睇腳，又俾佢 parry 成功啊！咁啊對面攞完啲攻擊之後，又好想撳呢個下中腳或者立中腳，咁啊我都明白嘅。 呢啲反人類嘅系統嚟嘅，呢個係。平安用個反波拳過到波，咁啊 Mitty 嘅下中拳打中，但係level 2，我覺得可以 watch 多次再level 3。 哦，痛完打中啊，咁啊被噴，咁埋最後一鋪，話噴呢度打落去，然後就入呢個 top 3啦。
With that rally of adaptation, bit scary from both players on both ends, I must say. In the early stages, we didn't really see any anti-airs. I was a bit worried, but that can tell you, like I said, how frightening and threatening each other's ground game. And
就係咁死埋，打埋應該有3架戲，我都覺得打埋有3架戲。
As well, sorry to disrespect the players, but that mutual respect they have for one another, just focusing on the ground. But then we noticed as well, like every time Punk tried to
可以睇住個係 Ken 係放波慢個色，睇住 impact 就得嘅。不過你勁集中咯。
And then Punk just turned it around, piled on the throws, make sure his pressure was frame tight as well. Heck, he even identified where Tokido was trying to quote-unquote steal some frames, took advantage of that. So it was really good to see.
Yeah, exactly. Punk, I mean, he just gathered intel over the course of the set, and he did such a good job really figuring it out because, as you mentioned, Tokido was doing a good job staying ahead of Punk's intel, right? Changing things, introducing new elements, really throwing him off with the drive rush dragon lashes towards the middle of the
但係嗰個 OD 反波拳，如果你驚趕唔切 OD 反波拳，勁快 OD 反波拳。好啦，咁啊到 Top Match 對 JB 啦。
But it's what you're going by, right? Just gathering that intel, collecting that information. I said this with David yesterday. One of the most dangerous things you can possess nowadays is information. The more information you have, the better, even if you have to learn it on the fly. However, there's so many things that are happening beneath the surface. And the things that you can see with your eyes isn't everything, right? There were so many other mind games happening between these guys, which is probably why, as commentators, sometimes go, yo, like, there's an anti-opportunity. But he's like, no, I've been so good and so consistent.
日本落晒啦 ，Winner 得翻3個人啫嘛。Pump JB
Yeah, exactly. That part drive Dave damage. Okay, he gets a little bit of meaty pressure. That's about it. We can deal with that, especially if you're disciplined on defense. But listen, this was a riveting set. I do want to see a run back if we do get one.
That would be amazing to see for sure. I mean, Tokido really echoed the same sentiments that you mentioned for Punk. Like, it was just back and forth. You could tell these guys are
我連佢喺邊個鋪我都唔係好知。我一嚟就拖16嚟。
He could be awaiting his boy JB as he's going to be going up against Problem X. And what a story that would be. We had JB on the couch, and JB talked about getting started in the competitive scene for Street Fighter. And the reason he got to travel to tournaments was because his friends like Punk paid for him to travel across the country and up his skills.
Do you know what's funny? Before we move on to the next match, a lot of people, I know people have stuff to say about Punk. A lot of people forget how many people he's actually flown out to Evo. Remember?
Talk to him, James. Let him know.
冇啊，即係啲司令頭攬啊真係。
He won the LCQ in 2018.
即係你
used Manat.
即係如果你打比賽，你唔會想見到啲司令頭賣窿嗰啲嘢你試笨咪死咗。
Anyone remember that Kage player? He wanted to fly out as well, just because he wanted to watch it. Like, come on, man.
Like, yeah, that's the thing, right? We have opinions about whoever you want to have opinions about, but we're lucky to have people like Punk, like Mena, these players that are putting on for the scene in a greater way, right? Making sure these players can be provided for when they can't provide for themselves on an international scale. So it's going to be an incredible finals. Problem X JB, Blanca versus Rashid.
好啦，咁啊 ，Bang 卡對話先，好少見嘅對決嚟。
This is one of the craziest matchups you'll see in this version of Street Fighter. Because this matchup probably won't be played on the ground too much. Because these characters are nimble in their own
有博會想用 impact 打落去個踢風度，但係唔好意思啊，呢個 JB 嗰個反應都幾好。對空靚對空啊，平轉對空。咁啊，呢個轉可以即刻殺制幾犀利。咁3個輕拳再用呢個，話做呢個反波拳再壓制，幾純熟嘅壓制啊！咁啊，踢風嘅一定會俾人打翻轉，升翻轉頭噶啦。夠 impact， 佢真係夠僵喎！哇，好灑脱嘅打法。有波 watch 佢，但係打空咁啊，就自己中意打落去。咁啊，想行埋嘅時候俾個跳後前打中，去後邊難睇，boom boom， 咁你前邊原地跳，落直落，咁就報呢個 parry， 但係呢邊冇咗，因為 mid 嚟啊。咁啊，下中拳打中，咁啊仲可以博招啦。咁啊再用個下上打翻轉頭。咁啊呢個加 fit， 再攞加 fit， 再攞個前頭，
He's trying to make sure JB has no space to activate level 2.
死都唔喐啊！咁啊，中咗下段，咁啊未死喎，但係喂唔係又死喎，睇下右邊喎。咁啊1-0啊，咁啊俾個 level 3晒咗。
I remember how that level 3 works.
That's what I'm talking about, Jam. There's always doing your research.
So,
what's the government name of that move?
Altair. Thank you. There you go. So, JB was practicing with Mena earlier, and Probnex was practicing with Big Bird. So they both have their different perspectives and a little bit of a stronger understanding.
喂，咁啊俾個搲仲再搏個，再搏個 TC 又再查上，但係俾對面起上升打翻停。Banker Probnex 又用搲落去，想用 Parry 打翻轉頭，但係失敗咗。
And now, of course, the enhanced dash after the air current left by the whirlwind.
又失敗咗。
Rashid can get across the screen quickly.
And I noticed that JB has not thrown many whirlwind shots because he doesn't want Problem getting that.
喂，拍落去，但係擋到啊！
Problem already showed he's willing to DI it right at the very beginning. Even if it didn't work, you could see where his head's at.
仲未有機會 parry 到對面嗰個虛到對面嗰個 ring 波。咁啊跳入下跳前跳之後下呢個 mid 中段，呢個都幾明顯嘅其實有時。我都唔係好想用中段壓制，因為佢啲人可以睇住中段 parry 嘅黐線，失敗咗又冇事。嗰個前搭 mid 中段，不如我想 parry 對面嘅跳攻擊，但失敗咗。咁啊換邊。 咁啊，可以教下你可以啊，攞燈先。咁啊，同死冇分別㗎啦，呢個應該。我 chip 死啊，因為揀嚟。
Be what it be, we'll see. JB has his own level 2 to abuse if he so chooses to.
And that's why it's one of the craziest matchups.
又撞中，咁我一個兩個，一個後前一個下上，一個前搭。下中段打中，咁啊搏招啦，命公仔，再一個前搭，都打個，喂呢個就超波嚟啊 ，parry 都 parry 唔到，咁啊死咗啦應該，咁啊兩個下上成功攞翻一鋪。
He done like half the time JB did.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's what it felt like.
Yeah, it definitely felt like JB had to kind of whittle him down a lot more than what happened with Problem X.
So like I said, just to regurgitate, like these guys, their elusiveness is different from one another. But
喂，咁啊想咗 watch 佢，但係因為想用下中段字嘅，但係出現咁啊重腳，但係有冇話俾個哚位掂中咁啊 lock 單咗，唔該殺陣，因為 parry 到對面嘅跳攻擊。 就我知啦，應該定公仔啦，呢個最靚嘅定公仔 set。咁啊，今次擋到對面嗰個攻擊，但係俾3個電連中咧都幾傷嗰條右手嗰條氣。補翻晒啦，喂又咁我打中，啊再衝等中段嘅時候俾人升啊 ！Heavy。 想再踢風，但係俾人鏟，咁啊鏟地又識個波過咯，呢夠 level 1啦，咁啊基本上就想，喂呢個變到 fit 到我 fit 到升啊，勁犀利，終於 fit 到啦。我哋公仔冇反應字啦，咁啊公仔連人一齊去啦，咁啊 chip 死啦 chip 死啦 chip 死，強姦啊！ 打 Banker burn out 基本上冇一半血，你飲 chip 都 chip 唔少。咁啊成功打到個 Shimmy， 咁啊仲要 kick 埋尾。今次就閃啊，因為 mark 咗之後再壓制咧就俾人識。full 唔後頭嘅，哇！後頭伸到碌，即係照頭，所以飛佢成功啊，係咪推翻出去？ 哇呀，唔可以用搭 banker 㗎，因為一定會玩呢啲嘢。下咗個電影中啊，咁我開level 1啦。bang！
Closing it out with shout to earth there, looking super comfortable. It's still tricky, don't get it twisted, because the less knowledge and experience you have against Rashid.
What?
唔
會有你隻角啦，啊 JB 應該咁啊，出去望一望嗰個簡角畫面就翻去。
But Blanca's got a tool set that is not spoken about enough worldwide because obviously there are characters who have much more crazier tool sets or more fundamentally sound
有波
tool sets.
對空，哎呀冇對空，咁啊再俾人前打，咁啊攞加 fit， 再嘅阿仔衝拳打波中，咁啊阿 JB 就追翻出嚟。踢風咁啊太遠，咁啊呢度幾安全，因為遠嘅關係，所以就唔好俾人確發。繼續喺度壓制，佢成功 impact 打落去啱啦，基本嘢啦已經。咁啊兩個 impact 落去打落去咧，咁就可以打到差唔多對完 burn out。咁啊揸一拳，不過 burn out 咗啦，咁就 burn 卡又可以屈機。換邊。唔好俾你即係揾即係平南邊，不過見到即係 JB 都係等緊 burn out 結束，咁啊夠踢風，哎呀咁啊急咧可以啊，保護自己啊 burn out 完，如果唔係就會俾 ban 卡個咧可以出水，好搞得，夾硬跳下，因為好想先啊。我死咗啦！哦 ，JB 沉入呢個絕體絕命啊！因為冇正頭，我反唔到啊，咁啊俾咗正頭冇用，有前得。打到個立即嘅卡拉希佢又喺搏住啦。咁啊 ，O.D 踢風，咁啊，但係對面照撞過嚟啦，咁啊，你冇反應 impact， heavy 啊就大鑊，咁啊打到個背喎，一個前打，攞多啲傷害啊，咁啊，對面起上艇跳，我話係咁向我留個立中腳，唔俾你跳，變鐵波頭，攞咗個星就可以殺出啊，咁啊 ，win 啦 ，final 就係 Top16 對 Pump， 咁啊，點解兩個跌落去啦？
Problem X getting that victory 3-1, where he'll go up against Punk in that winners final. A classic. I remember that in Combo Breaker 2018.
即係 Pump X 上面，依然 Pump X 我唔係好順啊。
A good set there. Very interesting to find out who Punk will play, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Fantastic start from JB. With a good understanding, but then Problem X slowly but surely. And this was interesting. Out of these level 2s, they are super.
如果你個區冇啲即係1800分車狼以上咧，咁你唔識打好正常嘅。對面即係選手。
Because of his nimbleness, he'll never give Rashid that chance. And sometimes you're not in a position to activate the Asar and really deal with that. So Problem really was excellent at not having to deal with the Asar. As a thing. And heck, we even saw a level 3. We even saw a level 3.
呢個 replay 都睇咁耐。
It looked like Lightning Beast was the true terror of this set here.
你係咪嗰區咯？仲要你個好大嘅呢啲窒區同埋唔窒嘅區。
The air current, backdash, enhanced forward dash, and all that. That's what also plagued that. Stopped JB in his tracks there. And also just a lot of right reads from Problem X. You saw that with OD Blanca ball there. But a lot of the other ones all worked out, right? His OD Blanca balls on wake up, his air balls worked out. He was able to call out a couple of OD spitting mixers. So just in general, when you're right more often than your opponent, a lot of time the W is coming.
I'll reiterate this point later.
因為搶三咧，佢啲 replay 剪接咧比以前長。打爆咩？佢其實佢大分佢輸喎，係啊 ，Fire Master 爭氣先至贏到。
I understand he tried to bait a throw and try and catch it probably. Sometimes you want to do that because you want to make the guys flinch, and a lot of people, mostly average players, they actually flinch when Rashid dashes through the whirlwind because they expect something to happen. And we saw that JB was highly cognizant, but Problem X didn't take the bait, and his reward is to go up against Punk in that winners final. Look forward to that. You thought we were done. We're not done. The games get juicier and better. So we've got to make sure you stick around.
不如唔好放逼啊！呢度打。
Indeed, right. But we are going to take a quick break before dropping down to the losers bracket. That's why I want to give a shout out to Storm.
唔好放啊！好攰啊！
Iconic gaming characters to fully fledged figure life, baby. You can at stormcode.com.hk, and they got all the figures you're going to want to get your hands on, whether it be the Geefs, the Violent Kens, the Shinakumas, the Street Fighter 6 models, the Street Fighter 2 models. They got your back.
I really want to call Ultra David to do this because
I know, right? Like we can't even follow up what David did in the first block.
He done it so well. I was like,
you're the Pagoda King, bro.
I will just be British and do it the normal way.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much to our food sponsor, Pagoda, on the screen. Let's put the egg rolls in and crush your cravings with Pagoda snacks. I tried, but I need to call David. But no, honestly, big shout out to our food sponsor, Pagoda. They're going to be here. Rob's having a good time just looking at them. I always hear him say, I need an egg roll, man.
Hey, for real. And he got the custom robe. I don't know if they brought that, if he got that tailored for himself or whatever. But they have been feeding our players all weekend long, actually. We're in the LCQ. So big ups to Pagoda holding us down. And thank you for holding us down as well and tuning into the LCQ. We're going to be right back with that Losers Round 1 action. Don't go anywhere.
4分鐘考慮。我最喜歡訪問，我最中意訪問環節。打完之後先訪問得唔得？我唔可以睇落去啦。我會暴斃啊！
Let me fight beside you. I'll show you the way.
I am Paul Atreides, Duke of Arrakis.
Our enemies are all around us. Together, we can bury them.
食廣告你都係睇呢啲嘢啦，咪支持下。辛苦到爆，街霸咁辛苦嘅事。搭緊車返學，我又唔使咁早嘅，9點先行都得，因為9點完到嘅話呢個比賽。
Welcome back to the Capcom Cup LCQ Top 8. Bro, that Punk officially in Winners Finals, Problem makes in Winners Finals. Are you surprised at all? And before I say that, as you can see, we are joined by Team Nassers and Capcom Cup qualified Big Bird.
So, first of all, how you doing, Rob?
I'm feeling good, bro. My guy. It's always good to see you.
Thank you. It's always good to see you, too. Second thing is, Punk and Problem X meeting in Winners Final feels like back in Street Fighter 5 days.
Yes. When they used to go back and forth.
咩佢翻工啊？
Continues, basically.
不過今日應該都係公司攤喺度唔喐㗎啦。
Up to Winners Final.
有咩聽日先揾我？今日的士聽日做。
Because he hasn't been feeling the best recently.
因為見我聽日唔會開台㗎。 今晚唔開台。
It did feel kind of surprising to see him in Winners Final. But after I saw him play in pools, not dropping a game in a stacked-ass pool like that.
Yeah.
The man's been grinding, I guess, and paying off lately. And he actually has a shot in qualifying and winning the whole thing.
And I agree with your analysis. And speaking of, somebody's grind paying off, right? I'm seeing you with this Red Bull jacket on. We're so used to knowing Red Bull, Big Bird, Nasser, Big Bird, right? But something without going to the details, but the whole concept of like privilege and all the stuff like that. I don't think a lot of people know your origin story because people only see it after you get to the where you're at now. So, I guess in some way, what was the hardest part you would say, or one of the hardest things about getting to this point in your FGC journey?
So it's going to be a bit of a long story, but I'm going to make it brief.
Okay.
So how we started, me and Angry Bird, we used to go to the local arcade shop, and they had a Street Fighter 4 cabinet where you put coins in and you play. We used to wait until the end of the week because that's when we get our weekend allowance from our parents.
Yeah.
And we used to wait until then so we can go and play and use all our money and play in the SF4 cabinet.
That's what you use all your allowance on.
Basically, yeah. And we couldn't go. I mean, it was close to us. It was like
好辛苦啊！
but we couldn't go.
依家我個頭要揈下揈下先至費事到。如果坐多一陣咧，應該死咗
So
啦
we。used to wait until the weekend.
Bye bye.
Use up all our money. Just keep playing there until we found out there's a lot more people playing. There's tournaments here and there. We used to ask, because the tournaments were in Dubai, and we live in Abu Dhabi, so it's like an hour and 30-minute drive, 15-minute drive. Obviously, we didn't have cars back then. So we used to go around and ask all the community members, yo, are you going? Yo, can you pick us up and go?
Just try to hitch a ride.
Yeah, basically try to hitch our me, Hamud as well. I don't know if you know them, but they are one of our close friends. They're playing as well right now. We used to go to ask community members, yo, are you going? Are you going? Are you going? And if none of them are going, then we have no choice but to miss it because taking a taxi from Abu Dhabi to Dubai is going to cost around at least $200 round trip.
Yeah.
And it wasn't really worth it for us. So we used to ask for hitching a ride, and if it didn't work out, well, we stayed.
用咗幾多個鐘嘅啫？
And
24小時都係24小時直播啦，可以。
obviously, I didn't have any money to travel.
招咩會啊？
Dad, yo, can you?
1點鐘嗰啲叫早餐。
Yeah, that's why it sounds crazy to him at that moment.
It wouldn't sound crazy if I was the only child, but I'm not the only child. Like, I have three other brothers and one sister.
Never knew that.
And we were all studying in university at that time. So on top of my dad paying for my university and all of that, and paying for my brother's university as well, he's not gonna say, okay, on top of me paying your university, and universities in UAE are very expensive, by the way. He's not gonna say, okay, I'll give you $2,000 and you can go play.
Yeah, go play Street Fighter.
It wouldn't make sense. But luckily for me, and that's where maybe you can consider it a privilege, although I don't think it is a privilege. I had generous community members. One of them was called Shaheen. He was from Falcon Arena. He funded two of my travels. One to Southeast Asia Major in 2015, and DreamHack Winter in 2016. And from there, and also funded my Red Bull Kumite trip in 2016. And that's where I made my big splash because I won the LCQ there.
Yes, I remember.
I went into the main event. I beat was Aliun, Gamer B, and Xian, and I got 5th there. And that's where I made the big splash.
Wow.
So I got lucky because I had generous community members who believed in me, and they were, okay, we know you're good. We've seen you play. Maybe it's time for the world to see how you play. So that's how I went. And that's how Nasser also
found out about you.
That's how Red Bull also found out about me. Obviously, it's a Red Bull Kumite event.
Yeah.
So my start I didn't have, people think if you're from the UAE, then you're probably rich and loaded, but that's not the case.
Yeah.
That's not the case, for us at least. So I was lucky, and I had opportunities, limited opportunities, but I was able to make it count, and that's how I got Nasser and Red Bull, and that's how basically was able to make my name.
Bro, that is actually one of the coolest.
哇，多謝支持啊！
I never really.
大家
not notice about you.
可以
You
學
know what
習
I mean?
下
Like,
J
I don't
Ho。
think a lot of people really know that story, and that's really as like
我
grassroots as
真
it
係
is. And at the end of the day, you was able to
快啲講，快
even
啲
that
完。
story about you guys as kids going down there to the arcade to have to use your allowance on that, and you know, basically when you finally did get your moment, people believed in you because you hustled. You finally get your moment and you made it count, bro. So that is why we know Big Bird today.
Yes, people call it privilege because they see me now. But that's like, you know, you've seen Mena from the beginning, right?
Yes.
And you see Mena now.
Yeah, it's
Imagine you
different...
calling him your privilege right now.
Yes.
After knowing his beginning stories.
Yes. Yeah. That's how it goes, bro.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that. Like you hustle from the beginning. You get limited opportunities.
And you
make them
most.
count, and then that's how you get to where
已經唔聽佢講嘢啊！快啲俾畫面我睇。
Interviews like this so that people can learn more.
我老三咗啦已經。
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, that's right. Shout out to Ringe. That documentary, make sure you guys, okay, what is the documentary called so that people know? The new documentary for you and Angry Bird?
It's the Rise of the Birds. I think one of the Birds rivalry.
Yeah. So that's
it's
right
on
now.
Red Bull Gaming on YouTube. If you haven't watched it yet, basically it talks about, it focuses more on my relationship with Angry Bird.
哇！
How
多謝訂閱啊！
but at the same time, how we
辛苦
push each other to get where we are.
用我僅餘嘅氣力
One
嗌
of
埋
the
呢句，
things
多謝
that
訂閱。
people I think will enjoy, and people didn't know about Angry Bird as well. UFA 2018, he won that tournament and he was able to qualify to the regional finals, and he won regional finals and was able to qualify the Capcom Cup. So before UFA happened, he would the manager.
有時可能睇下有鼻鼾聲就唔好介意啊，我已經死咗啦已經。
Okay.
而家
But
辛
he
苦啊！
told Angry Bird that you shouldn't go to UFA.
唔好再傾偈啦。
Because you're way out.
啊
If you had like 100 points in that season wouldn't really qualify you.
Yeah.
And you were like, there's no point in going. UFA was a ranking event, so even if you won it, it wouldn't make sense. But I went and told my manager, I don't want to go alone. I need him with me.
我要食多，
And
唉，唔
he
知食
wasn't
乜啦
gonna。go because he was
而家
like,
食嘢都唔係好
"You
入，
know,
個胃都唔係好搞掂。
You never
梗係唔
know."
係啦，
And I told my manager, I need him with me.
打晒 loser 先
Come
嘅，基本上
alone and all that.
打到4場先打翻 win
I
得
got
翻。
washed. I got like 13th, and he won the whole thing. That win qualified him to the regional finals of Europe, and he was able to take that as well and qualify to Capcom Cup.
Wow.
And
Wow.
that's
He
how
almost didn't even go.
He
That's
almost didn't even
crazy.
go. That's how he basically the world knew of Angry Bird.
How he blew up.
Because he went also to Capcom Cup that year, and he got 7th.
Yo, hey man, listen. You guys heard it right here, man. This is an absolute exclusive here at Capcom Cup. You are about to see, of course, him and Angry Bird compete there, but we are also about to see who is going to be able to join them.
打未啊？
LCQ. Big Bird, a pleasure talking to
握
you.
手啦
We're going to
，OK
send
啦，
things
轉
over
鏡頭
to
啦。
Jammers and Ridge.
Man, yes, please go check out that documentary, The Rise of the Birds, on the Red Bull Gaming YouTube channel, because not only is it an incredible story about two incredible people in the community.
詹士已經頂唔住收我皮，
Go nuts, bro. The
如果第
fire
二個有。
shots out in the desert, nah, that's
Listen,
ridiculous. That's
moral,
ridiculous.
Moral of that story over there is if you have a good support system, you will go far in life. I promise you, you will go far in life, especially if they can see the potential above you and see how far they're willing to go. It's an investment.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But enough talking. Let's get back to fighting, baby. The match is ready. Losers.
Hold on.
We got Hafiki on the Lily going up against John Takeuchi on the Rich.
So I'll say this again.
冇咁求其
We're
嗰個。
lucky for Hibiki to be playing Lily.
Hibiki 對 John Takeuchi。
I think we are very lucky to have him do this. It's the Battle of the Wind users, and there's no Sill feed involved. Interestingly enough. Now, if you were to introduce someone to this game and say, I like Wind, who should I use? I wouldn't tell you Lily.
Yeah.
I would 100% tell you Rashid. But Lily has
係噃。
against
咁啊，對望先啦，跟住田中拳即刻打，即刻正頭落去。跟住田中拳之後咧就減 film 嘅，咁啊正頭。如果對面 parry 度搶，咁啊斷估對面度咁搶，如果對面真係大跳，咁啊放福再 watch 過去，咁啊想搶就俾人打轉頭，加 film 即刻打落去。 話都幾打得。哦，咁啊打中咗，咁啊攞個再做埋個作，咁攞都得。哎呦，一打俾人打翻轉頭，咁啊草風，但係俾人屈，即使屈都好都追唔到，咁啊反啊唔想估啊，哦起咗啦，哇竟然踢風！哇，係咁用踢風啦，咁啊防止對面，又啲鏡頭，一彎就變咗3個指令幾個。好，咁啊打個聽咗之後睇個中原 TC， 咁推埋場啦，再前打，再前打。想篤翻走佢，但係殘後又避開咗佢嘅威炮，打中，咁就可以用重轉做個傷害啦。咁啊就係呢個安挑，再前得 ，bit 嘅中段，對面繼續喺度壓制啊，跳翻出嚟，咁但係的士打中佢都唔破招，哎呦，踢一反，咁啊夾硬跳翻出嚟，咁啊成功咗啊，因為對面即使用升都好，都係離開咗佢個威範圍。咁啊，成功用輕人截定咗對面之後，就再仲要撞拉佢，之後推埋牆，之後就壓制啦。成功儲到風，再攞個加添，對面即刻反啊！哎呦，咁樣跳埋去，對面反而升唔到啊！咁啊開加速啦，呢個幾麻煩嘅呢個人，因為對面會打中。都有呢個 K 做住，係咪死啊？應該死喎，應該死。都有 damage， 我 shit S 角。哎呀！踢風俾人跳入啊！我成日出現呢個畫面。哎呀！前中拳打中，但係搏輕啊嘛，睇得 hit 咗啊！咁啊踢風，但係踢唔到第2 hit 啊咁啊風，所以咧就俾個行動員打翻轉頭，跳入成功，咁啊打個 combo 推埋牆啦，打個拉 Simi 啊，對面死都唔喐，跟住就俾華師係用啲拳腳係咁啊壓制啦，行動員打中，再放，但係冇 confirm。之後俾人打翻轉頭啊！踢風，再到假踢風，對面撞過嚟，應該撞㗎啦，時間問題。哇！靚 parry 喎，咁就可以開 level 2啦。咁啊會俾個 OD 風撞中，撞中之後再播 level 2，咁啊撞車情況下成功一個 level 2，都對手。始終佢嗰個龍捲風係嗰個氣功嚟，所以嗰個 OD 撞係可以過波。又一下。咁啊放風，再用 heavy 壓制，踢風，對面即刻緊集之後即刻撞過嚟啊！咁啊用咗一格氣流，用咗一格武器，但係對面即係反翻轉頭，加 fit， 即係攞單後避咗個指令頭，避咗之後用指令頭反翻轉頭啊！又反，咁應該死咗啦，其實都，咁啊間出死咗，第一。
This is what's interesting. The DQ's running the top 16 have actually kind of been in his favor, in my personal opinion. He had Manon with round 2.
咁咪想截斷對面大截嚟，個前單將對手打埋板邊，再踢風，咁啊冇牌啊，所以咧佢淨係可以，即係佢淨係可以即係過唔到波啦呢個。解答咁啊俾個師一個 combo 打入去，再碌嘅時候俾人解答。草氣咁啊，即刻鏟過去啦！但係因為唔係放波嗰啲啦，啲全部 Candy Counter， 因為搏好難嗰招，搶制啊！呢年嚟啦，前挑咁啊，避咗對面嗰個精頭之後咧，就一套簡單 combo 對冧咗 Lily 啊！咁啊反盤打中，前打，咁啊攞個加 feel 打到之後就攞個中轉 lock 單，再前打，踢風，升唔升啊？咁啊就唔升入到踢風，將對手 lock 單啊，踢，咁啊掂一下之後就還開啦，之後開呢嚿嘢， 咁啊打對面個 pick 打對面個 parry， 哇！只跳埋去，唔係好事。哎呀，搏唔到招啊！但唔緊要，如果輸冇對手之後，裝睇嗰時就用個2個重拳要變咗對手啦。2-1。咁啊打個 counter hit，用佢搏招，再搏。咁就攞啦，想屈過去截停佢手嘅時候咧，俾人反擊，點知原來係草牌冇打出去，跟住打出去又唔係草牌，咁啊加添嘅轉，但係幫到自己啊，有啲危險啊！哎呀，跟住個跳掣咁就俾阿 Hibiki 俾咗個 impact 啊！
Right, here comes the pressure. Good blocks there from Hibiki. He has to hold it out because he's about to get his drive gauge back here.
咁啊，一堆攻擊之後打唔破你防守之後，我打破防守。哎呀，想 cut 對面但係 cut 唔到，又反啊，唔得。咁啊，俾阿 Lily 跳翻出嚟啊，咁跟住就，哎呀，但係佢冇搏一套勁啲嘅招，咁啊又係解答，之後就俾阿。當太基要持幾個重擊打死咗，個 match point 啊！喺下中就打中，咁啊搏 combo。扯一腳，咁啊再解嘅時候俾人打翻轉頭，重轉對手撞過嚟都係俾人對空啊，唔使諗啊！咁啊只要夠早出呢個重轉係對到空。逆風，再反波拳。咁啊用個支反對打出去，咁啊有空去放呢個 level 2啊，死都唔喐。哎呀，風打大眼隻啦，令佢打空氣啊。咁啊空對空，但係俾人打翻落嚟啊。對空啊，今次有啦，今次。但係啲現象嘅問題就係呢個風係即係一定要用個牌嘅，如果唔係，即係你冇得唔用，一係冇出，一係就用，冇得緊用。咁啊又打一下，對 OD 踢風，踢中就死咗啦應該。2個 Eco Spike 成功 KO 對手，咁啊將睇支持3-1晉級。
What a phenomenal performance. Hey, I think we got a nice windy show. Oh yeah, that was brilliant to say. And hey, this is what's interesting about
係嘛？
because
又死咗隻，個 shit 又晉級。
Characters with a leveling system are stuck between a rock and a hard place, depending on the characters, a case-by-case basis. So when you allow Rashid to charge up his whirlwind shot, are you going to do combo wind, or are you going to try and stop him from doing combo wind? Because you don't want him to do.
又睇呢堆咁嘅預期，歷史重演。
The stocks, and he has level 2. Do you try and stock up? But then here's what's interesting. We saw in that last moment, which we will get to that in a minute. Look at the damage on that. That was insane. And he tech too much for me, Hibiki. But I understand. Because of how Rashid's evasive, I'd bite a few times, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a decent amount of techs here. And I just love the range that John Taguchi constantly standing at. Yeah, right? Because you mentioned you want to get the win stocks.
咁我淨係呢堆 replay 咧都可以播2分鐘，逼夠4分鐘 ，replay 播2分鐘，都是20-10分鐘。
But at that specifically, and that's so important in getting your game started with Lily. But John, he recognized and identified that space and always stood there. Whether he could thwart that with the stand heavy kick, whether he would react with drive rush, eagle spike, he had the reactions that were quick enough to stop every time a free stock was maybe capable.
When he watches this back, I think he'll know some of the biggest issues he had was doing delay tech on defense. We see it there, as well as when and where to stock up. We're about to see it here, right? Full screen, no stocks. He charged up. That's the choice he had to make. Now, it looks like he pressed a button. I don't think he tried to stock up. It looks like he did something else. And obviously, when you get a punish counter, amplified eagle spike, well, you're just getting hit like you're getting hit by Slayer. It's the counter hit power bunker. That's what it is.
Legitimately, bro. You are dead on.
嗰場就係啊川玉對卡基魯。
That's gonna be losers round 2, but we got one more. Oh, what a banger it's gonna be. Jen in the building here, of course. Jen repping that 5+1, repping Toronto nowadays. Kakaru, on the other hand, straight from Japan. But hey, shout outs to both of these guys because they like their rap music. Don't forget, my man Kakaru will be watching that Japanese battle rap. DJ Celery, spin that stuff. Jen, we already know his tale.
What's interesting, I think the guys did mention it before, is what's really interesting about these two. Or should I say the storyline for Xian is he
係啊，仲有
a repeat.
應該仲有2個，應該仲有個半鐘。
It's possible. It's in the cards. There's a 1 in 8 chance. I know my maths, quick maths. But Kakaru,
from the nation of quick maths.
You know what it is, right? Kakaru's interesting because he's had brilliant offline performances, but when he goes up against a lot of players in the Asian region, they have like luxury, by the way. They can play against each other now because of the online netcode. He falls short somewhere, but
lunch都未完就都市行條都幾勁喎。今日打埋呢個正賽。好啦，有波下中腳打中嘅 c a n hit 就可以搏呢個啦。黑手指，我劈埋一堆嘢。冰冰咁啊，用個插地將對手推翻出去。咁啊，打一個 parry， 咁啊兩下 parry 嘅再打一個前重腳 combo， 咁啊再放鬼，咁啊放鬼就可以確保對手一定係擋嘅情況下，要擋埋個條門。咁啊攞傷害。哇！咁啲後 parry 但係俾人一個前突，繼續得，咁啊對手中意 parry 咧就用多啲大例。跳到啊！好啦，咁係咪可以大追特追？都已經 impact 㗎啦，如果唔係追唔到。哎呀！咁啊用個爽酷俾人一個原地跳車死咗。喂，咁啊 parry 咗之後咧，就用個 rush 衝埋去。parry 咗對面嗰個，哎呀大鑊啦呢個，第一次見到 combo 啊，bang bang 咁啊 level 2啊有啲危險啦，咁啊後期開 level 2都已經好大鑊。哦又中一下，咁啊埋，咁啊跳咗拳，後咧就，哎呀佢以為佢度到啱啱好嗰個。啱啱好嗰個下重拳可以打到對面嘅前跳門邊添，咁啊穿咗一堆 combo 之後咧就入呢個 level 3啦，將卡基魯打到 burn out 先，先開住快燈，但係對手要，哎呀俾人跳咗出嚟啊，咁啊辛苦咁耐睇埋動畫，但係俾人一個前跳 kill 咗，卡基魯1-0。
So I'll do it because you don't think I will do it.
Sometimes the obvious choice is probably the best one.
喂，佢成功咁啊，但係差 hit 咗呢個。咁啊打一個解答，再壓制，咁啊又係兩粒海膽，兩個輕拳之後 parry 就緊咗。哦，痛啊呢個！俾晒啲資源打傷佢，喂又中兩下，咁啊又喺畫面啦。咁啊有一次啱啱好多嘢啊，咁啊鳩星咁啊對手傳送門咧就會俾嗰個星打到唔見咗。打地係嗰次 parry 咁就可以打到個推埋牆啦。parry 咁我死咗啦，咁啊叮叮叮油嘅。parry 邊個贏？呢個後帶將對手對手搭埋牆，咁啊真係埋牆啦！哇呢個痛啊呢個，咁啊對面又 parry 啊其實。哎呀，以為搏到招啊，大失誤啦呢個。咁啊攤手指。哎呦，咁啊原地跳打到個，哇一齊 parry， 兩邊都係啲咁嘅人，鳩撳個 parry 先。好啦單，咁啊原地跳俾阿基魯打翻落嚟，咁啊上一傳送門嘅時候咧就俾對面閃咗，咁啊就俾穿咗打個 finish餐，所以嘅時候俾穿打個 finish餐彈，然後就俾人 kill 咗啦。放波，兩個炸地咗開波落 level 3，先level 3為敬。一個 set play 再一個前打。見到 rush 其實根本撳定個 parry 得㗎。哇！咁啊原地跳避咗對面攻擊，死唔死啊？應該死唔係喎。你要天呢個海陸空軍隊已經出動，準備出動啦。原地前跳嘅時候俾阿卡基魯周到你個地位，然後就俾人一個炸地炸死咗啦。2-0。原地跳咁啊俾 DJ 一個下上翻手。哦，得呢個入咗呢個分啲 counter。分啲 counter。嘿嘿。又打中，哇！終於最慘嘅畫面啦，但係 burn out 情況下。 俾呢個傷害都幾大。跳咗出嚟啊！哎呀，又地下，會唔會俾人咁樣夾硬收翻轉頭啊？咁啊，自己擦手指。哎呀！睇準你 cancel 鬼，跟住之後再下上搏反嚟嘅呢度。咁啊，又係呢個艾瑪加閃電嘅輕拳佢。哎呀 ，whip 咗個鏟地 Mitty， 咁就但係個立輕拳打到對手，咁就可以搏招。咁啊，俾卡基魯下中拳打翻轉頭，然後再搏呢堆嘢。
He's got to hold this for now. His dry gauge is stuck between a rock and a hard place, I must say.
The ghosts of your past.
呢堆魔法屈地機喺度，喂閃翻出嚟 ，Mitty 嘅中段咁就俾卡基魯打一套啦。呢個應該擋得切，係啊，喂到我俾 parry 啦。咁啊，睇到自但係睇到啲情況下俾人解打當架大石頭攻擊，俾人打翻轉頭。哇，咁樣 whiff 啊！唔緊要，呢可以啊。咁啊，後跳可以避咗呢可以，應該會煙劈㗎啦，仲唔煙劈？咁啊，間出死啊，唔煙劈啊！
One thing I've got to say that I'm impressed about when Tien is playing is when Kakuri puts him in the corner, does stand face into OD departure for the setup, because there's some nasty mix-ups from that. He's mixed up all the defensive options. Held up forward, delayed throw tech. Yeah, I think he's done one OD jackknife max.
有波 watch 過去，咁啊上一重拳打落去大 trade 㗎，入佢 parry 成功啦，再搏招，再一個前打埋個 parry， 咁啊再打，但係呢邊搞大，一腳。哇 ！JP 又開始用啲咁嘅手長腳長嘅攻擊，打個傷害。放波咁啊，俾人俾炸中之後再搏呢個地師。呢個就可以睇準你傳送門 cancel 嗰下咧，就錯定個下掣一喐佢哋，啊又最戇鳩嘅畫面出現啦。咁啊，仲可以憑住個傳送門再打多3，最白痴嘅畫面啊！咁啊落單後咁啊，但係俾下中原打中，就係搏呢堆嘢。佢俾你個卡手指啦！哇！呢個痛啊！呢個呢鋪3添啊，機會出。咁啊唔想俾傳送門炸中嘅話，就有咁嘅下場。咁就 watch 個鏡頭，watch 鏡頭冇人反應到嘅，即係話俾你知有人反應到嘅。
Now here's the thing, you've got an interesting choice. Do you take the free stun now? Would you play around with it? I think you can play around.
哇！依家俾人哇唔領燈佢喎，重拳身啦，咁咗啦。有機會可以用嗰個普通失憶嘅喎，唔易啊。
All right. Well, both players have got 0 bars of meter at the moment. It's going to be a nice little earnest.
兩秒對望，佢哋停低多過2秒咧，好大眼瞓。咁啊，下中腳下中腳打中咧就係搏對空啊！哎呀，但係對空個位做得唔幾好，我以前得呢次嘅下段。
I think he cancelled that early to fake the parry attempt. He does that.
又中一下，但係佢唔 cancel 個 watch 咁啊！有呢啲畫面啦，自己嗰個見到對手嗰個黃血係咁扣，就受咗啦。
Going to a game 5 here, and I can't believe it. We actually got here because I feel like Kakeru took a really unnecessary risk in that previous round.
衰死一節啦，贏就晉級啦，輸就出局。
And I don't care who you are. Everybody feels that they're not doing the right thing against CJ. There's so many situations like, was this right? He could have taken a 40% just for the sake of it.
喺下中拳接到對面個 rush 搏招，炸！我呢個幾大鑊都，等埋個傳送門攻擊之後再搏招，因為跳咗地，因為仲喺地下咧，呢個仲係因為嗰個前重腳咧又放勁多。 不如 parry 成功啊！有冇死唔死啊？可唔可以咧？佢一死咗。哦，自己 ban 到自己，好想撳 parry 嘅個人，乜兜都撳 parry。咁啊，求其撳個掣，因為始終 DJ 係 level 2先有無敵，咁 level 1就等死。好啦 ，round 2啦，卡基雷 match point。放波，我睇㗎，再用波佢。落落單，然後做一個前搭，都想做呢個爽箍，但係俾人揀用個 right turn 出嚟。咁啊換咗邊啦？點啊？對空有計啊！下中腳撳落去，打到 combo level 3，將個傷害 maximum 先。
And he's going to play the safety net with the OD departure. Burnout.
係咪死啊？咁啊，半 level 2啊，有輸到。
Out. You got to deal with this.
想帶佢，但係失敗咗。哎呀，救唔救到啊？救唔到啊，應該。好啊，咁又卡基雷3-2晉級。
What another phenomenal performance here we've had in the top 8. I told you they're going to be bone-breaking matches. Another 3-2 here.
老西又好容易嘅咧。老西有幾難？你咁樣撳我就識㗎啦。光之戰士咁易喎。
You have the options to immediately thwart pressure and stop momentum, so why not try and do that? But it does entail a lot of risks there. Again, good start from Kakarou. Zen finding his way back.
仲有台灣咯，支持日本人啦。你過嚟呢度食花生，可能教學機台打機，時代唔同啦。
Kakarou has some of the best defensive choices, I feel, especially the timing of when he decides to challenge with the jab, when he decides to jump. You think it's crazy on the surface, but there's mind games there.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, right, we didn't really see a lot of forward attempts from Kakarou, right? Because he was like, if I'm going to put a bet on that, I'd rather just OD Amnesia. And there was a couple of good baits out from Zhen, but Kakarou, he was just so disciplined defensively a lot of the time.
嗰度見到係啊，好似係。
And that's one of the ways that DJs
唔係好似喺下邊 top 4先啊。
kind of counteract a lot of what you expect to happen. And Kakarou was just playing disciplined, playing defensively. He didn't really get a lot of those opportunities. This was a big chip out. Yeah, that's plus on block and burnout with the OD Sobat, if I'm not mistaken. So just continue to abuse it.
Yeah, honestly, the defensive choices from both players and the mind games they've implemented was fantastic. And the thing is as well, I think the key thing for me here was the defensive bets that Kakarou took. They paid off. Zen, it was kind of like a 50, maybe a 60% if you're really stretching it. And outside of that, there was not as much ignorance as I thought there'd be.
Fair enough. But yeah, and then in this last game, right, Kakarou really sealed the last 2 rounds in the same exact way, where he was able to corner Zhen, get him down on life, get him in burnout, and just wait for him to do something, because he would have to take some type of risk.
So I do agree with the neutral jump.
唔係喎，依家打啦喎，呢邊打兩隻上面就話 Ship Mirror，下邊就係 Can 打。
And the level 2 could have turned things around if it hits. I don't blame him.
Don't
lose with these resources.
好攰啊！
Even if it was a reverse, someone's going to burn yourself out. It's like, okay, I tried something. I don't want to have this regret of saying shoulda, woulda, coulda, you know?
Absolutely. And in the heat of the moment, as the aggressive player or the offensive player in that instance, so many people get thirsty for that drive impact or that kill, right? They're like, I'm so close to advancing in the tournament. You got no lives left.
Hard, man.
Like, it's one of those things where a lot of people will overextend. But Kakarou, very disciplined here. Great job. Really just utilizing the threat of an option as well as the option itself.
Well, speaking of utilizing options, one option they utilized a fair bit was their headsets. You saw it on the cameras there. We got to give a big shout out to the Steel Series here with the Arctis Nova Pro. It will be the official headset sponsor for Capcom Cup 10. You guys know how it goes, right? Pro players have won more prize money using this headset gear than any other brand. And this week, they're going to help someone become a millionaire. Maybe they might give me some money if I use the headset as well. Maybe, I don't know. If you got a little bit of chump change, you want to throw 10 grand my way,
you know? Group F didn't hit me with any cash apps, but you can, Steel Series. Anyway, Capcom Cup X continues to be underway. We have our first round of top 8 in the books. Do not go anywhere, because we're crowning the last participant in Capcom Cup before the day's over.
plan to fight at all?
All right, I'm ready. Your footwork's sloppy. This Top9? Behold this body of work. You are lucky. Get ready. I'll show you strong. Allow yoga to guide you. What is it? The power of yoga.
I'll show you the power of my kung fu.
I'm ready for you. Just bring it. Think you could break my defense? Got you in my sights. Smart choice. Bring it.
準備講10分鐘嘢啊！嗰個人真係要返學了，好啊好啊，就嚟沖涼啦，真係要。我就嚟攞把刀吉自己嘅你，搞唔掂，辛苦到爆炸。
Choose your sibling. It's Angry Bird or it's Big Bird. You can't stand in the middle.
The Middle East Fighting Pride.
唔好訪問啊！我頂唔住啊！真係好攰。
It's just this rivalry. I love it.
Try to stop me, then you're gonna pay the price. All them late nights finally paid nice. Awaken my dreams, but you could call me the greatest of all time.
I'm focused. You know how bad I want this. I'm giving it my all. Never thought this moment is golden. I control it. All eyes on me. I see I'm watching. Once I'm locked.
多啲氣，吸氣，唔呼氣，吸到成個，吸到好似路飛嗰個，路飛嗰個深呼吸咁。要睇佢吹水。
Welcome back to the Capcom Cup X LCQ Top 8. We are here at the Endless Couch, fueled by Pagoda, and as you can see, I have the Evo champion himself, Angry Bird. What's up, bro?
How you doing, bro?
Hello, I'm very happy to see you. I was
same here.
Speaking of things I'm happy to see, I saw you post on Twitter. We ain't gonna say the company, the brand, because they ain't pay us like that, but I saw you got a very nice whip, man. A very nice car recently.
Yeah.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you,
how was that for you?
Man, I wanted that. That's my dream car. Since I was young. That like the older version, of course.
Yeah.
So, and then I kept thinking about this for 6 months. Do I get it? Do I not? Do I get it? Do I? And at the end, I was like, I have to.
Yes, man. You got to live. You work hard.
Yeah. And then I got it. Yeah.
That's dope. You deserve that, man. You know, we love to see our FGC brothers and sisters winning all that, bro. So as far as Capcom Cup specifically, your journey to even make it here in the Capcom Cup, you qualified out the gate because you went ahead and won Evo. I actually have a two-part question for you. The first part I'll actually ask is, what does it mean to you to have qualified from an offline and have opened up another spot for the Middle East?
Yeah.
Because normally it's going to be you and Big Bird qualifying. But this time, somebody else was able to get the other spot.
It actually feels very good. It gives opportunity to other guys in the Middle East because I believe like we have very good amount of talented players there. So it would have been better if we could have gone like 2 spots. Big Bird winning another offline event. But one is still good, and we got to see Fandroid. He's one of our guys.
Yes,
he's in the tournament. Nice. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that, of course. And like regarding qualifying through offline, I mean, I used to qualify when the competition was offline. So it wasn't something like special because I lived in that era where like everything was offline and I was able to qualify. But if I was able to if this was my first time qualifying offline, when I started like playing online, it would have been different.
Yeah,
but because
yeah.
I was in that era, like it wasn't that much of a difference.
Okay, and you know, at this point, man, it's crazy. Like the surge, man, that you've had over the course of all the last few years, maybe like I don't know 4 or 5 years, something like that, bro. At this point, of course, Street Fighter League champion, you've won like the Europe premieres, you've won Evo. Specifically that Evo win, that's the biggest tournament in Street Fighter history. Like I think it's like it actually broke records. Like,
嗰係未啊？
that's the
死
most
咗啦！
we've ever had, over 7,000 entrants.
我而家半死狀態。
Win it. You're the first
呢
Middle
個
Eastern Street Fighter Evo
呢個叫
champion.
自嗨咯。
Just you know, is that your favorite life moment?
Yes, 100%.
Really?
Yeah. 100%.
Okay. So what was?
I would be lying if I said no.
Okay, so just is there any way for you to explain the emotions of that match, that last match, man?
Yeah.
You versus Minute. Like, what's even going through your mind? A lot of us never even been in a situation like that. What's going in your mind going into the last game where you were close to winning such a big tournament?
Because I'm so experienced, like in playing in tournament, I set it like in front of my head. Just don't think about the tournament. Whatever. Just you win, you lose. Don't think about it until it happens.
Yeah.
So I let that like go away from my head and just focus on the match. After the match, I'll see what I can feel.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
During the match, no feelings. Just in the match. That's
Just
all.
locked in.
Just in the match.
And-
After the match, I will see if I lose, maybe cry in my room. Yeah. But in the match, focus. Yeah.
Yeah, well, these players in this LCQ are going to need to focus up exactly how you did at Evo. Before we throw it back to that top 8, I got to ask you, you know, right now, of course, we got Punk and Problem X in winners finals. What are you thinking about the LCQ, man? Who do you have taking it?
Man, LCQ is always Capcom Cup LCQ. To me, is
It's as crazy as it.
so difficult.
Yeah.
Like, difficult tournament. Yeah, I think I really think either Punk or Kaku gets the win.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I like that you actually gave us a pick, too. Some people are like, oh, it's too hard to pick, but it's cool that you gave us a pick, man. Angry Birds, you are an ambassador for the scene. We love to see your success, and we cannot wait to see you compete in Capcom Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for us right now on the Analyst Couch, fueled by Pagoda, and we're going to go ahead and send it back to Jammers and Wrench.
Always love hearing Angry Birds share the thoughts. Make sure you check out the documentary that's come out recently on Red Bull. How do I say it? Mashallah, my friend.
I think it is. I think that's how it is.
He gave us a lot of approval.
I think
He wasn't really looking at you.
I seem to remember.
But you know what? There's interesting picks.
Sure,
There's
for
the
sure.
safe picks as well. But hey, there's other characters that are trying to be the ripple in the waves in this bracket.
For sure. He echoed a similar sentiment that we did on the couch earlier, right? It seems like Punk, Problem, Kakaru, there seems to be the favorites. And they're all still alive in the tournament right now. But Kakaru is in the loser side of things. Punk and Problem are fighting it out to get that privileged pole position of winner's side grand finals. We got JB and John Takeuchi down there, the Rashid brothers, the Rashid twinsies, trying to play spoiler to all of this.
So what, is John Takeuchi just had like the win dungeon and RPG or something? He's just been going through win boss after win boss after.
Oh, true, yeah. He had to face a Beaky. Now he's got to face his counterpart in JB, rocking the Rashid as well. And that's the match we're starting off with right now.
The thing is, if you go back and look at
Well, sit like
he started with Jamie, switched over to Rashid. He actually used SFL Japan to develop the Rashid. So did Jachikin as well. It took a long time to get there, and his team made it to the grand finals of SFL Japan. And the tech I saw him produce over time was phenomenal. But on the other end, JB is no slouch to this character either.
你一開波你 watch 過去啦，唔使拉啊。
Things for me here
之後
is
食呢
how
個
they parry each other. How they
下中腳打咗個 watch， 跟住之後再一個前一個搭，咁啊前想壓制嘅時候，俾人一個升打翻轉頭，加 fit， 咁啊想用呢個重轉啊，又俾人執平咗，啱啲俾人 cut 到啊，但係 carry 到。
These two, they utilize Rashid to their full capability.
靚喎，原地跳，俾人打翻轉頭。
The whirlwind shot here. You can have a mind game with that as well because one Rashid player doesn't want the other one to charge and then run in.
輕拳，即係平咗對手，再行埋 watch， 叻又，哇呢個轉靚真係，咁又啲對空做得好好啊，暫時見到佢哋，同埋一個 OD 轉，咁啊截停咗對面嗰個壓制。 中段打中啊，咁啊推埋場啦，冇咧可以啊，有咧可以，哦冇啦，呢個踢風俾人跳係所有嘅 GP， 所有嘅 Rush 都會承受嘅都識嗰嘅嘢。咁啊 Perry， 咁啊不嚟又 Perry 啊，呢10個8個都係咁嘅啲嘅，咁啊有啦，尤其咁我即係 Perry。咁啊，一叮到就嚟啊！咁啊，呢個哦中咗，中咗就放翻氣啦。咁啊，個風個氣流唔喺你面前咧，咁就你冇得搏一大套。呢度已經對哭，咁啊唔俾你咁易走，但係傷害太低啦。咁啊起上下中腳，防止你輸面。咁就呢個就有啲就係咁啊死咗啦！接拍下啦，斯多傾成功先落一鋪。
Make sure the stream's on 60 frames per second.
Let me get that tier 3 sub.
You know what it is. We ain't got no funky alerts here, but.
好，埋攞個前中拳打劑。咁喺度彈下彈下咁樣咧，睇下可唔可以呢回。咁兩邊一齊 rush 啦，邊個 rush 就邊個贏。前得。又一腳，喂，咁啊打到個 Chanta 就搏招啦。但係個壓制做得唔好啊，俾好容易俾對手搭翻轉頭。又一腳咁啊 Chanta 又可以搏下中腳啦，之後再前就好啲腳。到啲波拳，重轉翻出去。我對空湯德基時個對空真係，即係同埋啲即係好明顯就滑雪嗰方面功力係勁啲。哦，咁啊打到個 Blitz Hunter 呢個重腳 Vision， 下中腳 rush 過去再搏，即刻俾人升啊！其實再放呢個下波拳。
To really get in the range where he can whip punish with that stand heavy kick.
我間開咧可以喎，但係好事咩？咁啊，可能想打段 burn out 啊，不如自己射個 burn out 出嚟。咁啊，俾人原地跳打中，大跳咁啊，即刻俾人升咁啊，但係佢都做嗰個勁低點嘅下重拳，但係失敗咗。打中咁啊，攞個加添。咁啊，但係俾人攝到個下中腳，咁就俾哇！咁樣搏招啊，危險喎！咁多個掣好啲，有血量精算師係咪？咁樣可以攞多啲氣。咁啊打中咗個 rush 嘅時候，打到嗰個攻擊，咁就可以搏呢個。喂，咁啊死都唔咁滯，會俾你嗰個應該係話唔會俾你嗰個唔會俾你咁容易打破防守。Mitty 嘅下中拳，咁啊俾人飛成功，咁啊將黑條推翻埋場。個風仲喺度啦，但係個風已經喺太近啦，所以做唔到個頭攻擊。Mitty 嘅中段再一個頭，叫做壓制，咁啊真係嗰時因為俾人運埋喺埋邊啦，咁啊又開始玩柔道啦。哎呀，個 impact 太早啦，打空氣情況下就俾 JB 打死咗。
I don't know why I said air throw, by the way. Rishi doesn't have one of those.
No, he does.
Oh, he does?
Okay, okay.
因為佢成功，就搏招。
Don't worry, I got you. Oh, delayed jab there.
咁啊兩個輕拳打到對手之後咧，就 TC 之後再波拳再 set 呢嚿嘢，但係對手唔撚你啦升啊，咁啊安跳都冇用，你撳嗰隻又升嘅。咁啊繼續喺度睇空。
Yeah, exactly. This is the neutral.
Exactly. The walk backs into whip punishes have been
又
so
打一下，
annoying that you can
冇
see
中段啦。
him hesitate
咁
now.
啊呢個唔係中段嚟嘅，不過俾對 parry 到，咁我要諗下打唔打啦先。parry 到，基本上 parry 就係起，無論起攻防守都係用 parry。咁啊 level 2啊，就冇辦法可以令到對方，哇，係個勁近先出喎，但係未死喎呢個，個風仲喺後邊。咁啊食咗後邊嘅氣流之後，再加速彈上前，咁啊成功埋到身之後，就一個打死咗對手啦。踢風，下中嘅第一中，咁啊搏招啦，買氣流。
We already at this corner, make him work for it now. We'll even attempt an anti-air.
踢風，咁啊，但係 whiff 咗下中嘅情況下，會俾人 whiff 打中已經算係咁啦。咁啊開 level 2， 咁啊攞有利 film 數啦。咁啊見到我封埋嚟想，覺得對面會壓制，之後就 O.D. 式就俾人擋咗。咁啊但係俾裝車嗰時用後突突翻入去，咁啊有啲曳。咁啊對空中段，咁啊始終都係有利嘅，因為你可以有咩波啊？好似唔夠大力，唔緊要，咁啊有個前得，咁啊真係佢1。
After that gambit from JB right there, I like attacking the drive gauge, but he might have been tunnel visioned and not realize he was going to burn himself out in the process.
What's been interesting is, obviously, the person who initiates, it's easy for the other receiver to whip punish, but sometimes John Taguchi gets...
啱位輕拳，你都自己對手啦，咁就俾 West 俾傷害喎，係咪好事啊？咁啊解答，咁就俾 West 打一個重拳，反波重拳。原地挑咁就俾人打一下，前中拳再識呢嚿嘢，咁啊俾個反波拳搏中咗之後又好彩啊，咁可以彈上天就一個重轉啦。繼續，今次就冇啦，今次就冇俾個風打中，冇俾個風打中。再嚟，中段但係擋到啊！哎唷，咁樣 whip 咗就俾張太基俾阿 JB。
Should close it out. They've both got 2 bars. I don't think a round start Yasar's coming.
前中拳截到對面攻擊，咁啊再射一堆嘢，以上鳩，咁啊換邊得嚟咧又可以做傷害啊，不錯，又打中啦。咁啊 Mickey 中段對面搶輕拳，睇到係。睇出嚟。屌你係即係前面敵人喺鬥低嘅，即係敵人夠前咧，呢個反波拳打中。屌唔喐啊！跟住個風仲喺你面前。哇！呢個勁，佢定 delay 先出嗰個中段。即係唔諗住個風打中㗎，諗住個人打中。咁啊，下中就撩中，咁啊可以搏個 TC， 之後再重轉，攞個傷害。後開 level 2啊，個風就嚟緊啫啦。成功好晒8人，應該踢個風過嚟嘅。哦，啲早啊，但係唔緊要，反而攞到傷害啊。前得對面打到你埋牆角。
Empty jump. Right. Not dead yet. Recovered in time to not get punched for that throw attempt by John. JB a pixel away from
哇！我放個風嘅，咁就俾你跳入。幾慘喎都。
The most frustrating thing when you throw a heavy whirlwind shot is because of how vertical it goes after you send it out. You see them jump, you're like, please, for everything that is holy, can you just connect? And then they just manage to evade it, get that jump in, and like, damn. Give me a bigger hitbox, Capcom.
Gives you a slight sense of false hope.
This game's full of that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. 2-1咩？我驚我分啊，佢2咗啦。後打咗個 Simi。咁啊，哇！呢個唔得啦，呢個。然之後我都係話燒玩家，我知呢啲咁嘅嘢。你風，咁啊下中腳撩中，咁我打個 combo 俾埋上。有個下重腳停咗，仲有個前打將佢打埋牆，中段打中，但中段擋咗，但係仲喺呢個雙體機身上，俾晒所有資源啦，你可以啊，因為1，爆，咁啊 JB match on 啦，依然輸話 Ship Mirror 啊，因為波係中段啦，如果飛成功，咁樣就等吹。咁啊起上俾對手升中啊！哦，咁樣 fit 到對面嗰個我輕拳殺制識 fit 到個喂，都幾大力，又飛飛啊，真係好用呢招。咁啊前挑，咁樣就打個下中拳 Mitty， 又升啊！哇，做乜都俾人升真係幾嬲啊真係。啊！上一術對面嗰個資源啊，反你，哇！自己撞咗埋去，我死咗啦！但係未啊，因為冇氣流，踢唔到氣流，但係唔緊要，俾 MBT 下中完中，3-2 ，JB 晉級。真係慘。
I find the Luke mirror funny. You can ask a few players about the JP mirror, but hey, I didn't think I'd be doing a Rashid mirror in Street Fighter 6 this early on. I gotta say, lovely back and forth.
But isn't it so fitting that it's between two historic Rashid players,
You know?
John Takeuchi and JB? Ever since this character has come out, they've been on the forefront of developing him. The results have shown this is the character that they're most comfortable on, and both here in the top 8 of LCQ, beautiful set.
What's interesting about Rashid as a character, because he's such an intricate character with that complex tool set, it takes a while to unravel it.
Yep.
But by seeing the mirror, where people struggle to deal with the safe jumps, to deal with the corner game, you saw John Takeuchi
勾落去啊，勾先係街霸嚟啊
love
嘛。
about JP or JB, sorry.
美國
is
人
as
贏一
he
次
was。going through this set, the confidence was coming back. It didn't turn into hubris. It was just confidence, and then he had the bravado to use more EX spinning mixers under pressure because he turned into the driving seat. So this is really good to see. Love that stuff there from JB.
Yeah, it was so interesting to see this mirror. We always talk about
呢度
how
解過先
in a
鳩
mirror
㗎
match
呢
you
度
have the same ranges as everybody else,
Exactly.
right? And so it was so cool to see like the slight walk-ins and walk-backs to bait people into pressing those buttons, especially because they're both Rashid players. They know when they want to press those money buttons that they can convert off of. And we saw so much of that where they were able to walk in, walk out, get those stand heavy kick whiff punishes, get the crouch medium kick drive rush whiff punishes. It was just a solid play from every angle.
You have to remember as well, every Rashid mirror, there's a gentleman's agreement. No level 3s, yeah?
Yeah.
Just quickly, the handshake under the... No level 3s, yeah? Just level 2s?
We're good. We're good on that.
Cool. You know what? Both of them, again, you're going to suffer the same fate as everybody else does. It was difficult at times. I love the way they were masking different setups in that as well. And the big damage happened there. You can see that right there.
And JB down 2 as well, right? Had to get 2 games straight on John. Beautiful jump over right there. And then in game 5, he was just able to play so clean, so clutch. Look at that. That crouch medium kick snipe, double drive rush cancel into the level 1.
Yeah, there you go, closing it out. And this was interesting, right? I noticed with Rashid, you got to spend one drive rush cancel put in the corner, then you pile on the pressure to set up those safe jumps, because they're some of the most potent safe jumps in the game, like I said, but they're all very finicky to set up, right? And you have to kind of utilize that stuff. So well done there to JB.
And so
啊，到下面啦，頭機度對下機路。
who's going to get through the tornado? Like it didn't have that many active frames left?
I think so.
Because
Because the air current after level 2 lasts
街
longer
霸
than
真係
the
鳩
others.
嘅啫。
So I actually thought he still had a little bit of time, maybe moved out of it slightly and then on the spinning mixer, but I think it's only the amplified version that allows the Arabian Sky High to cancel there.
All right,
But
well,
hey, we can talk about Rashid later, so.
most definitely. He's still alive. JB, top 4 of the bracket, but of course, only first place matters here because that is the Capcom Cup qualifying spot on the line, but I'm so glad that he's still in this tournament. The other half of loser semis. 2 Titans from
頭機度對下機路，來
Taku
來來
versus
來。
Tokido. I can't wait for this one, fam.
Oh, is he sleeping?
I mean, he is in the zone.
Oh, he's in the zone, sorry.
He's going to open his eyes and lightning is going to come out
Well,
of him.
I mean, you say that, but I guarantee if someone took a picture of him sleeping, that'd be the exact same face. I'm dead serious.
Conscientious.
Does Tokido want to tap him? Oh, he's
Oh, there
awake.
we go.
Wonderful.
We're
I'm
in
glad
here.
your whoop watch worked. It's woke you up, you know?
This dude Tokido, man, he is in phenomenal shape. Me and Rob were talking about it. This guy's got like 0% body fat nowadays.
Dude, doesn't he have his home gym?
Yeah, he's got the bench in the back of his stream. That's his stream decor. We're talking about getting figures. We're talking about putting plushies back there. My man just got the weight rack. Like, that's crazy.
Has he still got that beamer he was posing with?
I'm sure. He probably added a couple more.
Oh là là.
If I ever see Tokido in a Rolls Royce, I'm quitting. Because clearly I wasn't good enough with the Kuma.
And I gotta say, is any Street Fighter bracket fitting without having this matchup? Ken versus JP, the lore battle, 2 of the most popular characters in the game, 2 of the best players on these characters. Let's
好，
get
我
it.
播啦。話我後集中團實快下先，咁又俾下場嘅打中，然後就再前打 watch 過去。
One of the biggest things you've got to be cognizant of as the JP players. You don't want Ken running at you in various different ways. Drive rush into Dragon Lash.
好，咁啊放完衝門，對面放波打翻轉頭，
You really got to be careful about those.
就踢一腳，咁啊重拳啦，咁啊撩起咗對手。
You gotta sprinkle in a little bit. Yeah, we talk about
好，
Tokido.
無反波拳，哇！用 impact 打對面放波，但係對面即刻撳，即刻用呢個 impact 打翻轉頭啊！唔係爭少少反應，哇！順雷腳，
Yeah, literally.
又一腳，
Stand fierce, confirm right
又一腳
Tokido, you saw the layout.
又一腳，順雷腳係屈機嘅。
Bullying him with that stand fierce in the corner.
咁啊，始終冇升咧就冇咩好做呢啲位，可以失憶嘅。咁啊，驚最中意嘅畫面啦，咁啊 rush 下中腳 rush。咁啊，順雷腳繼續屈擊，咁啊 parry 嘅時候俾對面用呢個後打翻打走佢，咁啊無啦啦做咩飛腳啊？哇！咁擋得切嘅，哎呀，有得 combo， 哇！ 哇！Tokido 啲 combo 咧越嚟越，係咪個掣壞咗啊？呢個卡基魯黑暗戰法。
There's no explanation that we could come up with at the very least. Kakaru though, he's gonna tie this up.
哎呀，甩 combo， 但係緊要當唔識。
Tokido actually spun me with the Brazilian Ken. Tokido actually spun me.
The man sent you to Brazil 7-1, fam.
Nice trade there.
咁啊，兩邊有對望啦。放個波睇下對面會唔會咁 cut 到對面點先。咁啊，對面 parry 咁啊即刻就搭啦。咁啊兩個搭攞到好多血啊。第三個搭對面解答啦。咁啊繼續喺度攞血。parry 成功，哇！用個 TC 咁就再開 level 2換邊同埋打呢個氣嘅。
He's going to go for the drive gauge damage instead. Burn out, deal with this. You can't even do supers in this sequence.
咁啊打空氣，咁啊俾個 combo 呢個 level 2打入去，就對望，咁啊想起上 impact， 但係俾 Tokido 一個下中腳 kill 咗。
Spacing was pretty interesting because of how meticulous it was. It set up the run step kick, which you've mentioned numerous times today, pretty perfectly. And because if you're the opponent, if you cannot tell that by the naked eye, you think you have the chance to take a turn and you don't.
Exactly. The step kick follow up on a couple of different options catches.
睇到啲先，咁啊攞兩腳有寒住對手。
It's definitely something that has kind of switched the meta a little bit.
成功 parry， 但係冇做到嗰個，即係做唔到確反，太遠。又係太遠啦，做到確反，因為俾人掃低咗。阿仔。放波啊！我去對網。放波，咁啊繼續推。又重拳打中啊！咁啊自己放鬼啊嘛，可以打中咧就可以攞傷害擋咗都唔錯嘅。啊，至少一個重拳一個波就有差唔多大半格。呢個推埋牆啦。重拳個揮棍，又下中拳打中，又下中拳打中，繼續飛。又一笪，死都唔用啊！夠攞放 level 2，應該後跳嘅，誒前跳喎定點？哇打中啊！整得可以俾你打停咗，好傷啦今次。咁啊迅雷腳，行後啲，唔好俾迅雷打中，即刻前下中腳迅雷腳，慢慢將迅機會踢死咗啊！有波佢。
What's interesting as well is
放波，咁啊推一推先，打中對面起上 impact 喎，咁啊梗係都話俾基亞托基龍打完咗，咁啊卡基魯一個試入打中對手之後咧就搏呢啲招啦，飛腳咁啊原地挑，仲要唔撳掣打空氣，應該level 3啊，level 2喎，咁啊想留翻格氣。
Oh, he tried it again, just to throw. He was hoping that Kakaru would parry.
我夠 parry 睇下 parry 啲乜，但搏中一下，行後 Siri 繼續喺度養，哦 parry 成功，咁就到我換邊 combo 啦。跳翻出嚟喎真係可以，應該唔會就俾跳出嚟，咁下中佢又中一下 parry， 但係俾對面冇做呢個。慢慢 grab 喺其他嘢。哦，確反，哎呀，但係冇吹金步，咁啊死啦應該有level 1啦，唔需要添。
That must be such a weird situation as a JP player. You press the button, you think it's going to combo, doesn't come out, and you're like, damn, I should have done the conversion, but you don't want the conversion and the spike to mess up that.
咁一個前搭將對手搭低咗先，有一個前搭將對手搭低，玩柔道，但係依家太保守啦，太早搭。Yes， 咁嚟。喂，成功用前重腳打中，咁啊直接 level 3，攞一半傷害啦喺度。我飲水其實呢個應該俾人嬲添。咁應該死咗啦應該。咁樣俾個傳送門打中，真係大鑊。1比1。
We spoke about this with the Arabic talent. Shouts to all those guys. Game is we had a nice long chat about JP. One of us said, "It's like, look, man, he can just convert from anything, anywhere, and you kind of just have to deal with it.
I mean, you know what my favorite
Oh,
JP
繼續
acronym is, and that's juggle points.
You know it, they
埋中腳咁啊 watch 佢重拳，
days with the combos.
咁啊前打
the government then gave him a new nickname.
之後就前打冇錯。
Now, yeah, and we've seen that multiple
咁啊必用個失憶咧打到對面嗰個重拳，之後再換邊
adjustment from Tokido.
跳過去，咁就冇俾對面對空啊，啊用個旋風腿穩陣啦咁就。好嘅，又踢中一下，再順雷腳屈機啊，升龍拳啊，終於見到左機頭對空啦。咁啊，重攻擊咧就可以好似畫面咁樣就打一個 finish counter， 都會閃出嚟啦。
And that's a burnt out JP, by the way, and he can still do that.
對空啊，咁啊呢個就痛啦，呢個啲旋風要打中，用個安跳一個前搭，咁啊唔驚，喂啊個 OD 波 miss 咗啊！如果唔係應該 OD 波再升得死啊！哦，咁啊俾人炸中1-3啦，一個放波失誤就冇咗成局。 咁咪一個都幾戇居嘅，炸中大把時間抗爭。夠煙劈，咁啊俾卡基魯煙劈，打翻轉頭，重拳重波拳，咁啊又係中鬼同埋炸地。咁啊下中拳點中對手之後咧，就補一套 watch combo 啦，黑手指咁啊扛住對手啊！ 啊唔用嚟炸人啦，用嚟傳送。後打又俾人炸一下。進雷腳最強勇擊，咁啊凍晒啦，波唔係level 3啦，咁啊啲氣都係擺啊，不如唔好去少。
Interesting choice of the level 3 because if he does OD amnesia, he's burnt himself out.
watch 過去打中，但係哎呀想打對面解答，但係太慢啦，後備咗，咁啊用下中拳睇下打下回啦。對空有計。
Perfect parry, but he had the spike follow up. Tokido was well aware of that.
Bro, full 係咁㗎。
Yeah, he has to. Stopped him in his tracks. One track medium kick.
個 parry 到對面個波之後就下中腳打翻轉轉啦。場仔2-1。
Tokido was. You literally have no time to think. It's only react.
And we saw Kakaru, he actually micro-walked after blocking one of those first few moves just to get closer, right, in case a fireball, in case something that was punishable came out. Like that stand heavy kick. If you do that stand heavy kick too close, it's also punishable. So I love just the micro movements from Kakaru.
It's a stand medium punch.
再俾人 parry， 再用旋風腳推埋牆啦。下中腳打中，咁啊到我推翻你出去啊！要熟輪場的 combo， 再放鬼，咁啊避咗對面嗰個鬼地獄，然後就升落去打 under， 打到 Sammy 就開播燒啦。
Yeah, the attack on the drive gauge assassination by Tokido.
That's a well spent.
呢個迅雷腳踢死咗，都幾慘。
That's where you got to splurge the money, right? Splurge the cash, you'll get the rewards, and it's looking for Tokido to try and equalize.
個鳩煙劈，睇下會抽獎先。如果你咪咁啱撳咗呢個立中拳就有，不過都幾難。Heavy 失敗咗，哦食咗個跳攻擊啊！ 咁就衝上嚟嘅，將佢推埋牆啦。哦，今次失到益，陣重拳，但係嗰個波拳打唔中。對哭，哎呀！又打到個 lockdown 啊！又打到個對空咁啊！佢呢度好似心急。 係咁喺度跳下跳下，啱俾人打翻落嚟。即係我明白打 JP 係心急嘅。哦，俾人對到空，但係卡基魯冇，唔得啦！上中下夾擊，因為佢一打你落點，咁就死啦。咁啊，卡基魯 match point， 又幫卡基魯就一個下中腳屈就攞傷害啦。 咁啊，卡基魯追翻轉頭，鳩煙劈打中啊！咁又食個星龍拳，教翻星龍拳出嚟先啦。你可以換邊啊咁就。
Gonna do that drive gauge damage here and then set up something nasty.
Yeah, just regular departure, immediate and side switch for you.
That was a big risk.
對空有啊，
Lovely delay
哦
on
呢
the
好慘
cancel from the jump medium punch, and he needs this to replenish his drive gauge. Not even.
死埋添。咦？唔好下下打到3比2得唔得啊？好攰啊！
Wow.
I hope that was ice cold.
The cinematic damage, my goodness.
Tokido's like, yeah, Twitch, you see that one? You see him look at his phone? He said, yeah, Twitch, did you see that one?
Yeah.
Click that one, Hi-Fi. Look at the face. I love his eyebrows.
He was like, oh yeah.
Nah.
He was like, that's going to be on Hi-Fi top 10 to say the least.
好 ，last game 啦，一個波 watch 佢打，俾個咁啊，普通波俾個 OD 波燒咗，就俾人打2下就食到個地賊。咁啊，又開始魔法師又開始喺度耍魔法。當我一個後打，咁啊卡手指呢個 Mitty 嘅炸地咁樣就對面一喐咧就會中。有時見到對面卡手指好想阻止佢，雖然知冇乜可能。又用呢個鬼打佢 burn 到自己，仲要食呢個 combo 添，勁大力咁啊有機會咁啊拉開佢嚟咧，又會俾對面 burn 到自己。哇死咗啦！
Okay, you were limited, so I understand the hard risk you had to take. But
Match
unfortunately,
point 係幾多？
puts Kakaru. Match point here for Tokido.
係咪打？俾人解到打。
We
were all silent until that throw tap, by the way.
咁啊係咁放假鬼啦。
You could feel the intensity in the air.
Oh, get a fireball there.
一個 TC 踢得埋上，咁啊見到對面失憶做咗之後咧，就重拳下中腳，再搏一段燃燒。
It feels like a 2 to 3 to 1 ratio right now.
Ouch, that's gonna go to the final round.
Yes, indeed. Double drivers
好，
cancel had to
睇下呢一燈邊個贏，唔好再查打佢俾關，都 last 一關大佬。好得有句，好辛苦，好攰。
Wow, he actually run canceled the stand. Pearson got the throw off.
好，一個前打。OK。
Is he gonna level 3? He's not gonna
多 U 嘅。
just yet. I think that's the wrong combo
Oh,
follow
the
up.
backdash from Kakaru. He actually managed to avoid the throw.
咁啊，卡基魯將一個換面 combo 將對手打埋去，再一個大stun。咁啊，卡基魯死冇乜別啦已經。又有一次呢個 O 在空中嗰個條蟲打唔中，第3次整到會俾跳出嚟。哎呀，學基度竟然唔出佢嘅最自由嘅，哦，學基高死咗啦，4500喺度，死！咩唔係喎，4000啫喎，哇4500添，咁啊未死，但係有，但係佢可以放波。 咁啊會點咧？一個 parry， 唔好俾阿托基奴有 level 2啊，好危險㗎。咁啊鬥放波啦，依家位點樣贏㗎？哦，黑水中門，有 level 2啊，好大機會。打中，哦 ban out 咗，大鑊，唔得啦！俾你開個 level 2又輸啊，太龜啦呢啲位。因為交到 level 2啊冇啦，傻閪角冇錯。level 2嗰個位死都唔會俾佢攞 level 2，一定要衝埋去打柒佢。係。唉，佢擋多2個插地就嚟有 level 2，搞唔掂。
We can't give you better Street Fighter than this.
Definitely not, man. Kakaru
依下死啊！依下係揾笨。佢好勁㗎啦，可以擊到 level 3中。我呢度啱啱係唔夠少血嚟，如果少多啲血咧，可以唔係 level 3係 CA 咁嘅嘢。佢就係嗰個 level 3，佢就係個 level 3，佢就係太多血，真係慘。好啦，咁啊 Top 4啦，我知道呢個卡基魯對呢個 阿基奴對跟住 JB 贏咯，跟住上邊就係呢個 Pump 對 Pump Mix。佢唔衝 OD 波就衝埋去啦，唔好諗嘢啦。啱啱佢有好多氣嘅，其實佢就飛到冇晒。
Oh my goodness, right? And the fact that Tokido, he ended up replenishing and he ended up getting burnt out by the end again.
唉，真係
Incredible patience.
因為應該又放 back 㗎啦。
Holding on to like less than 2 bars of drive gauge for what felt like 30 or more seconds.
Dude,
this,
yeah, very brilliant.
It's not necessarily your traditional viable track, but it was still a lose-lose situation for Tokido. And this canceled into the level 3. That was insane. I didn't even know you could late cancel jump medium punch like that as well. Tokido came with
PP 不嬲都係揾笨嘅呢啲。
In this last interaction, delivers a perfect.
He
said, "Hang on, let me return to sender real quick. Let me get the refund on that package there by
你
returning."
睇下呢個位，呢個位幾上鳩路，呢個又勢力得滯啦。
It was do or die at that point. Yeah. Go for the gusto. I think he got an overhead or he found that like that slither of a gap.
唔係一彎就出2個 level 2都幾慘。咁啊呢個打個 burn out， 一彎 burn out 2次 ，BB 先做到。
Combo does is insane, and how he handled himself in a lot of situations was insane. The amnesia here, and then bang, yeah, he found it.
係就呢度啊，
And then look at this, look at Kakaru.
呢個位啊 burn out 完啦，佢6格氣佢都唔衝，佢驚咩都唔知。呢啲位6格氣都唔衝，搞到佢死咗。Watch 過去啦，個人波就。咁啊，俾人打個 burn out。咁啊，梗係死啦。
You guys enjoyed the action just as much as we did, and yeah, there you go. To be fair, I think any JP player would have found like whether hook or by crook, I would have just snapped my fingers and said, "Look,
yeah, the level 2 right there."
好啦，得翻4個，咁啊精神都得翻10%。咁啊，又要放逼同埋睇佢吹水。睇身，冇咯，驚食呢個而家。我呢個我升鳩佢咯，搞佢升佢。鬥周長無敵。
So Tokido fans, he is still here. Don't worry, you'll just see him in the World Championships in about a week.
啲日本人死晒喎，真係。即係好多日本內戰。
But how about putting the egg rolls in the oven? You feel me? Pagoda's been holding us down from LCQ start. Don't fight your cravings, and they're going to be holding us down. Capcom Cup X. They did a great job feeding our LCQ players for all 3 days. They've given us a great analyst couch segment where we've gone to explore gameplay analysis, personalities of the characters in the fighting game community, the origins of a lot of your favorite players. Big ups. That analyst couch has been one of my favorite features of this event.
Dude, it's so organic having Rob TV just ask these questions. It's brilliant because he always loves to know and understand how people work and just their origin stories. Brilliant to see. So, that match took the wind out my sails. I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm hungry. So, we're going to go get some egg rolls real quick. And when we come back, we'll continue with the top 4.
Let me fight beside you.
I'll show you the way.
I am Paul Atreides, Duke of Arrakis.
Our enemies are all around us. Together, we can bury them.
Seriously? I'm not interested in whatever you're pitching. You really want me to punch a hole through you? So, just who are you? You need to learn to stop pissing me off! I knew there'd be more of you.
say is thank you for tuning in so far to this amazing LCQ weekend. We started with over 300 players and jammers. We are down to the final 4.
咦，直接唔使冇訪問喎，幾好喎。
Shouts to all the YouTube viewers as well watching here. Listen, we got to crown our LCQ, and they will be joining Group H when the Capcom Cup starts on February 21st. So do keep an eye out for that. If you are just joining us, we can show you the bracket real quick, show you what has transpired thus far. This is the top 8. You should go and check out the bracket, !mark bracket in the chat. See what happened in the top 16, how we got to this point. But we see John Takeuchi try to make the waves, but JB stopped him in his tracks after losing. So he'll be going up against Kakaru, who's been having a great losers run thus far.
呢邊有益手，益手，我覺得佢益手都冇乜用。
But we got to go back to the winners final.
你都係要飲，要飲已經錯咗啦。阿龍放波喺人哋後面出啦，阿龍放波好似 JP 咁樣，呢有4個角度嘅咁樣，喺人哋上下上左上右上飛落。
Similar parts of the woods. We're from West London. Okay. So, me and Punk are on the opposite sides of the country, but nonetheless, that's my dog. He was in California for a little bit. We can go back to those days. Punk versus Problem X.
JP 攞咗林人啦，即係好似人中嗰啲咁嘅咩嗰啲咁嘅走佬咧，佢啲走入痕嘅。
Punk has looked so good. Really, we saw some shaky moments against Daigo and Pools, but besides that, he is looking in prime form. Problem X.
我哋希望唔好 reset， 如果唔係應該瞓着咗。好多嘢要搞啊 ！JB 可以唔一開波得90% 傷害，打到撲街先至排咗2，已經即係冇2個啱個 Oki， 先至可以打到，先至可以追翻啲傷害。我開波啦，咁就 Promise 隊，我一開波轉過去嘅時候，俾人用輕拳執翻走，下中腳 rush 到啊，咁都唔知點解下中腳，咁得外 hit， 咁犀利外 hit 先至 rush， 咁啊插腳，咁啊俾人用呢個重腳呢個 trade 完之後就過招，中腳，咁啊加 film， 打埋個 Shimmy， 咁啊掟公仔啦，咁就攞傷害攞 Oki， 咁我應該死咗啦呢個公仔好大。呢個可以作完之後再，呢個可以作完之後再用嗰個 OD 作，咁啊升2下變大力。靚 parry 咁就呢個唔知係咪應該用，即係咪咁大啲咧？定係可能？不過算啦，應該都係大啲嘅，因為應該噴理解 Cammy 一定多過。哇 follow 啦！咁啊下中，跟住之後再炸地，一係再用呢個作起上呢個，哇！呢個 Cammy 同埋春麗都係起上用呢個，一係就登8年，起上登8年，一係 Cammy 就起上登插，咁就可以打到個，即係 Julie 就係啦，起上插咁樣就打到嗰個解答。咁啊有啲角色咧 full loop 就有啲公平翻少少啊。咁啊至少我唔係前跳跟住之後俾人升翻轉頭嗰啲人，冰，同埋頂公仔，同埋攞個做個壓制，頂公仔嗰一刻就俾人level 3周住的 finish。哎唷靚色，咁啊連呢個低空嘅嗰個 rolling 波都唔俾出，溝波反應真係快，又唔俾人用咧，又唔俾人掟公仔，又唔俾人掟空撞。好，咁啊打到個搶劑，咁啊始終加 film 唔代表加呢隻 game parry 咧，加 film 你都唔係好敢執，咁啊可以搶劑，一係搶劑，一係 parry 2集，咁啊打到個 C 入，再搏招。然後 rolling 波衝入去，再電，哎靚 Shimmy， 咁啊再將佢打埋場，定公仔，咁啊有公仔同埋人，再配合嘅話就即使輕攻擊起動都扣好多，呢個係揾笨嘅呢個，後跳之後 rolling 波，你追唔到嘅，一追就撞。又係呢個畫面，一開波唔該你介氣先，呢個確反啊，有啲近。係咩？哎唷，咁啊係咁喺度撩，都幾嚴重啊！聽搞嗰個下中拳，又遠又幾遠。一個前得， 繼續壓制 ，Mitty 嘅後中拳繼續壓制，我死咗。哇！幾日收個氣，我可以搏個升添啦，臨尾。連你挑睇下仲有冇啲咩好嘢先。
True JB and Kakadu in loser semifinals waiting to duke it out. Punk, I love the patience from both sides right now.
咁啊打中，再搏招，將佢面一個升咗落嚟。
I like how problem instills the fear when you knock him
又一下，咁啊俾你 counter 玩氣，哎呀太遠啦，答唔到啊，咪俾人 combo， 再level 3啦，俾晒就算啦。
The ground shave rolling because he needs to recover as much ground gauge as possible. I don't think he's going to hop in. No, he will hop.
Heavy 再拳腳係咁撩，哇好大力啊！唔搏level 3喎，啲氣流嚟高燥，隨時死喎大佬呢個。咁啊兩邊喺度鬥下中拳，鬥撩中嘅嘢。咁啊換氣啦，哦，打到個 Mitty 嘅中拳啦，我哋學3 N 啊。都幾有信心喎，竟然用呢個，竟然第一下唔我哋學3。咁啊唔諗換唔換過啦，直接開戰。可能俾明拉 out 啲制裁咗咁多次咧，打冰卡好有心水。咁啊兩個輕攻擊，再電，再電 ，parry， 再繼續壓制頂公仔，個公仔再加人就，但係都係，喂，哎呀，又食呢啲嘢。升係唔會中，咁啊 level 1咁啊打到對面 burn out 玩喎，其實咁啊旋風腳，咁啊呢個旋風拳、旋轉拳，有但係對對面都係跳翻出嚟，有啲距離嘅話就好難衝，對面都周住你，邊靠個下中拳有屈機，咁啊有個踢波，一揀壓勢，咁啊死咗啦應該，你就所有資源 level 1 KO。啱啱好做到 level 1啊 ，match point 啦，睇嚟呢個 winner final 好適合呢個時間打，因為3-0係最快完結，唔好2-2追3，大佬，我分場㗎又。電掟公仔，唔靚啊，即刻升啊，冇咩顏值。咁啊碌過嚟嘅時候嗰個舊公仔啦，咁啊公仔跟住佢行咁就攞到有啲壓制。哦 burn out 咗啦，尷尬！哇，但係俾人打中喎，咁啊可以壓制，我壓制你啦。咁啊 burn out 咗係嗌人嗰個咯，呢隻 game 就係呢個掂到人咧，你得你咪 burn out。哎呀，靚對空，咁啊 Blitz Thunder 都仲要削埋你嗰條尾巴，咪嚟啦，兼皮啦，我諗啦。打中死咗啦！3-0，Top Max 瞬間俾人秒超咗。
You steal our language, and now you steal the victory as well.
好啊，支持你。
Oh man, that was good stuff.
哇！鬧鐘響啦。
But in all seriousness, I did not expect it to be this excited. Like Problem X had been playing like a complete monster up until this point, and even here we saw some of the hallmarks of the things that he was doing so well: the crouch medium punches, the lightning beast shenanigans. But you could tell, as you mentioned, Punk has been playing against Minardi. That has been his main.
咁就下面就係 JB 打卡基雷，咁啊卡基 JB 就係將卡基雷送落去嗰個人，係嘛？再掂多一次，然後就贏咗打 Problem Max， 再贏就打啊 Punk， 係嘛？
Especially against a player Punk's caliber, deter him from being confident, especially as he earns game by game, right? Now he can.
車輪等官就識得救，因為車輪等官就都係想，因為等官嘅之後都係想壓你啫。如果唔壓你，個古仔擺喺度。
Yeah, I think that the biggest flaw there, if I had to put it about it, is it was just Problem X's defensive choices. He kind of just went to the same well too often. Up ball. We didn't really see Blankable there because Punk was just probably doing delayed tech, delayed jab, so on and so forth. So he got hit with that hooligan overhead. So
yeah, we didn't see too much air ball. There was one attempt where it was the execution error. It didn't even come out. That might have discouraged them a little bit from going for it again. Definitely interesting. We'll see if Problem X is going to get a chance to bounce back, but of course he's going to drop down to the losers to face the winner of JB and Kakadu. Going to be a great one. Punk, though, what domination. I mean, going into this, right, when people saw the top 16, you started asking top players around who you think is going to win. Punk was the one that a lot of people were praising as looking really, really strong right now.
Well, he has the opportunity to get the run back against Punk Problem X in the grand final, but he's going to be awaiting
聽講大會都幾勁，喂下中段幾勁喎。
And this is where they are on stage right now. So we did see Aqua versus All King earlier in the tournament.
不過勁長嘅手要起落去。
Understanding. Kakaru plays against.
好啦，Top 好啦，咁啊呢個就 Loser Sammy 4強，終於有出局。
Isn't this a run back from the winners top 16? Am I mistaken on that? Didn't JB defeat Kakaru?
Yes.
That was
yes, that's right. 2-1.
我又試下客機雷嗰個掣 ，OK。 咁啊試下呢個 JB 嗰個掣有左邊嗰個 ，JB 都係用 hitbox。依家係咪冇人用光㗎？光之戰士啲老人家玩意係咪即係全部要淘汰？
Well, this will be the interesting thing because again, when you see Rashid going up against the likes of Blanca and JP, he's got some of the nastiest, well, there's some of the nastiest level 2s in the game. The Japanese are incredibly fantastic at defending against Yasar. Lavushka with the Westerners, I can't say the same thing. A few of them have gotten really good at it, but it's hard either way because of how the phantoms work.
Absolutely, and you know, Big Bird had talked about this on Twitter too. He's like, you could practice the high-low block timing, but the thing is, it still drains 3 of your drive gauges.
一波 watch 過去再反波拳，因為如果對面想截咧就食㗎啦。咁啊，而家啲人會踢風咯。 咁啊，反波拳都得嘅。咁啊，始終即係 JP 係冇升啊嘛，用呢個踢風去做呢個壓制都幾勁。咁有轉衝門嚟緊嘅啦，變埋，哇！即刻升落去，勁有心水。呢個確反啦呢個，同埋中段個收招好慢，同總擊差唔多。踢晒所有嘅嘢之後再。 後面有魔法啦，開始魔法係咩？魔法係角色。喂，咁咪衰咗。咁啊，但係每一個人都 withdraw 攻擊之後，即刻撳個 parry， 點一撳咧就彈，就叮咁樣又落彈㗎啦。哦 ，ban 到自己呢係啊，夠煙平到啊！ 就落傷害啦。哎呀，係啦，見到一擋咗就啱啱個中拳重腳，冇一個中拳。攞個達，仲要食埋個嗰技術仲要食，哦擋咗，咁就可以殺啊！後期都殺到啊！ 殺就，好，我加飛，再踢風，咁啊對面想衝嚟壓你嘅時候，呢個踢風踢死咗。對空成功，咁啊搣，我又等於搏招嚟㗎，咁啊應該衝埋去攞落單到 level 2啊，應該唔使，應該可以搏埋嗰個，個風仲喺度。 好想呀！唔緊要，唔係呢個強反中中，靚反應啊 J 啊 Kagero 啊輕拳得手指，話兩個前，之後再換邊 combo， 咁啊好想 Simi 啊，裏面就死都唔喐。咁啊踢風，咁啊對面 watch 唔到，咁啊今次 Kagero 唔亂咁 watch 因為。 不過其實基羅 watch 完之後再 level 2，個 level 1都死嘅，而家要揀 level 2。哇！擋到唔得啊！你擋到係冇用㗎，你只係會俾擋完之後都係 burn out， 好努力㗎啦你。每日3個鐘擋 JP level 2。你好勁，但係你都係死。
The projectile to cover the level 1 reversal attempt. Kakaru just got all the layers.
Stay locked up.
No convict music here.
咁我跳唔出去嘅，嗰個下重拳啊，個石頭。哎呀，答唔到，但係最強 Simi 啊，答唔到之後就係，哦擋到啊，你死咗啦。
Beautiful bait from Kakaru, right? He knew that JB knew he had 2 bars. That target combo is how you set up the true block string. So he just waited after the heavy kick for the drive reversal. This guy's smart.
Dude. heavy mind games induced, and there's such interesting mind games around target combos in this game because the vast majority of them actually do have a gap in between them. And that's a plus on block normal anyway. JP stand heavy kick +2 on block.
So if you try to drive reversal that bad boy and he doesn't commit, you are punished for days.
How about that? No help.
Trying
to get out of the wormy situation. Precarious situation, I should say.
哎呀，咁啊下輕腳下中腳咁啊，喂呀，仲要 whip 咗個傳，我覺得有時咧等 whip 係好事嚟，因為啲人咧係咪係唔撚係都 carry， 等 whip 咧咁啊對面就可以打鳩對面嗰個 carry， 即係呢啲招咧，雖然呢個冇 whip 嘅最速嘅。 如果你 whip 到咧，對面 parry 就達到。如果對面如果你哇呢個勁咗咁，哦死咗啦！哦你死唔會，好渣嘅人，唔得啦！你唔可以掩平。咁啊佢收得幾快。如果我可以將佢轉到唔掩平啦，咁啊用個失憶去打個掩平就，咁啊應該冇人贏到佢嘅世界。咁啊用個下中腳一開波，你咁下中腳就嚟啦，又 level 步呢個人，應該兩個人有冇 level 2啊？咁佢話。 咁啊後挑，但係都過唔到呢個魔法陣，咁啊長撳呢個 parry， 哎呀爭啲可以咁樣都得啊！練到好高喎，知道嗰個傳送門嚟緊噶啦，唔得啊！呢個又啲魔法師嘅攻擊係阻止唔到 level 2，魔法師又屈機啦，依家有冇唔係？因為你 level 2嘅時候咧，佢馬遊下嗰條氣唔會加嘅。 但唔緊要，我嘅魔法，你唔用必殺技我都有我嘅魔法。哇！做個咁啊擋點一下之後擋咁啊，睇下對面會唔會鳩？唔得啊！呢個煙平唔到。哇！對面有 level 3咗喎，哎呀太快啦喎！呢個 parry。 咁啊，兩個前打，咁啊有擋晒，繼續下中腳撩翻轉頭，游一下，哦夾硬嚟啦，咁啊後跳避咗個 level 2，但跟住就會到 JP level 1啊，係唔會啊，唔得啦應該唔得。 係咯，擋得切，咁啊咗先啦。但係佢諗緊點樣可以嘈得，不過唔使嘈，諗下又好似唔使嘈氣喎，唔使諗。知有乜點乜啊？1比1。好 get out 啦，快啲完，好攰啊。
Listen. For a while, I've been impressed, especially with the development of the Rashid in this one. And Frosty Fountain cemented for me how well he's been doing.
咁啊諗完唔知諗咗啲乜啊？一開波已經衝過中段啦。咁啊打個單斗再重轉上去，一開波攞咗3次變咗血啦。一個前打，咁啊攞咗1000，再前打一半啦。 再前打，街86最好玩嘅遊戲啦。咁啊起上搶制啊呢個人，咁就 JB 好好心水啊，乜都中。前打又嚟多一次，咁啊呢個就加1嘅啫，咁啊可以搶。如果對面達就搶到，咁啊瞬間轉移，再射個波拳。 靚 cut 咁啊！對面一中咗下中拳就即係 cut 斬落去，咁啊馬一場就開 level 2啦。咁啊喺度見到喺度撳呢個中拳咧，呢個咧其實係即係 fit 對面嗰個失憶。如果你一轉對面失憶咧，你俾人確反啊嘛。我自己都唔係好中意，所以我成日都衝過嚟，唉周到啊！咁啊今鋪係卡基雷冇打個機嘅 ，JB 秒 Q 咗。 咁都唔敢啦，第3鋪下中拳打中，再搏招。如果佢贏咗，應該就如果阿 JB 贏咗，下機度就應該噴入呢個 LCQ。呢個 Q 呢個試試，應該冇乜人打人，冇乜人打人噴。 最大機會打贏嗰個下機，因為呢個前打失敗咗，重拳打得中，但係 偏平啦，唔使喎，條打翻轉。
If you have a move that's like 5 frames or faster, it should be fine to interrupt buttons into the Arabian Cyclone.
Absolutely. There's some funky
又揸中咁啊，我唔買氣啦。魔法陣，有魔法陣真係強大。前得最玩遊戲啦，想衝過去再係咁壓，係咁，想衝過去係咁喺度用呢個，你可以係咁用呢個達啦，做師顧技但失敗咗。咁啊，40多碼都可以搏招嘅咧，可以。唔存在唔夠佢力。都打個 CB， 但係俾佢一路堆翻出嚟。咁啊，俾氣，然後就再壓制，又揸中，炸嘅咩？再炸 ，rush 嘅時候俾人打轉頭，咁喺度 parry， 但係 parry 吞到空氣咧，哇，幾勁喎！佢睇到佢咪睇到鏡頭㗎，即刻 E.O. spy 喎，第一次出咗喎，近幾輪。好靚嘅防守啊！呢個啱唔到啊，完全。咁啊，下中拳截到對面，但係冇 rush 過去啊，換氣都唔 rush。對空啦，冇啦，黑手指咁啊，兩個傳送門屈機啦開始。對空，哎呀 ，PB 對空都好啊，跳翻出嚟，毫不猶豫，已經死咗啦。咁啊，兩格氣，兩個次屈，跟住之後再 level 1。嘣嘣，2比2，今次到啊 JB 冇打過機，啱啱格基魯秒 Q 咗啊 JB， 再啱啱就係 JB 秒 Q 咗格基魯。最後一戰，日本最後日本最後戰士。雖然日本係點解日本人死晒係因為日本內戰殺晒啲人。
Kakaru versus Yen, 3-2. Kakaru versus Tokido, 3-2. Another 3-2 is about to happen, featuring Kakaru.
都有幫下中腳，再黑手指。
Definitely at this point, along with all the JB fans, this is a nail-biting set.
靚對空，但係仲要揈鬼再打。
Meaty spike, that's plus on block, and he knew that. That's why he didn't challenge.
係俾我出去啊！見到華師都覺得慘啊，係咁樣我知。啲 GP 都好中意用兩個蟲。咁啊想揀換邊，但失敗咗。咁啊用100個方法去繞過 GP 個頭部，但係都係繞唔過。你要避地刺，又要避嗰個空對空，跟住又要買又要 watch 就打唔到嘅。阿 Galo match point 啦。連打，大中腳打中啦，就係搏招、波拳，再前中拳、眼波拳，咁就可以攞個上中下段2集。又放鬼啦嘅人，咁啊俾阿 JB 掂到之後咧就跳翻出嚟，跳翻出嚟嘅時候咧就俾呢個龍風打中，就揀對空，咁就因為想放風啊，或者放風嘅時候已經俾 JB 扛住條頸，我唔放，我放啦，咁啊都幾慘，冇人擋到嘅呢個。咁啊，呢度但係 JP 都放唔到，因為阿基條長期防住唔俾佢放。哎呀，可以放，咁我揀我 block 放。咁啊，呢個係真係揀咗，因為 burn out 咗，唔得啊！又係 last game last round。得 pump 係咁爭氣，可以唔 last game last round， 其他人做 last game last round， 睇到我眼瞓着。咁啊，前中拳打一中，咁就可以搏重轉啦。又重轉，咁啊死咗啦，同死冇分別啦依家。咁啊成風，俾人爭埋個失憶，係啊 ，JP 呢個格基魯翻去飲奶啦，鳩煙平，冇個 TC 打空氣，然後俾 JB 殺咗，3比2，日本人要殺落去，之後打啦，之後就係 JB 打。
Unfortunate for Kakaru, but absolute delight for JB. The run he's been having this LCQ has been absolutely stupendous. And I gotta say, again, similar to when he was facing John Takeuchi.
應該就最後一個逼啦，呢個係。
Come on top of this. It don't look like it when you're watching this live and in real time. It's scary. I'll tell you that as a commentator.
最後一個逼。
Somehow turns around.
終於
was confident in his abilities as well. And because, like I said, you have to unravel Rashid's toolset over time. It takes months to do that. When you see it in flow, right, full motion, it is a flipping symphony when you see it all work together and come together, right? Brilliant to see.
It's also, I love the toolkit of this character, right? The different ways he can kind of build his options and strategies off of each other is really cool to see. Just the air dash, the safe jump mix-ups, the plethora of safe jump options he has.
Yeah.
The utilization of level 2, how that can mess with your opponent's mind, the different ways it can. I love the enhanced air current as well off of the whirlwinds. So many different strategies and ways to
that
makes it overwhelming. That makes it so you have to put a lot of time and investment in to figure out the optimal routes and situations, but JB has.
Well, depending on what they do with these characters later down the line in terms of balance patches, again, you're looking at some of the most intricate tool sets there. So when you see this matchup in full effect by the best players, the optimization these guys can provide on Oki via their level 2s.
佢仲得埋決賽，好啊！我都得，決賽係兩個互片。
It's wild. I saw, I think,
Cammy
Cat,
I can't
remember the actual account's name. I think it's along those lines. Put out a stat. James brought it up on day 1 or day 2 about how many characters we saw on the LCQ stream, right? Luke was by far the most. JP was a close second. Neither of those characters are in top 3 for the LCQ. We have a Cammy, a Blanca / Marisa, and of course the Rashid from JB.
Listen, man, there are a few characters in this game that are ubiquitous, but you know, after a while,
you might
be able to prevent where they should be.
And you know, we've been talking for a long time that
Talk to me.
That top tier has a lot of characters that are viable and capable of winning tournaments, especially when you have amazing players piloting them like JB, Problem X, and Punk the God.
Man, I gotta say, and then you see this bouncing back and forth. I love the way that Kakaru was checking all the sky highs and when he tried to avoid that. And that was pivotal. That activation into the Asar, because usually people want to set it up and get the mix-up to allow it to encroach on the space and make it very nerve-wracking to deal with. But a lot of the top Rashid players, this is what separates the men from the boys. They say, right, you've got 2 stocks, you've got a stock and a half. I can actually get to block this, which means I come out, and then I'll put you in a detrimental scenario.
咁就可以快啲收台。好攰啊！我而家已經100% 電我㗎。
Right there. If that was a perfect parry, everything would change.
Yeah, absolutely. The drive gauge assassination, and then the air hit came out, so the follow-up allowed JB to punish. Great stuff from both sides, man. Kakaru, another nail-biting set, as you mentioned. Defeated Gen 3-2. Defeated Tokido 3-2. Really fell to JB in top 4. But our top 3 is that pole position. Grand Finals winner side. And, man, we're going to take a quick break. But when we get back, it's going to be Problem X and JB in that losers finals. Thank you once again to Steel Series, who have been holding down the players all LCQ long. Arctis Nova Pro headset. We've got players across all kinds of esports have won many, many dollars. And there's going to be another milli added to that using the Arctis Nova Pro official headset of Capcom Cup X.
You thought the matches we were delivering to you guys was absolutely majestic. Well, guess what? There's still more to come. Buckle up, get a quick drink, and come back. So when we do return, we'll be at Losers Final with our penultimate match. See you soon.
最後一個 break。
you in my sights.
Smart choice. Bring it.
Two more matches to go here at the Capcom Cup 10 LCQ. It's been a wild ride. Hopefully you guys have been sticking with us from start to finish. Shout out to all the people back in Europe, 8 or 9 hours ahead.
Yeah.
Sticking out. We got one Lone Warrior left. Problem X, he's here. He's still in the tournament here, but he has to have his run back against JB. I'm not going to do Tokido and tell him his government name live on camera. Okay, I don't want to do him dirty like that.
You just stick to the government names for the moves, not the actual players.
We'll do that. I mean, I have some colloquial names for
okay.
the unofficial.
Sure, whatever you say, James.
All right, listen. That's what it is. That's what we do. But hey, let's run the bracket on real quick to show people what has been going on today.
You better wear that kimono next week because you know all the move names. That's all I'm saying.
I mean,
that's all I'm saying. Top 8, though, as you mentioned, let us see how the people, or let's show the people how we've gotten here, right? Punk defeating Tokido in a nail-biter set 3-2, and then we already talked about that winners finals 3-0 to get into the grand finals winner side position. Problem X did defeat JB.
係咪冇咗訪問環節啊？
JB had to double
哇！
Kakadu to get here.
我係主辦啊，終於停咗個訪問啦。
A threat of double jeopardy to JP himself.
Well, one of the biggest things as these guys set up, thank you so much for joining us here, sticking with us here. One of the things
JB 打 Promise
ruminate over is, okay, he's sticking with the plan. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
起晒
One of
咯
the things he did exquisitely was been able to harass JB in a lot of situations, which didn't give him any breathing room to allow a level 2 activation. And he was already making it difficult for Rashid to win a neutral anyway, to get the knockdown to generate that space anyway. Hopefully he can keep that up. JB, the momentum's actually with him in terms of how he's been playing the game. So he probably got some quick tips.
咁咪一開波就跳過去，哇！呢個重轉靚，咁啊重轉呢啲勁嘅咧係佢即係後跳都有盤定好犀利，我舐咗一下再撞，咁啊 Mickey 但係俾人打翻轉頭，咁啊吹咗個重腳，再嚟多次，咁啊大家鬥屈船之後再放完，波拳攞法。 咁啊 ，counter hit 就可以博招啦，加 film 就升啦，唔理你啦。咁啊，做個的福，哇，再電，咁啊想 parry 但係失敗咗啦，咁啊，哇，嗰個反應咪快得滯啊！對面啱先發光咗，就升。咁啊，兩邊都係鬥扮下回啦，又喺度。咁啊，下中拳睇下中拳，呢個咪就係冰卡嘅立回咯，攞下中拳係咁撩到㗎，好鬼勁啊下中拳。咁啊撞，咁啊始終都係即係重撞同埋 OD 撞係擋咗之後冇事。咁啊頂公仔，再一個前打。 話搣，哇！呢個用生命去鏟落去，話俾人打轉頭啦。Level 2，竟然係得 combo， 啱啱係中拳卡拉 hit， 可以博招。哦，呢個確反到，哇！呢個確反唔到咯。哦，呢個 weak 死咗。哇！打個下段起手嘅攻擊，每一次佢用嗰個風嚟壓起上咧，會幫逼升，靚對。 push 佢去打，咁啊嗰下就因為都 攞埋嗰個重拳就 burn out， 咁就可以用個 impact 打落去啦。話做個壓擠，咁自己亦冇升喎，又撞啦。咁咧最喜愛就係呢個 EX 嘅 OD 嘅 Ring 波，攞咗個風之後咧再肥呢佢，佢想鏟啊，佢覺得係起到之前鏟到啊，所以就不過 Promise 都不過JB 都得 combo。都唔係好明，好難搏咩？放電加 film， 咁呢個係周 Perry 嘅攻擊，呢個重腳係咪太勁啊？咁飛到40多碼都可以用我重腳打翻落嚟，咁鳩撞睇下撞唔撞到啦，撞到就可以攞傷害，又撞一下，跳啊咁吹咗，但係 JB 諗住進攻，哎呀大跳爆咗對面個對空。咁用輕拳壓起上，咁下重拳，我原本以為你好勁，咁樣死 ，Super Rashid Buta Rashid with K， 我咁勁，咁都賴嘢。咁Promise 又鬆一口氣啊，咁樣都係，我咁犀利，咁都唔俾我。佢後波有兩個一齊發光啦已經，唔知係咪嗰個 rush 咧食咗滯咁啊，令到 Banker 嗰個 rush 慢嘅，因為 rush 真係揞住啊。哇！即係呢個埋場應該確犯，不過即係唔係講，但係都大不利。咁啊，俾阿所有嘅氣攞傷害啦。咁咧，我唔中意用個重轉攞法去做埋咩？佢唔覺得會甩嘅咩？好危險喎！我覺得。轉埋好快呢度，咁啊又撞中嘅嘢，之後再後跳做 ring 波，LTC 再壓制。Bit 嘅中段咧就會俾人一個星星嚟咗，我哋就用呢個 ring 波嚟做呢個壓制，打到 counter hit 就可以報銷啦。呢個幾多㗎？呢個點煙 combo。換邊，之後再利用嗰個衝轉對空，又食咗個風，咁啊 level 2護體啦，仲要 burn out 埋 ，heavy 都冇得出，基本上都中硬㗎啦。咁都會踢埋佢，不過個風，我覺得個風埋咗喺板邊。好，咁就俾個 bank 拳打死咗。又波 watch 過去，冇諗嘢，俾阿拳狂 smite， 想衝過去呃頭，但係失敗咗啱啊！俾對面野鬥，打到個 Simi， 換邊，即係嚟今次 level 2， level 2就唔使用氣啦，靚公仔。咁啊，有加 film， 但係死都對面都唔食，咁啊唯有個 level 2就完咗啦咁就。雖然都第一轉都攞幾多傷害嘅，我以為切到，差唔多。俾人用呢個下中腳打個 whip punish， 呢又係按 hit 開嘅，佢想打對面 burn out， 求其咁樣令到對面 burn， 令到對面伸咗先，係後邊嗰啲資源都幾多資源，不如 parry 成功啊！咁 level， 咁我哋接 impact 打落去算。咁我打中用下中腳打中對方，跟住之後 watch 過去，然後就 kill 到對手啦。2-0啦，係啊，你俾 JB 2-0，你俾 JB 3-0 JB， 啱3-0你，一切就完美啊！咁啊，下上打落去，下中腳咁啊打個 watch combo。1號咁咁呢個重轉冇乜用嘅。哇，都幾容易俾 JB 用個重轉對，咁啊推埋場啦，繼續壓制，呢個下中拳打中，咁就可以博招，對手起上升啊，俾你繼續壓制啊，因為人去埋場呢啲位其實都係當下就 burn out 嘅，所以都唔係，即係長擋都唔係一個好方法，咁啊 呢個方法係咪湊少啲咯？咪鳩升落去。
Of course, he's gonna bust out.
我已經 JB 已經哎呀擋唔到個風，啲曳啊！
Yeah, he saw an animation. Looks like he tried to react to it with crouch medium punch, but unfortunately only came over with wind.
咁啊前對面唔喐。
Just the dash forward walk back, try to catch JB flinching.
It's just that mid-range where they're trying to really get each other to consider the options against the raw drive rushes. Okay. Forward heavy punch.
Yeah, that was really good.
再前得。
Heavy pick off the drive rush. Ooh, lightning beast. I was gonna say he's gonna keep.
我第一次，喂咁樣咧 combo 啊，自己失誤反而係對方嘅失誤，反而係令到對方有機會進攻。咁啊，阿仔咁啊 level 2就點都係，即使 burn out 咗都好咧，都有一定嘅進攻壓力嘅，而家冇咗啦。咁啊，繼續阿仔。
But still, again, it is literally about to open up his drive gauge store again, open for business.
Back in the green, shout out Logan.
又打，係咪咁樣可以打死佢？加一次啊，升啊！我就屈咗佢啦，講到啊，起上話用呢個，你知用呢個重撞去打個。哦，星爺，你咪 SG 星爺？
What a message to send!
咁啊，呢陣先睇，呢條開始鳩啦。 越嚟越多，再將啲隱藏嗰啲秘笈咧使晒出嚟咯喎，將佢嗰啲隱藏嘅必殺技出晒啦要，咁啊呢個都冇人擋到啊，繼續壓制，死擋，咁啊終於升啦，咁啊 JB 由呢 level 2做最後嘅進攻，最後嘅邦文而出動啦，最後嘅龍捲風，咁啊補晒所有氣啦 ，JB 係時候要。 食呢個咁啊後跳咁啊想追過嚟就食呢個後前撞。面對嘛，哦打得中啊3-0 ，Top Max 晉級 Grand Final 啦。
I promise you. You can go and talk to Problem X right now and say, "Did you expect this?" He probably would tell you no.
都係嘅，我覺得即使係 JB 上到去都係冧嘢，冇乜分別。
A lot of people in the back, the talent, the crowd, other players, they said, "Look, just by the performance alone today, which has been absolutely exquisite." He's in a
食物中毒，你賴啊！都少到不服啫，我諗係。
But listen. I think Problem just has JB's number. A lack of understanding on Rashid, he'll openly admit that, but just the way that JB was playing. And then again, even if you have a lack of understanding of a character, guess what? I can understand you through the drive system. That's it. Where you like to drive rush cancel. Where you like to do OD moves. Do you like to drive reversal?
今年我都幾度啦，衣服未贏過咯。
Simultaneously, you're asking yourself,
唔係，即係唔係打唔贏。
You can understand a lot through the drive system.
100%. Because of the system mechanics and the expansiveness of the system mechanics, a lot of the player identity in this game.
跟住阿卡基魯都係衣服入邊輸咗俾唐基諾，嗰個劇本係一樣。卡基魯輸俾唐基諾，唐基諾輸俾潘。 明明 RD 同埋 AV Burst 上咗去，所以潘咪贏。
Then you have more than enough intel that you need to take the victory.
And then I'll have to go back and watch the archives myself to see the difference in JB's gameplay in this. But again, it was a classic example of one level 2 being incredibly superior than the other. Lightning Beast.
最後一戰啦。
Magic. Because it does so much more. It can work from mid screen just like you saw. But the thing is as well. It's the way Problem activated it.
死亡之組，睇下咩料啦。死亡之組都有個人出到鋪嘅，不過5出1真係 ending walker 都係等死嘅，唔夠。
And there was one of those interactions where I said, look, he just has to kick it at him to force something. But again, Problem X's OD move usage today, you couldn't keep up with it. The average player cannot keep up with it. It's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely, right? He was just so good at popping off defensively right there. His offensive sequences so strong. Even in neutral, doing the short hop, OD Blanca ball. Like, he is ridiculous, man.
I'd say if there was one thing...
6-2，一個 winner 一個 loser。
He probably didn't bait a reversal on defense enough. I don't know how much he was paying attention to when Punk was fighting Problem X in the winners finals. Like, okay, he's just literally
呢個賽制問題
scary
冇
mind
計。
in that I will do something each and every time to allow different defensive choices to come into play at a later point.
咁打翻以前嘅賽制，其實呢集日本人都入得啦，幾好。
We have the grand finals, Jammers. We have arrived here at the Capcom Cup X LCQ Grands. FlyQuest
好啦，最後一戰啦，咁我可以瞓覺啦。
Problem X. We already saw this once in the winners finals. It was a 3-0.
咁啊完咗就瞓㗎啦，我唔睇後邊嗰啲嘢。
Be a little different.
There's only one way to find out. Again, the biggest issue was Problem X's defensive choices. Being respectful, probably being a bit scared. He might not tell you he was scared, but his gameplay, his actions were telling me it's like, I'm very scared about what Punk's going to do. Because when Cammy knocks you down, it's either going to be light pressure, crouching fierce, or a throw. All right, strike.
係吧。
Thank you everybody for tuning in so far. We are here at Grand
咁啊，有冇撞過去 carry 唔到啊？咁
We're
啊
going to decide who
退
gets
翻
the
退翻走
Capcom。Cup X between these two phenomenal players.
我拍落去，但係太遠啦，學翻唔到啊！拍落去都係太遠啦。呢個位拍緊拍咧，拍下咧就喺啲山頭就可以搏招，跟住就攞個幅波腳攞法，咁啊基本上達完個距離啊，解達個距離同埋揮個距離都好適合波腳。 咁啊吸唔到對面嗰個踢過頭，咁啊好咁啊埋牆啦，應該打到 Jimmy， 咁啊俾晒所有資源，唔使添啊，咁啊呢個仲幾腳再波腳就死咗啦 ，perfect 嘅第一波就已經，打到個第一下 ，Top 第一個進攻成功啦，再撞中，再搏招，再射公仔。 波頭講到個波頭啊，但係食俾後邊個彈弓打我睇得 hit， 咁啊啲失誤啊，咁啊搭空氣啊，俾人打斷啦。哇，幾好反應喎呢個，追埋個波㗎。咁啊打到個飛飛都插㗎，咁就開咧可以啊。咁啊就嚟新啦喎，都唔係人咧新嘅。咁啊鬥。 大跳冇對空，冇咗就學唔下氣啦，死咗啦！話咧好易又仲可以轉多兩下，嗰陣時大力嘅。呢個前打。
What a throw tech from Punk right there off the drive rush. Didn't try to check it, didn't try to parry. How did he know?
Well, this is interesting because problem is one of the
哇完美！哇！插腳吹咗個插腳，而家就可以咁樣彈上去，你上升啊！咁啊兩邊，咁啊始終 carry 有三格氣，點一下就唔知，打少好多次。勾跳。 又喺個畫面 ，parry 成 parry 呢個 parry， 任何進攻都係會成為撞中，夠夠唔夠到啊？夠唔到啊！可唔可以先攞第一局？唔好啊！我要瞓覺啊！唔好 reset 啊！求下你。一開波指鏡頭，咁啊攞到個，咁啊打到個 punch counter， 升啊！喂，咁啊驚對面 parry 啊，所以就今次又睇定對面做啲乜先。哇，咁樣啊，大佬，玩啦，咁樣就喺面前發藍光之後再撞。佢 parry 成功，喂先 parry 精咗好多咯喎，好似第一波我唔做，又鳩親都有啊，除咗level 3之外。哎呀，諗住升對面嗰個 ring 波啊，失敗咗。咁啊 level 2啊，咁啊唔知會俾埋佢，不過唔需要啊，我諗擋都擋死。 其實可以 level 1電死佢。哎呀，太驚對面，驚對面起上鳩啊，咁易死黨。不過你起上鳩都話 carry 都冇用做。我食到個攻擊，再定公仔，咁啊俾一堆嘢打。 公仔 ，Mitty 嘅呢個食書星添，仲要呢個 呢個呢排又俾升，呢排贏升，升都輸，幾慘。咁啊 ，Cammy 個升係好似係打中對手之後先至能夠機先出嚟，所以佢啱埋攻擊咧，可以一般都可以格擋到 Cammy 個升。又升，升完未？升完未？下中腳去成功，再壓制，一個前打。咁啊，一個換邊嘅 OD 波腳，我將對手推埋旁邊。塔腳又 parry 啊！基本上好似每一下俾佢 parry 咁嘅喂。Popix 係咪食咗藥？下下都咁準嘅。咁啊，一下死嘅呢位，唔緊要。即係哇！即刻 impact 晒，再嚟。哎呀，俾人打中。但係唔好亂咁撞啊！錯緊升啊！Pom 嘅。哇！咁樣打中，咁樣攞到少，咁樣攞到血，不錯。俾佢 parry 成功。咁啊，打個 combo。咁呢個雖然換邊，但係嗰個都係攞傷害為主。都嬲咗啦，又炸中個腳趾。俾嬲咗嘅話咧就冇 parry 啊，咁啊個撞都幾穩定。喂，咁啊打掉入去，嗰時唔係 level 3。靚啊！個後重腳對到嗰個 rolling 波，咁犀利啊！咩嚇死嘅呢個？死啊！Not gonna go quietly into the night on this first set. Puts the game on the board. Pull out the 50 caliber. Bow. 2-1. Well. 係4號，冇reset啊兩隊。打到個 counter hit， 哇！下中下中橋，跟住成功，咁就可以換邊啦。最好，哎呀！
I like that defense from Punk after blocking the back medium kick. He's just trying to jump, trying to get his way out
of
there. He'll take an airborne hit.
下中腳有呢度，再撞波腳。好，咁啊食咗個後跳嘅最強嘅 ring 波啊！呢個係達又中，跟住想追你又中，太突然咧好難防範。但中拳打到個先，打到個頭失誤，俾人打翻轉頭。咁啊後跳，咁啊隨時儲定嗰個 OD 波。
Yeah, he likes the parries after the minus button. Punk just staying strong. And
as soon
as you stop baiting, he lets it fly. Doesn't out though. He's got lightning.
下中腳，哇截到！哎呀，差啲可以贏㗎嘛嗰個，依家唔得啦。咁啊，丟嚟落去，佢相信 Popix 係錯唔到嘅。咁 Popix 嘅反應係近乎冇嘅。一開波下中拳接到啦，咁就入 level 2。
Yeah, and he's using it nice and early here, right? So if he gets the win in this round, he'll plenty of meter.
我升，點解走轉頭啊
？Here comes the plushie. He might hop soon. Employee of the month.
插腳插中，再波腳，又俾 parry 啊！有冇咁易啊？打中一下，咁就再推埋牆，你 level 3啊，一下秒㗎啦。得唔得？好高喎！哎呀，但係唔搏招 ，combo。喂，險會有 burn out 咗。得唔得？唔得嘅，大鑊啦，賠了夫人。係唔得嘅。有咩 burn out 咗嘅關係？係減10幾我記得。但係減10幾應該都打到，好似7定9啫嘛，你知。係咪死咗啦？好大嘅拉 fit 啊！哇，一下死咗咯！好 reset， 唔好 reset 啊，考慮啊！
up, man, Jammers. The red coats are on the horizon. Somebody ring Paul Revere, bro. I don't like the way this is looking at.
後有3隻滑雪。
The moment I called that OD cannon spike, you all went silent.
All I saw, the Union Jack just flashed before my eyes.
哇！我精神，
All I saw as
我
soon as
精
you
神
said OD cannon spike.
我死啦就嚟。
Oh man, here we go.
Is he gonna stick with Cammy?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
You think the Luke will
Okay.
come out?
哦，真係 last 啦。
Maybe. But here's the thing: he might have got the intel he needed because now,
It is
every
almost
time he knocks problem down, you've got an executive decision to make. It could be a lightweight decision, it could be a heavyweight one.
咁啊，攻過去有輕拳吹咗，見到對面個攻擊 whip 咗，就打個 TC 再搏招，又嚟一次。 嚟一次，哎呀！但係想做多次嘅時候咧，今次 feel 到對面就 carry， 咁我多少少氣啦，我升埋佢啦，嗱，臨 ban 完之後就補翻6架氣，如果唔係搞唔掂。靚對空，咁就可以大波大波，好靚啊！個1號1，依家反應，依家唔可以用 impact 打啊昆文上。 有冇死咗啦？1號1，bang！攞1C，一局先。
My man, it didn't matter which way you were coming down. That electricity was gonna find you.
喂，又係波 watch 嘅時候俾人升，咁啊基本咁啊多數 watch 嘅時候升啊多數得嘅，除非重攻擊啦。拍落去太近啦，咁就可以確反。以後呢個威波，跟住之後再俾人打2下，係咁撳下中回下就回得㗎啦，先至威波。又俾人升翻落嚟，跟住之後一個攻擊之後再 pot 嗰啲可以，boom。
Oh, but that back medium kick, that's plus frames all day, every day.
會唔會升多次啊？哎呀，我升多次。哦，係咪 Pop Max 60啊？
The water and lights are looking included in Punk's head right now. I won't lie to you.
可能要轉角。Luke 啊，真正最強角色。呢隻角色簡單個 carry 入佢啦。
This is mainly what I've seen him on in the past couple of weeks.
下中拳。
But is the synergy there? I know it's a fundamental.
哎呀，如果 carry 而家下中腳 cut 到，啊防下波先，下落去。呢個太近啦，又可以掃嘅。咁我都係等下中拳嘅啫。行。我揀想截，又再 trade combo。 再放公仔。即刻用電翻嚟。哦，升龍拳，唞氣。因為 ban 咗咧，所以佢唔可以即係唔可以用氣嘅又咁。咁我想鏟過去播波，但係播唔到。如果你俾對面 ban 完，哇，升落去啊，啱啊！ 因為都幾有機會擋死，應該未擋死嘅，但係。哇！咁樣喺面前停低，咁啊俾個 pump 打套 combo 啦。又食一個攻擊，但係呢個打關鬥咧就唔係嗰陣喎，就都可以即係。 都係咁樣完嘅，有咩好做？又一下兩下再嚟，呢個 impact 㗎啦，佢完全係 no respect。喂，咁又間 carry， 咁啊冇計，因為呢個角度都要轉，可以下中人對到嘅。哇，有冇計？哇，撳咗掣啊！其實如果鬥呢可3，我覺得 look 贏㗎。哇 ，back 咗你先。 到我啦！我交呢鋪3之後，俾人咁入動畫真係慘。
My goodness, bro.
That was a good choice, though. Listen, Punk says it best. Bait the meter. I think he done a good job.
Indeed. At least Problem X doesn't have too much meter to his name.
Hey, listen, as long as you got dry goods, you can do just about anything in this game.
喂，我係得失敗咗，翻來先。
Respecting great spacing on the forward heavy punch for the most part. He's been punished a couple of times, but well worth the threat.
Notice how Punk hasn't even tried to jump, by the way.
Yeah.
He's got hammer of justice. He's got
望完未？啊，終於 cut 到啦，下中腳，然後就壓上腳，後避咗個笪，我可以打翻見到轉頭，再撞，哎呀呢個最強，哎呀射先啊，咁啊行後少少啦，咁啊成功啊先到嗰個笪，咁啊死咗啦，有 level 1喎有，爆 2-0 啦 ，Pop Base match point。唔通 Pop Base 係最後一個？遊魂已經起身走咗啦，見到，已經見到個結局啦，遊魂已經。咁啊下中拳，咁啊博招仲要甩 combo， 咁啊博唔到呢個 perfect 嘅反波中，呢個 middle knuckle， 壓落去。第住冇嘢確反，唔緊要，最強下中拳賜予你所有嘅東西，應該未死㗎。留翻鋪先，一個前打，將佢落單。level 2啟動。哇！頂公仔啦，減到你都係咁做，係唔會中㗎。最好不如中下段算啦。即係中下段有啲難，有啲都幾易睇嘅，中段先當。嗰個搏係一定要嗰個頭一落去，冇其他方法中段。又升好快。
He cannot let Problem jump at him. He's waiting it out. Problem's on drive gauge. And he jumped!
Yeah, he's trying to pepper
it.
Drive gauge down.
打咁樣。
This time and baits out the OD up ball finally.
He might be able to. He could have built level 3.
哇靚！下中拳試入呢個 level 1。
To put himself on tournament point.
I don't know. Punk could have built level 3.
咁啊砰就嚟死啦，3-0啦俾人。一個前搭，但係一個前 rush， 但係俾人打翻轉頭，真係可惜。咁啊，哇！夾硬上空對空啊，但係失敗咗。咁啊 ，look 可以下重拳嘅我諗。咁啊，下輕佢貼得入佢，咁啊搏招啦。再點兩下就搏招，再前搭，呢個位就差唔多冇咗一半血啦。打到 counter hit， 死咗啦！死！Pop Max 3-0 comeback， 成功將 Pump 打落去，6連，咁啊 Pump 咁樣俾人對冧 ，Pop Max 真係都幾勁喎！突然之間又，冇諗過係 Pop Max， 冇諗過係 Pop Max。哇！大家留意喎，講下差啲瞓着咗，好攰。今日先係第一日咋？星期四凌晨，星期5凌晨啦，星期6凌晨，星期日凌晨，星期1凌晨，唔係星期4、5、6。日就好似打咩 SFL 嘅，我唔播嘅嗰日。咁啊星期1、4、5、6、1係啦，因為會播嘅。好啦，咁啊多謝大家支持啦。咁啊最緊要之後比賽，因為比賽你哋都幫手撐下場。SFL 唔睇啦，俾人休息1日啦。唔想好攰。如果我真係好，即係意猶未盡咪睇啦。翻工啦，要啦，佢又要啦，係咁啦，唉。